I'm also proud of the relentless follow-up work of our investigators. Of the 230 homicides in 2025, 156, or 68%, were cleared, and an additional 76 homicides from prior years were closed as well. Thus, our citywide homicide clearance rate for 2025 was 101%, which includes closed cases from 2025 as well as years prior. Most importantly, these efforts demonstrate the tireless work of our Robbery Homicide Division investigators. While any loss of life is unacceptable, the reduction in homicides is a meaningful indicator that these strategies are having an impact and that focused efforts to address the most serious violent offenses are working. At the same time, this report is clear, and I want to be clear, that progress in one area does not mean that our work is done. Other violent crime categories show mixed results, and property crime and quality of life issues remain real concerns for many Angelenos. We're not minimizing those challenges, and we're certainly not ignoring them. There was an 8% decline in the number of shooting victims in 2025, down to 899 in 25 from 981 in 2024. We believe one of the factors impacting that reduction is taking more guns off the street. In 2025, 8,650 firearms were seized by the LAPD. That's over 1,000 more firearms than in comparison to 2024 numbers. In 2025, our department advanced crime reduction through data-driven enforcement and strong community partnerships, leading to significant crimes in both property and violent crimes. Focused patrols, advanced technology, and dismantling organized burglary theft crews have all contributed to these results. We've enhanced our ability to combat the burglary problem plaguing some of the neighborhoods across the city through the efforts of Metropolitan Division, the Burglary Suppression Detail. This team identifies the most prolific burglary suspects and crews, some with a nexus to local street gangs, develops actionable investigative leads and supports case filings to hold the most prolific burglars accountable. Through Metropolitan Division's efforts, 109 total burglary arrests were made, with 26 burglary crews identified and 22 firearms recovered in the process. Our approach centers on precision policing, using crime data, trend analysis, and real-time intelligence to deploy resources where they have the greatest impact. That means focusing on the individuals, locations, and behavior that are driving the most serious crime, rather than applying a one-size-fits-all approach. These strategies emphasize prevention as much as enforcement. By identifying patterns early and responding proactively, we're working to interrupt violence before it occurs, particularly in communities most affected by violent crime. Strong investigative work remains a core component of our crime reduction efforts. That includes follow-through on serious cases, coordination across divisions and specialized units, and close collaboration with prosecutors and partner agencies. Our successes reflect the power of collaboration and intelligence sharing across jurisdictional boundaries. The power of these collaborative efforts was demonstrated most recently this past December through the successful disruption of a coordinated domestic terror plot, which underscores the threat posed to our communities by extremist groups. This incident served as a testament to the strength of a unified response, with LAPD's Counterterrorism Special Operations Bureau working in conjunction with the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force. Other notable joint operations include the efforts of LAPD's Gang and Narcotics Division, who in 2025 made 1,026 total arrests and removed 2,303 firearms from the streets, preventing further harm to community members. The strategies outlined in this report also recognize the importance of partnerships with community organizations, with other city departments, community stakeholders, as well as residents, because lasting crime reduction requires a coordinated effort with engaged community members. Nobody knows the issues within an area, what's going on, better than the people who live in that area. So our partnership with residents of the city is critically important to our public safety efforts. In 2025, I was honored to accept the International Association of Chiefs of Police Leadership in Community Policing Award on behalf of the department. The award recognized the Community Safety Partnership Bureau's innovative community-based program and its continued commitment to community-centered approach to policing. Ultimately, these crime reduction strategies are about accountability, effectiveness, and public trust. They guide how we deploy our officers, how we evaluate outcomes, and how we continuously adjust our approach to improve safety across Los Angeles. The 2025 annual review also addresses significant incidents that test the department's operational capacity, most notably the Pacific Palisades fire. Our officers responded quickly and decisively to protect residents and secure property following the evacuations. This event demonstrated the importance of training, preparation, and coordination across multiple agencies. The response to the fire highlighted the department's ability to rapidly deploy resources, maintain situational awareness, and adapt to evolving challenges. It also reinforced our commitment to community safety and public communication, ensuring residents were informed and supported throughout the incident. Events like this remind us that public safety is not only about crime, but also about our readiness to respond to emergencies and disasters, and our ongoing efforts to maintain a highly trained, adaptable, and prepared workforce. Another key area covered in the annual review is operational readiness for civil unrest and large-scale public demonstrations. The LAPD remains committed to protecting the rights of every Angelino while balancing public safety during high-profile or potentially volatile events. This requires careful planning, clear command structures, and coordination with other city agencies. Our approach emphasizes de-escalation, communication, precision deployment, while ensuring that officers are equipped, trained, and prepared for a wide range of scenarios. The department continuously evaluates lessons learned from past demonstrations to improve tactics, safety measures, and engagement strategies. Our goal is to maintain public trust while ensuring the peaceful assembly is respected and that public safety is upheld for everyone involved. Additionally, we recognize the critical importance of our media partners in providing vital information to the public, particularly during large-scale assemblies, to include those deemed unlawful, and we're committed to fulfilling the obligations of accommodating our media partners as they perform this important task. The annual review also highlights our traffic safety issues, which remain a critical part of public safety in Los Angeles. Traffic-related fatalities and serious injuries are oftentimes preventable, and our efforts are focused on reducing dangerous driving behaviors that put lives at risk. This includes targeted enforcement, data-driven deployment, and coordination with other city and regional partners. We're prioritizing violations that are most closely linked to serious collisions, including speeding, impaired driving, reckless driving, and failure to yield. These initiatives are about saving lives, improving roadway safety, and ensuring that everyone, drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists, can move safely throughout our city. An initiative I'm excited to share today is the department's continued expansion of the Drone as a First Responder program. This program allows us to quickly gain situational awareness during critical incidents, often before officers arrive at the scene. That real-time information helps improve decision-making, enhances officer safety, and can reduce the need for more intrusive responses. The program is used with strict oversight and accountability, but it's proven to be a valuable tool in responding to emergencies, locating suspects, and supporting search and rescue operations. Technology, like Drone as a First Responder program, supports our goal of smarter, more precise policing while maintaining transparency and public trust. Over the past year, we've made substantial progress on one of our most significant modernization initiatives, the development of a real-time crime center. These centers will bring together technology, analytics, and trained personnel to provide officers and investigators with timely information during active incidents. That support can improve response, coordination, and investigative outcomes. Real-time crime centers help us connect data across systems, identify patterns, and support follow-up investigations, all while operating within established policies and legal frameworks. They are an important component of our data-driven approach to crime reduction and public safety. We currently have a pilot program of personnel from Information Technology Bureau working closely with the Office of Operations and Central Area, which has proven the advantages of this technology, as well as the coordinated support it provides to officers in the field. With promising yet demanding times ahead for the city, as we prepare to host events that will place us on the global stage, we remain steadfast in our efforts to
Afternoon. Welcome to day 3 of the Budget Committee's deliberations on the day 3? Is this day 3? Day 4 if you include all the public comment. Anyway, welcome to today's hearing budget deliberations on the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Councilmember Yoslavsky.
Here.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Present.
Councilmember Hutt. Councilmember McCosker.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
5 members present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We're starting the day, colleagues, with a review of requested memos from yesterday. You all should have a copy of them. Please have your teams go ahead and review the memos requested today. I'll ask if you have any amendments or changes after we speak to our fire department. So you'll have about an hour and a half, hopefully. Let's move on now to the LAPD. Leadership from LAPD.
Okay.
You want to come on up, Chief and team?
Okay.
Welcome, Chief McDonald and LAPD team and CAO. If you want to go ahead and introduce your team,
Sure.
and then we'll get started.
Yeah, Jim McDonald, Chief of Police.
I'm Trina Unzicker. I'm the commanding officer of Fiscal Group.
Mara.
Mara Legospi, Assistant Commanding Officer at Fiscal Group.
Yeah.
Ed Rose, Chief of the CAO's Public Safety Group.
Lani Ponciano from the CAO. Good afternoon.
Assistant Chief Scott Harrelson, Director of Office of Support Services.
Okay, wonderful. We've all read your letter. Is there anything you'd like to highlight? Otherwise, we'll just jump right into questions. Up to you, Chief.
Yeah, if I could, just a quick overview. Some of it is in the letter, but I'll just kind of give you our priorities as best I can. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to be here today. I appreciate that the Mayor's proposed budget provides funding for replacement vehicles, replacement of 911 consoles that are at Communications Division, which are almost 25 years old, expense accounts that have been historically underfunded, such as our parts account, OPG, and security services, IT priorities, including our body-worn, in-car video, TASER contract, data center for disaster recovery, our mobile digital terminal life cycle replacement, and cybersecurity. We're looking at standing up a cybersecurity incident response team, so that'll be paired up with that resource. One replacement helicopter and several capital projects, including lead removal from the Davis Training Facility, and then the conversion of the West LA jail into a woman's locker room. Something long overdue. However, we do have 3 significant concerns with the proposed budget. First, the civilian hiring plan. The budget assumes that we'll start the year with 2,338 civilians. That is 58 fewer civilians than we expect to end this fiscal year with, which we estimate will be 2,396. The CAO also raised the civilian salary underfunding as an area of concern. Our understanding is that there are supposed to be no layoffs in our budget, but this could potentially result in layoffs. We're requesting an additional $9.1 million to maintain our civilian workforce based on our current staffing levels. Second, sworn overtime. We appreciate funding is provided to cover cost of living adjustments, and sworn overtime funding that had been cut on a one-time basis previously is now being restored. However, the additional funding we requested is based on our actual usage, is not funded. We submitted a request based on our comprehensive need because we don't have enough staffing to cover all of the needs. We will work with the sworn overtime budget that's provided, but we want to caution that it is not enough. The approved budget provides the department about 1 million hours of overtime, but based on year-to-date data, we've already used 1 million hours of overtime, and there are still 2.5 months left in the fiscal year. We're projecting that we will end this year using almost 1.4 million hours and report a projected $16.5 million deficit in non-reimbursable overtime after accounting for the $11 million transfer in the mid-year FSR. The amount we requested was based on our fiscal year 24-25 usage, where we used just under 1.4 million hours of overtime compared to a budget just over 1 million hours. Fewer officers mean more overtime to be able to cover the same mission. That comes out to a $43 million shortfall for what we need to be able to cover actual hours. And then third, the Olympics. We requested funding to purchase vehicles, technology, and specialized equipment to be able to do the Olympics. We appreciate the funding is provided for vehicles and some funding for technology, but we need additional funding for technology and specialized equipment to prepare for the Olympics. For example, while funding is provided to purchase vehicles, funding was not provided for the technology equipment in the vehicles. While we anticipate funding will be available in the OB3 NOFO, it will not be released until the fall. In addition, the $1 billion budget is for all agencies involved in the Olympics, not just the LAPD, and will be restricted primarily to police officer overtime. LA 28 confirmed that they have zero police or public safety budget, and while they do have a security budget, it doesn't cover law enforcement. And just on carve-outs, we understand we're working with 3 carve-outs in the mayor's budget for MacArthur Park, downtown LA, and the Copper Wire Task Force. Well, we just asked for consideration on the more carve-outs we have, the less flexibility we will be able to have throughout the year to address emerging issues that we really even can't anticipate at this point. So thank you for your time. Our team is here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Chief. We're going to start with Councilmember McCosker, who's going to tee up some questions, and then we'll go around. Mr. McCosker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that opportunity. Thanks, Chief. I'll start where you started with civilians. And there's been a lot, and Trina just gave a half smile because she knows what's coming. There's been a lot back and forth on this, and I will say that I'm very grateful that Trina and your team are in the Personnel Committee meetings over the past year where we looked at the I think it was 400 or 500 civilians that were slated for layoff, and that number has whittled down in this fiscal year to 48 or 40, depending upon who you talk to, and it's a fluid number, of course. Right. I have 2 concerns. One concern is that we have those civilians that I believe are critically important to hang on to and figure out how we do that. And I think the mayor's office has some input or response on the issue. But I'm also have this share your concern that it looks like the civilians in this new budget year actually diminishes over time. And so I'm just going to ask, where is the money for the solutions to the civilians that we are currently carrying on substitute authorities for this year, going into next year, and where is the funding for a civilian hiring plan that we have in the current budget? And I guess that's a CAO and mayor's response. And while you're thinking about that, I mean, I see the note in Exhibit H that basically says for the new budget year that we're going to use in-lieux and substitutes and the transfer portal and all of those things to make sure that we hang on to folks. But I don't know that that really applies to the folks in this current fiscal year who are slated for layoff, maybe 40 people slated for layoff by midnight at June 30th.
So I'll just start by saying I would recommend that we report back with a budget memo. If the instruction is to ensure that no civilians are laid off, we can certainly provide you those options. Our position, our analysis is that the police department will end the year with approximately 50 civilians in sub-authorities that without placements.
The current fiscal year.
Current fiscal year. So one way to address that would be to add the funding. To add funding as we recommended, about $5 million in direct costs and 2.7 in related costs in order to allow to fund additional vacancies. So they have vacancies that we could move these the civilian personnel into, but they need to be funded. They're currently unfunded. Again, as a reminder, we fund, the police department is the exception to the rule that we fund to a hiring plan as opposed to funding all of the authorized positions. So we could move the incumbents, the folks that are in the sub-authorities, to vacant positions, but we need funding for those positions. We would provide, our recommendation is to report back in a budget memo. If that's the instruction, we can provide the analysis to show exactly how much would be needed.
Okay, we did request a budget memo, and so I would just like that information to flow into that memo, and I think we need to also reach out to the mayor's office and talk to the mayor's office about what they believe the strategy was for putting additional money into one of the line items, and we just need to get to the bottom of it. Because finding another $5 million and putting it in to hang on to civilians is certainly a worthwhile cause, but if the money is already there, we need to know that. And I believe there's a difference of, not opinion, there's a difference of fact between the mayor's office and and what I've found out in personnel and what you're saying.
Right, that's right. And I would just want to say, I believe that the mayor's office intended and believed that they were fully funding the civilian positions. The issue is how many positions are funded and how many filled positions do we project will remain at the end of the fiscal year. And we have that difference. There's a difference between how many we think we'll end the year with and how many positions are funded for the subsequent fiscal year. So we may, in fact, need to add funding, but I do want to be clear that it is my understanding that their intent was to fully fund the civilian positions. It may just have been funded at a lower level than is required.
Okay, that'll all be in the memo for us
Yes.
to understand
Correct.
and then take action on. Thank you. Going to the sworn positions and attrition, if we could just get a description as to what goes into the attrition calculation and what we expect the attrition is going to be this coming fiscal year for sworn officers.
Right. This guy right behind.
Sorry. Brian Taft, Commanding Officer, Personnel Division. We're responsible for tracking our attrition numbers. We look at what our known attrition is coming into the year, so our drop, as well as the people who have expressed interest in it. This year we anticipated around 530. It is a slight decrease from the previous years, but we still are averaging about 570 per year over the last 3 years. So our attrition still, we believe, to be about 510 for next year.
So it's somewhere between 510 and 530.
Most likely, yes.
And when you say people that show an interest in going into the drop, I mean, that gives us, there's a 5-year shot clock on that, isn't there?
Well, those expressing interest to retire. So maybe not drop, but just regular service retirement.
Okay. And how does that look for historic records over the last 5-10 years?
Like I say, over the last 5 years, our attrition has been over 600. And so it has decreased, but not at a fast growing pace, I guess I should say.
Kind of an observation would be maybe the raw number is not the best way to track it, but a percentage of your officers. Maybe that decreases because the numbers are down.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Did you have a follow-up on that?
I do, but you ask yours. It might be the same one.
Thank you. So this year, your budget notes that you expect 510 officers to attrit, with the total savings of $7.3 million. In this current fiscal year, you expected 530 officers to attrit with a savings of $24.2 million, which is a difference of $16.9 million and 20 officers. Why the drastic difference in the savings rate compared to last year?
That I would have to hand over to our fiscal group to answer that.
Okay, thank you. And if you don't have that information readily available, a budget memo on explaining that.
I think that's where the budget memo. We each had the same question. So we're booking the savings at a different rate apparently, and that must be attributable to something. Okay? A follow-up question for Assistant Hernandez.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a memo that I would like to add as well. I would like to request that LAPD, with the assistance of personnel and CAO, provide attrition rates by category, any expenditures tied to payouts as well as salary allocations that should have been recaptured into savings due to said attrition. The attrition category should include retired, fired, left for another agency, left policing, or other. The attrition data should include the number of departures by category, the classification of the officer departing, cost to the department from the departure, such as banked overtime, sick payouts, and savings from not paying the full year salary anticipated for the officer departing. And I also have another budget memo that has to do with attrition, but also the academy. Can I ask it here now? Great. And this goes with the question of how many officers graduated from the academy in fiscal year 2025-2026, both as an absolute number and as a percentage. Do y'all have that?
Hi, good afternoon. I am Captain Lisa Rubalcaba, the Commanding Officer of Recruitment and Employment Division. To answer your question in regard to the graduates from the Academy this fiscal year, there have been 268. That's an attrition rate of 18%, which is down 6% from last year, which was 24%.
Great, thank you. To that, I would like to request a memo that clarifies the attrition assumptions and separates the number of cadets assumed to not finish the academy and the number of sworn officers estimated to leave the department this year, and the cost difference between these two assumptions. Thank you, Chairman.
Can I follow up on recruitment?
Please.
So one of the exercises that a lot of different parts of our city have been going through was to decrease the amount of time it takes from the first moment a cadet or a candidate is interested in the job to the time they get into the academy. And we have been working to get that number down to about 6 months. Can you tell us where we are on that process and whether we could achieve 510 in a single calendar year, a single fiscal year?
Yes, sir. So the answer to that is yes, we can achieve the 510 with the implementation of Executive Directive 14, dated in September of 2025. We've been working in a unified partnership with the Personnel Department. In that time, without the new job bulletin, we've actually reduced the hiring timeline of the last 6 months by 49 days, which is, I think, extremely, worth noting. And when we implement the new job bulletin that's scheduled for June of this year, moving forward, I think you're only going to see the improvement on that down to 180 days.
Do you feel that there is a pool of candidates that would allow you to continue to draw down over the course of the year to get to 510 into the academy?
So as of today's date, we're at 11,593 applicants over this fiscal year, which is up approximately 1,000 applications year to date compared to last fiscal year to date. So I'm extremely confident that we have the pool of people. Our numbers are only trending upward. Our recruitment efforts and our outreach with the community and working in partnership with our marketing agency and all of our social media accounts is obviously working. So I am confident that we have the right people.
One of your other partners in this is the Personnel Department.
Yes, sir.
Who I know that has worked very hard to bring down some of these times on the backgrounds, on the polygraph, on the medical. Do you feel that the Personnel Department is adequately equipped to be able to move as many people as it takes to get 510 people into the academy over the course of 1 year?
The Personnel Department, as you know, is short several bodies, and I know that the general manager is going to speak to that, but I am in full support of them obviously having that assistance to help us. But I am confident that in totality, with the new relationships, with the new job bulletin, and hopefully with the implementation of those extra bodies for them, that I'm confident that we can hit that 510, where everything is trending upward, where it needs to be trending upward, and everything's trending downward in terms of the timeline.
And
to
I realize
achieve
this
that.
might be out of your, I'm sorry, I apologize for
That's
interrupting
okay.
you. This might be out of your wheelhouse, but if the personnel department didn't have those positions, how would that, what do you think would happen to the recruitment operation at the LAPD?
I think it is appropriate that they speak to that, and I just would like to reiterate again my support of that. I think that it's extremely important knowing what shortages in my shop would cause that to look like, so I am going to let them speak to those parts.
Very good. You want to open it up?
Sure. Yeah. Questions? Other questions? Councilwoman Hutt.
Am I on? Oh, I'm on now. Thank you. I have a couple of questions then. What's the proposed funding for human trafficking enforcement, and what are the resources the department deploys with respect to this issue?
Just chairs with no mic.
Good afternoon. My name is Amada Tingarides, and I am the Director of the Office of Operations. Right now, we currently have 3 bureaus that have a human trafficking task force. We have one up and running in South Bureau, West Bureau, and Valley Bureau. Right now, because of our diminished numbers, we utilize the VICE teams to support the human trafficking task force that we do currently have. Last year and prior years before that, we had funding dedicated, specifically carved out for Valley Bureau and South Bureau. Those funds last fiscal were put into the main pot, and we did not have carve out specifically for those human trafficking task force. However, the work did not stop. We continue to deploy officers to work with our nonprofit organizations to rescue the young boys and girls that are being trafficked in these areas. We just had a diminished footprint as it relates to overtime and really keeping the pressure and the strategic enforcement in those areas.
Thank you. What is the funding? What funding is proposed to attack the illegal cannabis enforcement in the city?
So as of right now, I can, is Hamilton here?
Alan.
Oh, Alan, okay.
Okay. In addressing the ongoing support, we do still have some members of our gang and narcotics division that are dedicated to assisting with some of the administrative duties. However, the task force that we had previously is no longer staffed. So we have a subgroup out of our high-intensity drug trafficking area, Team 44. That supervisor is taking on the oversight of anything that has to do with the cannabis enforcement at this time. The previous duties, those duties that were still being done by the officer that we had, the last officer that we had in the unit, that officer, he was promoted to sergeant, so he's no longer with the unit, and he was the last person that was in the unit prior to it being disbanded.
So I have another question. What do you feel the department needs in terms of personnel and resources to handle the illegal cannabis industry?
So, ma'am, if we had the staffing and the resources to staff the unit fully, so when the unit was originally put in place, we had 6 officers and detectives and 1 supervisor. It's important to have enough resources to conduct the investigations in a safe manner, because we're also accompanied by other city entities. So we would ideally have those officers available. That would prevent us from having to cross-staff with other people in other divisions in order to conduct our day-to-day investigations. And we would have better control and oversight of the unit. And that unit, if it were to operate at full capacity, would be able to manage more effectively the enforcement and prevent the illegal cannabis sales, which would increase the tax base to the legal sales that would go on. And we would have better control over that citywide if we had a better handle on that activity.
So that means fully staffing at 6 officers plus 1 supervisor?
That was the original staffing when it was first established years ago.
Okay. Then I'd like to request a budget memo from the CAO with the assistance of LAP to look at funding options to restore, number 1, civilian positions that were outlined in the department's budget letter with 6, 9, and 12-month funding options. That's all from me.
Okay, Councilwoman Hernandez, I think, has a follow-up
Yes.
on that.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Yes. It is my understanding that illegal cannabis overtime was funded in last year's budget, but not spent. Where were those funds diverted to? CAO, can you speak to this as well? Can someone speak on it?
The Councilmember will have to report back on that, if that's possible.
Okay, can you tell me how much the amount was that we put in for cannabis overtime?
The amount that was put in the cannabis enforcement is about 5.3 million. And it is the same amount that is carved out for this fiscal year. I mean 26-27.
So we did fund it last year, but it didn't get spent.
I have no idea if it was, how much of that was spent. So maybe we can give you information on that. We'll have to get it from PD if they have the information. We don't have it right now.
Great, I would like a budget memo on that, please.
Okay, ma'am, we'll do.
$5.3 million is a lot to not know where we spent it, but so I'll put a budget memo there. And Chairwoman, I have a few more questions around traffic control. Can I go into that?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. What are the practices involved in preventing traffic? So let me take a step back. I'm talking about the traffic control program, $100.7 million. What are the practices involved in preventing traffic accidents? What metrics do you use to determine that for this use of funds?
I think that's going to be, yeah.
So in the Blue Book, you know, they talk about a traffic control program that is funded about $100.7 million. And so that question is related to that. What are the practices involved in preventing traffic accidents? What metrics do you use to determine that? And if you want more clarity, can you please walk us through the protocol? Well, actually, I'll leave it there with those two. Yeah. Thank you.
That was a lot, ma'am. So I can't speak to the amount of funding, but what I can talk about is our traffic enforcement efforts and what it looks like. Each bureau has a traffic division, and within those divisions, there's a focus on traffic enforcement, also DUI checkpoints, community education, child car seats, and fatality investigations. And so there's a comprehensive approach to addressing public safety and traffic safety within each of those traffic divisions. There's also funding for overtime for DUI saturation checkpoints, specifically during the summer. And some of that funding also goes towards our street racing task force efforts. We do have officers assigned to that full time, and we're also integrated into a LA City, LA County street racing task force. And often those task force we utilize overtime for, or we do those task force outside of their regular work hours.
Great, thank you. And My next question was, can you walk us through the protocol for something like a hit and run and how many officers show up and who does traffic control?
It depends on the severity of the hit and run. Is it a fatality? Is it at a high injury network? Is it at one of our busiest streets? How big is the investigative footprint? But it is patrol officers and traffic officers that are assigned to those investigations. If it's involved with a city entity, then we have a multi-collision investigative team that will come out that have an expertise in investigating those type of accidents.
Great, thank you so much.
We also have our traffic motor officers as well. Sorry.
Understood. No, thank you. And I've during the last budget cycle, and I think during Transportation Committee, I've asked a couple different times for more information on what we're actually spending that $100.7 million. And so today, I'm going to try again to try to get that information, and I want to put a memo from the CAO with support from the police department on the line item costs associated with the traffic control program. This must include our breakdown by type of activity, locations for the activities by council district, location for activities by police division, an average cost of these activities, and measurable policy safety outcomes from it. And I have one more question around transportation and just the carve-outs. What roles does LAPD play in achieving the city's Vision Zero goals? For the overtime allocated for Vision Zero, where do you use this overtime and how are you tracking metrics?
That response will be similar to our traffic units. I will say every division is focused on Vision Zero. It's not just specifically for our traffic divisions. It's a comprehensive effort throughout the department. And some of the task force, some of the crosswalks, education, all of those efforts are geared towards Vision Zero. I will say there is a component that I think as a whole, as a city, we could do better on, and that's the environmental design. Linking traffic lights, getting curbs painted, getting crosswalks painted, no left turns, no right turns. Some of that stuff is environmental, and that could help support the strategic enforcement and education and efforts that the LAPD is doing.
Thank you. So those environmental investments make it a little bit easier for y'all.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I would like to ask for another memo, and that's to instruct the CLA in consultation with LAPD to report on the overtime allocation for Vision Zero, including deployment. And then I just have two more memos, but no more questions, Chairwoman. I'd like to request a memo of a list of all the agreements with sports teams and entertainment venues that provide department reimbursement and revenue for these services. Explain the accounting for these agreements as well, please. And my last memo is similar to last year, showing the impacts. Actually, I'll stop there and I'll pass it back to you, Chairwoman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. Appreciate the report. I know we've talked a lot about the hiring classes already, but I'm just curious if there's a formula. We're talking about 510 that we think we can reach. Is there a simple formula in terms of how much it would cost more or less if we were to increase that number or decrease that number? Is it as simple as just dividing the overall amount by 510 or 510 minus the 20 that we get paid for? So let's say by 490. Like, is there a way to predict if we were to get more folks how much it would cost, or if we hit less numbers how much we would save?
We do have a generalized formula. I can say that, a few here, a few there, we can manage to get into the class. The overhead is the same, the number of instructors, as long as there's room in the classrooms and room on the ranges and driving facilities, we're able to go higher, and sometimes we end up going lower on those. And so from an efficiency of scale perspective, we could add more at minimal cost other than salaries.
Okay. Yeah, just if there is a simple formula, we could get that in the report back in terms of just so we can see, we can understand that numbers. I don't know if it's been asked for already on the unrestricted overtime, but I do want to make sure we get a report back on options to increase the unrestricted sworn overtime, including ideas of eliminating specific operational carve-outs, just so we have a clear idea of what that would take. Because I'm a believer that, when we put things in the bank, it's spending money on a credit card, and I'd rather fund that, do the best we can to fund that up front so that we don't, end up basically spending the future money instead of spending, budgeting properly. Wanted to ask you about the real-time crime centers as well. Can you tell us the department's plan to use the technology as a force multiplier, and how the implementation of these real-time crime centers and new equipment, including the drones, can reduce the risks from high-speed chases, improve public safety, potentially impact our liabilities?
Absolutely. Randy, come on. Yeah. Commander Goddard can speak to that. And our CIO, if you haven't met him, Dean Gialamas, he's joined us recently and been a tremendous addition to the team.
Good afternoon, Commander Randy Goddard, Information Technology Bureau. I'm the Assistant Commanding Officer there. So, real-time crime centers, to answer your question, Council Member, just to kind of run a scenario through so it's really easy for everybody to understand, the public that's watching. 911 calls come in. Part of the real-time crime center is software called Prepare 911. It uses AI to listen to the 911 call. If somebody says robbery in progress, weapon, something of violence, that alerts the real-time crime center operator. He can actually click, or she can click on there. They can listen to the 911 call in real time. Let's say there's a robbery at 1st and Main. Drone can be launched to 1st and Main even before the dispatcher has completed the call and dispatches it via the radio. So the idea would be the drone gets overhead, locates the suspect, gets on the radio, the black and white vehicle that gets assigned the call, gets the vehicle in there, takes the suspect in custody. Obviously, you have better prosecution rates and stuff like that. So all these technologies go together. So from the software that is monitoring the CAD, the computer-aided dispatch, to the radios, to the drones, to the ALPR sensors out, everything works together to ultimately identify the suspects quicker and ultimately get them in custody. To your second part of the question with regards to pursuits, we don't have that data as of today because we've only been using the drones for about 9 months, but ideally you would think if that scenario I just presented to you identifies the suspect before the suspect enters the vehicle, and that suspect is able to be taken into custody before they get into the vehicle, then that would obviously reduce the risk of a pursuit enabling. So as we expand the program and we collect more statistics, we'll be able to have better stats and facts to show how it could reduce those high-speed pursuits.
Great. I mean, I'm excited about the possibilities, and I think it'll start impacting our budget numbers as well, because I think it's really going to help reduce not only crime, but reduce some of the costs and some of the liabilities. So
yeah, just if I could, as an addition, originally there was some plan to have a real-time crime center in each of the 21 stations. When that's not possible from a standpoint of being able to staff those, and it's we're going to have one centralized real-time crime center downtown here at the police headquarters building. From there, all of the feeds, technology feeds from around the city will come in. Camera feeds, public and private, automated license plate readers, and then drone footage as well. It'll all be coordinated in a fashion where there are no barriers in the city. Depending on what division you're in, we're able to see the big picture and have situational awareness for the whole city, with the ability to be able to communicate with neighboring cities and agencies as well. So it'll be a tremendous, as you mentioned, force multiplier and ability to be able to reduce response to some calls. About 10% of the calls that a drone gets over, they determine that there's no police response needed, so they cancel the call. That's a tremendous savings for us. 10% at this point with a small number of drones we have, to be able then to move that and be more productive, be more efficient, and not be sending patrol units to calls that don't require that.
Yeah, great. We look forward to that, and drones that we have in the West Valley Topanga station that'll contribute to all that. So
thank you.
Just want to go back for a second to the overtime bank. I was just still thinking about that. Do we have a number in terms of how much the payout is each year, or the last 5 years, or the average amount of payout? Is that something we have, or we can get in a report back?
For this fiscal year, we're projecting that the payouts will total about $10.3 million this year.
And is that higher or lower than past years? I mean, is that about average?
It really varies depending on how many people leave the department.
For the overtime, okay. Okay, I mean, part of making sure we fund it is understanding that liability. So I'm going to assume that the average is about 10 million a year. Well, you know what? Maybe as a report back, if you could give us the last, it shouldn't be that hard to get, the last 5 years payout, just so we can have a visual of it. That would be great. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, I have some questions. Starting on the civilian side of the House with police service representatives, more commonly known as 911 operators. So the state mandates 90% of 911 calls are answered within 15 seconds. But according to LAPD's February report, we're only picking up 57% in time. Yet I understand there's a 50% vacancy rate for 911 operators in the department. This seems like a serious problem. In discussion with the mayor's office, they confirmed there are sufficient funds in this budget to fill the vacancies to hire up PSRs to address this vacancy rate. Do you have a plan to bring down this vacancy rate this fiscal year?
You could take.
Or this next fiscal year?
Good afternoon, Captain Officer Galani. I'm the new commanding officer, Communications Division. This is a senior PSR Chief Lydia Marcel, who's been there for a long time. I've been there for 3 weeks, so brought the expert with me. So in terms of our hiring, I'm just going to get my numbers out. We are down approximately 120 PSR positions right now. So our total number is about 550 at this time. So we have staffing. I don't know what I think you said 50% staffing shortage, but
That's not right.
Oh, no, that's not correct.
Okay. Are you actively recruiting for PSR
We are.
positions?
Actually, there's an advertisement is going to, it's going to be going out May 1st to May the 3rd in the community, actively a brochure to hire more PSRs. And we actually are in the process right now of hiring from the last advertisement. We're not exactly sure how many we have in the process just because of backgrounds and medical and everything, but we're hoping to get more in soon.
And what's the retention rate for these positions?
So, So in 2024, we hired 145 PSRs and we had a 41% attrition rate. 2025, we hired 55 PSRs. We had a 49% attrition rate.
So that's where the 50% comes from. It's a 50 attrition rate, not vacancy rate.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have suggestions or ideas on how to increase job satisfaction, one-time bonuses? I mean, it sounds like hiring more would be helpful because you have sort of forced overtime. How are you thinking about trying to address this? Seems like a pretty glaring problem in the department.
So a couple things that, again, my 4th week there, as I'm kind of learning and talking to the PSRs, a couple of issues that have been identified. One is actually in this budget, the actual consoles themselves. I think they're 26 years old. The life cycle is about 10 years for those. And we're having a lot of issues with our console system. So I know there's about $4.6 million in the budget request to upgrade that system.
You think that'll help with retention?
I think so, because we are losing PSRs to other cities also. So I think that if they're feeling a little comfortable, if they're a little bit more, the working environment is better, that might help retain some. And the second issue we have, especially downtown, is parking. That's just an issue that they're paying about $200 a month for parking. And remember, we work a 24-hour shift. We actually are on an 8-hour schedule. So I have PSRs coming in at 10 o'clock at night, dealing with parking issues and other issues downtown, just even walking into the building. We're trying to help with security, and we have security services that we try to walk them in as much as possible. But those are some of the issues that we're seeing. And I think if we can alleviate those two things, maybe we'll get some more people will stay, at least for the attrition rate, and then hopefully recruitment might be a little bit better.
So you think new consoles and parking are going to help with our attrition?
For morale, absolutely.
Okay. All right. We have a huge garage under City Hall that's not used at night, so I suggest that Why are PSRs paying for parking if that lot's available and empty?
They are parking there, but they have to pay also. There's a fee that's associated with that. Do you know?
They're allowed to park there during the night shift, but not during day watch hours.
Okay.
So day watch, they do have to get on a list, and as the parking becomes available, it's given to the tenured people. So we
And
have a
then
lot
we
of
require
PSRs, that
PSRs
are
to pay that out of their own pocket for that parking?
for the City Hall East.
For city?
Yes.
Okay.
They pay monthly, yes.
Okay. Questions on overtime. In your introduction, you raised concerns on carve-outs for overtime. My office asked the department for a breakdown of how overtime hours were allocated last year and haven't received that information. Can you please provide a memo on how overtime hours last year were divided? Or this year as well? So on attrition, for FY 25-26, we assumed attrition of 530. Was this accurate? Where are we at so far for the year on attrition?
For SOAR nutrition, we're currently at about 410. We still have 5 more pay periods left in this fiscal year, and we anticipate about another 130 people to leave before the end of the fiscal year.
Wow. Okay. A few questions on sworn hiring. So earlier this year, the council moved funds to hire 410 new officers this fiscal year. Are we on track to meet that number? Sorry, I should have just. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, we are on track to meet that number. We're currently at 381, which includes the class that will start on Monday. That leaves us with 29 to go for the final class,
For June.
Which is under the average we've been hitting. And with our projections, we're confident that we will hit that number, and we are also confident we will stop at the 410.
Okay, wonderful. We understand from Metro that they're going to start to hire for the Metro Police Force this next fiscal year as well, and we'll be using the Police Academy for the training. Is that right?
I'm unable to speak to a training division.
Okay.
You know, that hasn't been established yet. We certainly bring in outside agencies as we have room. My hope is that the room will become less available because we'll have more recruits of our own. But we do have that partnership with others, and we do try and do our best to be able to meet the others' needs as well.
Okay.
But they're looking at building a big department. I've heard up to 700 officers over a period of time, so that would be something they would probably look to the sheriffs, to the LAPD, as well as to potentially Rio Hondo and other police academies.
Okay, thank you. To hire 510, how many recruits do we need per class?
So over the course of 13 deployment periods, that would equate to 39 to 40 per class.
And what was the average this year?
32.
Okay. This is helpful, thank you. So I agree with the mayor that hiring to attrition is a good goal and maybe the best we can do in this budget year if we can afford it. We're expecting a lot of information back on the attrition rate and on hiring capacity. I'd like to add to this list of memos a report on 2-year cost estimates, so the cost for FY 26-27 and 27-28 for this year's hires, if we adjust hiring to 410 or 460 versus 510, so that we can look at all of those, just depending on what happens and how things shake out. I'm hoping we don't need to go there. I understand the hiring plan to hit the 510 officers starts at 30 officers per class and gradually increases class size to 50 officers per class.
Correct.
I think this helps us realize salary savings by focusing most of the hires in the latter half of the fiscal year. I'd like to request that the CAO provide a memo with recommendations on mechanisms for ensuring LAPD follows that plan in terms of numbers and doesn't exceed previously approved class sizes. A few questions on Mikla Olympic vehicles. Oh, yep.
Before you keep going, you said 2 years. Can we actually make that 5 years, please? Because that aligns with our fiscal outlooks, 5 years.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mikla Olympic vehicles. The budget proposes 407 Olympic vehicles totaling $42 million, of which approximately 300 are black and white vehicles. What's the deployment model these 407 vehicles are based on, and the cost projections for that deployment model?
Good afternoon, committee members. Commander Mario Mota, Commanding Officer of Major Events Group, and I'm here with my partner, Captain Shannon White from Major Events Group. So the deployment model, although we're asking for all of those black and whites, we're actually going to be deploying 700 to 800 black and whites across all 8 Olympic venues for 66 days. Our actual deployment of LAPD officers is going to stretch for 84 days, but to cover the actual Olympic Games, the 2 weeks of the Olympics, Paralympics, and the break in between, it's actually 66 total days. In total, we're looking at deploying approximately 6,700 officers across the 8 venues, and that's something that I do want to stress. Those are on peak demand days, and on low demand days for the Olympics, it's 5,400 officers. Those are just preliminary numbers. We're pretty stable on those numbers, but we already are going to anticipate that those projections are going to increase, and that's just covering those cops on the dots across those venues. So when you're talking about getting 6,700 officers from 3 or 4 staging locations across the various venues, including covering the what we call the GRN, the Games Route Network, we totally need 700 to 800 black and whites deployed. We already have a plan in place to start retaining some of the vehicles that are scheduled for salvage, because we need every available black and white for the Olympics, along with the other vehicles that we requested. And that is in addition to maintaining continuity of operations across our Office of Operations for core policing across the city.
Yeah, follow-up question.
Just follow up on the vehicles are being used for what purpose in the Olympics? I mean, is it literally just to get to the venues, or I'm assuming that there's there's a reason why you need a police vehicle and not a bus or a regular vehicle?
Yes, thank you for that question, Council Member. And I think we need to go back to the foundation of this. What we're being asked to do is secure and provide safety to the largest event that's been hosted in the history of the world. The City of LA has done a good job of maintaining a number of those events in the city. So we have 8 separate venues, and 3 of those are sports parks. Those are many square miles wide. Everyone in this council chamber is familiar with the fact that the Los Angeles Police Department does not operate in a footbeat configuration. When we're anticipating responding to incidents and emergencies, we deploy our officers in an A-car configuration, that is 2 officers in a car, in order to respond to those emergency calls. We understand that the security footprints for each of these venues will impact areas that have residences, businesses that are still open with people living there, as well as the fact that we need to deal with the number of spectators that will be crowding into these areas. We will be deploying numerous officers that are in a mobile configuration in order to deal with any emergencies or incidents that arise in those areas, and these black and whites are to support that. As you see in our budget, or the responses that we've had at various points, it's to show that we are doing everything we can to use the vehicles already on hand, but the department will be fully mobilized. What you see each day in black and whites, those need to stay on the patrol side of the house. Everything for games operations, we need to make sure that those officers can remain mobile. We will use the additional seats in the back, so those back seats, because they're coming and we can put officers there, we will use it to enhance our ability to transport people to their posts. But most certainly, we are at this point trying to make a decision about what our footprint, when you see LAPD people securing the games, or are we ceding that to other agencies to keep our city streets safe?
My understanding is that the federal government is supposed to be providing the security because it's a major venue, it's a major event.
So, ma'am, this falls under the National Special Security Event.
Right.
And so the Secret Service is the lead for that, but the federal government performs very specific operations. They will not perform patrol in our streets, and I think that's probably more towards what we're looking for.
So, but you just talked about patrolling the venues. My understanding is that the federal government's supposed to cover that. You're talking about, there's 2 things, right? One is patrolling the venues and one is patrolling the streets. Yeah. And I just can't get clarity because we have these ad hoc Olympic committee meetings where LA 28 comes in and says that the federal government is going to be providing the security, which we haven't gotten that finalized yet. But assuming that's the case, what is LAPD's role inside of the perimeters of the venues? My understanding is that it's not. Same goes for inside the Athletes Village. And the fact that we haven't nailed this down, and I feel like we're having 2 different conversations, and it's confusing and starting to get frustrating.
So I can recognize that frustration, ma'am, absolutely. If I can clarify for you, both Commander Mota and I represent Chief McDonnell on the NSSC co-chairs, so we're at these regular meetings with the Secret Service. It is an inaccurate statement, if that's what's been conveyed to council, to say that the federal government will secure the entirety of these venues. The federal government's apparatus has been very specific with us about that they have clear roles that relate to the security for our international delegations that come, some of the places where there are high security assets within the venues. But when you talk about, as Commander Mota said, cops on dots, that high visibility on the corners, when we talk about who is going to do enforcement or respond to radio calls, they don't actually have the ability to enforce state laws for us. That is something that you have to have somebody that has a California Post certification in order to do. We can certainly work with the federal government to expand on what their willingness to perform things that are normally by municipal law enforcement, but we are happy to offer greater clarity of what the clear delineation is that has been described to us by the federal government of their responsibilities versus local law enforcement.
Well, I guess this is not the first time this has happened. Atlanta hosted, Salt Lake City. I mean, there's a lot of more recent precedent than the LA Games in '84. Did Salt Lake City have to hire or buy hundreds of new cars for their games, or?
So Salt Lake City was the first NSSC for the country. The NSSC structure was established after 9/11, and ultimately it was an all-of-state apparatus. We do have to recognize that the winter games are 1/4 the size of the summer games.
Understood.
But yes, they did rely heavily on what took place by bringing in people from across the state in their county and municipal law enforcement. They had the benefit of having Senator Mitt Romney working on their commission in order to facilitate the funding for that.
Sure. What are the mutual aid assumptions in your deployment model for the Olympics?
So this request that we're making is specific for our personnel. Each day, as Commander Mota shared, our high deployment is at 6,700. When we've done the estimates for the overall region, that is looking at 30,000 personnel, law enforcement personnel that need to be brought into the region to fulfill municipal law enforcement roles. We certainly will not be filling all of those ourselves. With respect to mutual aid, because this has not been declared as a state of emergency, it does not activate the mutual aid system. As it's been framed to us, we will have to use contract services in which we will need to pay any outside agencies coming into town. And that includes if they are from outside of the region, that we would have to cover their hotel costs, per diem, and transportation.
So you're saying the average daily deployment during the games is like going to be 6,700?
Just for the city of Los Angeles. We've run the estimates for the rest of the region, which will bring it up to closer to 30,000 personnel needed for each 24-hour period. And that's not including our specialized resources. So when we're looking at canines, bomb squad, hazmat, et cetera. It also does not account for the games route network, which covers significant mileage on our freeways and streets. The street part of the games route network will be the responsibility of the Los Angeles Police Department or any entities that we bring in order to have oversight and direction.
6,700 is beyond what we have right now for tactical alert. I mean,
it absolutely is.
Everybody.
So we will have to bring in outside resources. The most that the department is able to dedicate toward the games on a daily basis hovers around 2,400. That gets smaller as we start to say how many staging locations we need to deploy from, how many other logistical support functions we need to fulfill.
Is there any way that back to the vehicles, is there any way we could repurpose other vehicles, like non-black and white vehicles, for transportation purposes?
So again, for transportation, we're already putting everything that we can toward that. That is pulling every single piece of our fleet, whether it's smaller vans up to the 15-person vans, our dual-purpose vehicles. Our request for this is because of the recognition that we have to cover so many square miles and do basic patrol functions there, high visibility and emergency response within these secured perimeters.
Okay, I think we still have okay. And this is a question for CAO. Are either leased or purchased vehicles of any type eligible for reimbursement by LA 28 or the federal government?
So we don't have complete clarity on the eligible uses of the federal dollars, the $1 billion that was set aside in the budget bill. That is reserved for state and local security costs. However, we have initial indications that costs associated with the games, equipment costs associated with the games could be eligible, but it would not, purchases would not be eligible because that purchase would extend beyond the life of the event. So we do believe that that leasing costs or rental costs could be
So
eligible.
using MICLA to buy cop cars for the Olympics is not going to be reimbursable, but if we were to lease the cars, it would be, potentially?
That's what our early indications are, yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Hernandez, you had a follow-up?
Yes, but it's around the overall Olympics.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I would like to request a budget memo that outlines LAPD's deployment model for the Olympics, what that cost will be, and what will the cost will be to contract with outside agencies to support with that.
And
Great.
just for clarification, we will be able to give you some general ideas, but because it's yet to be determined if we'll be able to bring in out-of-state resources, that's an unknown as to what their average rate will be. We'll calculate it based off of our rate, assuming that that hovers around what their daily salary will be.
That'd be great, thank you.
If I could, Madam Chair, just a point on the consideration for lease vehicles versus purchase through MECLA. Many of the vehicles, as was mentioned, that would be salvaged prior to the Olympics, we're hanging on to. They will need to be salvaged once the Olympics are over because of the miles on them, and you know, they're way past end of life.
Understood. Councilmember McCosker.
Could I then get a budget, following on your questions, each of your questions, could we get a budget memo on the comparative cost of just purchasing vehicles through MECLA versus leasing vehicles, taking into account the what will be the natural attrition and turnover of some of our rolling stock? So we're looking at the MECLA purchase, which you know violates our policies. But what does that cost? What savings are there, or what opportunities are there to replace our rolling stock? And how do we compare that to leasing? And then I think you're going to need to factor in what's reimbursable potentially reimbursable out of the federal bill.
I'm going to add in what the interest for purchasing with MECLA too is when we're talking about costs, include interest in there. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Yeah, very interested in these different options. How do you lease a police vehicle? I mean, is that done? Is there some agency out there? Because doesn't it have to then be outfitted with LAPD logo and
from smaller? So it can be from smaller agencies. It's not what we do. I would also like to stress and really stress the importance that the NOFO for OB3 is not yet out. There's been much discussion about what will qualify for that. Salaries alone will greatly exceed what that is available. And so
that's currently available.
Currently, but that's knowing what we will deploy as a city of LA from our own resources can move beyond what OB3 can properly fund, and knowing that other municipalities will be looking to attach to that, as well as the city beyond just fire, police, and DOT. When we ran those calculations, we exceeded the $1 billion on our own salaries that are deployed towards those games. And so I would like to offer some clarity on that to make sure that as we're moving forward and looking to say, well, maybe OB3 can take care of this, we certainly, as the city of LA, will greatly exceed what is available, knowing other people will want to seek funds.
Which, as budget chair, I'll just say I don't think that that's an option, because we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, and if we go over, we know we have to eat that, right? And maybe some of it comes out of the LA 28 reserve fund, but that entire fund is only a couple $100 million. Yes. So I think we need a better plan.
Chairwoman?
Yes, Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. Building off of Councilmember Blumenfield's question, considering that, do they all need to be cop cars? Can't we just get like big buses to transport a large number of officers to a location? If it's not a mix, like you're not going to have police officers walking. Is every police officer just going to be in a vehicle?
No.
I just want to understand, like, if we can lease not just police type vehicles, but also like everybody get on the school bus. We're going to go to Dodger Stadium. Like, just thinking about all the options.
We have to imagine with that number of personnel that we're putting out, what we're looking at, as we talked about, we cannot cover all of the cops on dots that we need. We really are at the point of trying to say that the LAPD officers are the ones that are doing patrol, because when we're saying that somebody is calling for help, they expect to see somebody who knows the streets, knows what our policies and procedures are, and understands what is supposed to happen in the city of LA. So most of our personnel will ultimately be mobile. It is all of these outside resources that, yes, we will be doing that. We will say, you need to gather up at this parking lot. We need to put you in vans, in buses, whatever conveyance we have to get you there. But we are really having to strategize how to make sure that we understand that in these specific security zones that have a very unique experience of all of this influx of tourists, but also these residences and businesses who will still have 911 calls for service, that they're not having to wait for a patrol car to go through vehicle screening, to get through a special lane, to get through gridlock to get to them. They deserve to still have that immediate response. And so part of that, having that mobile quick response force, is to stop the clock, that those personnel, while they're driving around, high visibility, making sure the streets are safe, that where people are having a good experience, but also if there is a call for service in that area, they can get there first and start to address it. And that's why there is this kind of immediacy and need for this, so that we are equipping our personnel with the standard equipment that they would normally have, police vehicles that have ballistic panels, that have space for them to carry all of their equipment, and that we are tasking our LAPD officers with that very important function.
Understood. And just last one on this is, but like, let's say we contract with Riverside Sheriffs. Wouldn't Riverside Sheriffs have their own vehicles that they could use?
No, absolutely. And so that would be the thing, that they would transport themselves. But again, we're prioritizing that those are the people that are on foot. The mobile officers, and we also can't guarantee that. So when we talk about the region, this is a regional effort. As much as it's in the city of LA, all of our surrounding county partners are going to be looked to be drawn into this. And so LASD has kind of the relationships with those other county partners as law enforcement as first to try to meet those contract obligations. Our other strong issue with all of this is the lead time for the vehicles. Making a decision in this process to not order them really restricts our options as a city of what we're able to do. We are then committing to saying that we have to explore other agencies being the primary law enforcement response in the city of LA.
Well, I don't think we have to commit to that part. I think there's still a lot of questions and answers that I have, but also answers that we need. Like, yes, we need time to purchase the vehicles, but also, like, why does that have to be the only option? So I would be afraid to make this $42 million commitment plus interest when we don't even have the answers on what the plan actually is, right? We haven't even decided who's going to be patrolling the venues and who's going to be outside. So too many questions for me. That's a huge chunk of money, but I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. And certainly, again, as we make the plan, we look to prioritize the values of the city, and we believe that the Los Angeles Police Department, more than calling in an out-of-state agency or out-of-region agency, represents that. And so when we're prioritizing where we will put our personnel, it is to be in that mobile configuration. And obviously, as we come through here each year, we are an agency that is based in cars.
Thank you.
So just one quick related question. You mentioned that mutual aid isn't available because it's not a state of emergency.
Mm-hmm.
Is that state law that dictates?
Yes, so
mutual
state
aid?
of emergency is required in order to seek that mutual aid ahead of time. It's really, we don't normally apply that for anything that is a pre-planned event. So
Would there be value in trying to change that law around the Olympics?
That is something.
Would we rather have mutual aid from neighboring jurisdictions rather than just having the federal government come in and dictate who they're bringing with them?
Think that using a mutual aid system and activating that is something that people are more accustomed to and something that is worth exploring. But it would be asking people to shift their understanding of how we declare a state of emergency and looking at it and recognizing that we have a dearth of resources, but a very demonstrated risk to the city.
For a time-limited period
For a
of time.
time-limited period, but that would be a deviation from the norm when we talk about states of emergency. It is normally not something that we can say 2 years out we know, but we do know today that we are grossly under what we need to be able to staff this ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if we could change state law. I mean, we were in Japan where we met. They changed all sorts of national laws ahead of the Olympics. They declared new national holidays so that Japanese citizens could go to the games. I mean, they did all sorts of things, right? So I wonder if we could change state law for this particular event on what triggers mutual aid, rather than saying that this is a state of emergency. We just change the law on what triggers mutual aid. Being something that's available that we could avail ourselves of. You had a follow-up, Councilmember Bloomfield?
Yeah, no, and I very much like that idea of changing state law. I don't think it really needs to be that complicated.
It doesn't have to be.
Having served in Sacramento, I mean, that would be a law I think folks would be eager to create an exception for. I still can't get my head around the leasing option. I mean, it's an interesting option, but I want to understand what that looks like, because there's no company out there that has PD vehicles sitting around that's going to lease to us. So you'd be leasing from other, like the Alabama Police Department, and then they would give us a vehicle that says Alabama on it. What does that look like? Or would we be leasing generic police cars with ballistic sides that you would then, stick a cherry on top or something? What is it? I can't get my head around it. What does it mean?
Good afternoon, Craig Field, Commanding Officer, Motor Transport Division. Yeah, you're right, sir. There's nothing that I know of right now, no system of leasing police vehicles.
So would it be, and is there a system of leasing sort of generic police vehicles with no logos on them, or there's nothing like that at all?
You could possibly lease plain police pursuit rated vehicles.
Right. Or you could lease cars and then put something on top to make it a temporary police car, I guess. I don't know. It's what I hear the different options and I'm interested, but I can't. Has anything like this been done, and what does it look like? Because I can't picture it.
Well, I can just speak from my time on the job, sir. No, nothing. We've never done anything like that.
Okay.
And again, I think the patrol car.
Is there an imaginable? You have better imaginations than I do. So, when it comes to police things, what could it look like?
Well, we could look at possibly putting, lights in plain cars to at least give it some visibility. But I think there's a lot to be said for the visibility of a black and white patrol car with a light bar and a siren. It's public safety wise and visibility, if they're code 3, it's obvious to all who they are and their, their intent.
Versus leasing or letting people use their own vehicles and putting light bars on them would be odd. But okay. I'm trying to get.
I have a follow-up to that. Since I'm the one that asked about doing the analysis of lease versus buy, it's rather generous to say you have a greater imagination to a group of folks who don't want any other option than to buy.
Okay.
That's a generous offer. You have a better imagination because you have to write the check. The folks who have to write the check have less imagination. The idea that you can't, I'm not saying I'm opposed to the purchase, but don't sit here and tell us that we can't have the analysis, that there's no such thing as leasing a vehicle. And don't tell me that cops don't drive around in unmarked cars.
Nobody's telling you that.
Okay, so let's get to the part where we have the information and we make a good decision.
Okay. I have a couple more. Follow-ups.
Follow-up to that.
Councilwoman Hutt.
If they are doing a report back, I'd be interested in understanding what the insurance looks like on a lease, because we don't have the ownership. So is it self-insured?
We're always self-insured.
But the lease would not be, would it? Who would know that?
So can we include that in the memo on what insurance would look like?
Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Hernandez, do you have a follow-up?
Yes. I just want to make sure that I have understood what has been shared so far. That we are looking during the Olympics to have LAPD be the ones responding to emergencies out in our communities. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So basic in the community, and then also we have the secured perimeter, which includes part of the community. Yes.
Understood. Okay. So LAPD on the outside community perimeter and in the community. And we have our force and we have our vehicles there. So what we're talking about is filling the gap of around the venues vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in and around venue vehicles, I don't see why it needs to be a cop car. Yeah, I don't see why we need to have everything on it. Like, I can see how it could be an unmarked vehicle if what we're talking about is filling the gap of in and around the venues, since LAPD will already be external. So that's why I said I had more questions and I need more answers, because this is a heavy commitment, and if that is the plan, then I think we can be more flexible in the vehicles that we use within the perimeter of the venues. And so I just want us to ask ourselves that, like, if that is the gap, then there's many innovative ways that we can fill that gap without having to spend $42 million of MICLA on police vehicles.
If I
we're
could,
talking about in
Sorry.
the venue, right?
Right. There's, and the clarity for that, if you could talk about the red zone and the yellow zone, because that complicates it. There is not a one perimeter, there's a couple of perimeters, and people still living and working within the outer perimeter.
Dodger Stadium, absolutely. I know what you're talking about.
Yes, so to clarify, again, it extends for many, many blocks outside of what you would think of as the venue. On your approach toward the Coliseum or BMO Stadium, you're walking through what is still the perimeter, because the vehicle perimeter is based off of threats of vehicles, right? Of how a bomb that could go in a vehicle and how it could damage the site. And so that goes much farther out than what you think of when you think of maybe a traditional venue perimeter. Because for most events, when we think of a game at Dodger Stadium, it is really the stadium and the parking lot, right? For this, again, we're moving many, many blocks out in every direction. When you think of things like the Athlete Village, it covers a lot of UCLA's campus, encroaches onto a lot of city streets. And so this is where we're looking for that. I will say that part of what we were trying to do in order to look at this being fiscally responsible is saying that then is the following fiscal year's fleet, that standard 300 that we would be coming to you for, that supplants for that following year. So that when we say that 28, 29, these vehicles are integrated into fleet, so we shouldn't be asking for them again. They now become into service for our regular patrol functions. I can certainly appreciate the idea that we want to use alternative vehicles, and we will include that in the memo, but similar to any other time that we're saying that LAPD officers are conducting patrol, we don't do that in plain vehicles, and that is something that, again, if we're trying to provide the standard of service that we would normally provide, and then also in this heightened threat picture, to what Director Fields was noting, we do believe there is value in those being high visibility vehicles and the standard equipment that our labor force is used to using.
Understood. Well, last question for me on the vehicles is, for this, in the more internal zone, you're saying that this would be our contracted law enforcement?
So it would be also part of in the outer part as well on foot, because that is where you actually have the highest risk, because nobody has been screened. Any person walking in with a backpack is still possibly
But that's
a bad
walking,
actor.
you said, right?
Yes, so we will have taken care of anything that is a motorized conveyance coming in, but anybody on foot, you are free to move about that area without being screened until you get to an area where we've determined that you're ticketed and needing to approach the venue, and that's where we'll have our pedestrian screening areas. There is a need for law enforcement. Actually, the greatest concentration is in that outer perimeter area because of the threat that exists with the concentration of people, but not having screened any of them. So that is where you will see the highest number of personnel on their feet, but also balanced by people in police vehicles. And that will also be to support the Games Route Network on the approach on the city streets, as we need to keep that clear for the movement of athletes, officials, and dignitaries.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions on civilian deployment, shifting gears. Oh, you have a follow-up?
Well, I have one more question on the vehicles, but
Okay.
not the patrol vehicles, the 107 other vehicles. What are they?
So those are a mix of various types of vehicles that are in order to support the games operations. And so in that, you will see that there were dual-purpose vehicles, unmarked plane vehicles, one-ton cab crew trucks. So those are logistics vehicles. It's quite the mix, and we can certainly give more description as to each one. But those are intended to support the logistical needs of the games as well as movement of personnel, then integrate into regular department fleet.
Right, and those typically have a life cycle more than 6 years, right? I mean, those are more MICLA appropriate in that sense, right?
Greg, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, the answer to that is yes.
Okay. Shifting gears, civilian deployment. Given our Yep.
Just a quick follow-up. What would be the higher priority, the 107 or the 300 black and whites?
You want to give an assessment
Sophie's
based
choice
on the
here. I
Olympics?
saw that look.
In my opinion, it'd be the black and whites.
Okay.
All right.
Give it a shot.
So civilian deployment. So there's an ongoing discussion about whether a force of 8,500 sworn officers at LAPD is sufficient, or if it should be 9,000, 10,000, 12,000, as the chief you stated in February. There's a high demand on our officers to do high priority criminal investigations and crime prevention. We also know our police department is often pulled in other directions with competing priorities. So my question here is, can we relieve some of the time pressure on our sworn officers by leveraging our civilian workforce? So like, for example, what tasks, calls, or responsibilities currently handled by sworn officers could safely be done by civilians, and what savings might this offer? And if that's not something you can easily answer at the table now, I maybe would like...
No, I can easily answer that. We don't have enough sworn professional staff to do the job of sworn professional staff today. To free them up to do sworn, what are currently being done by sworn is kind of a fantasy to us. We're so low right now on both civilian professional staff and sworn, we're barely getting by. And so to try and say that we could free up sworn by putting civilian professional staff in some roles.
Not into sworn roles, but you have, look at the RAND report, it looks like there are sworn officers who don't have to be doing the things that they're doing that could be done by civilians, right? They're on desk duty, and they're not injured. They're not there because of disciplinary reasons. They're there for other reasons. Maybe they're there because a civilian position was eliminated. So you have sworn doing work that could be done by a civilian that's more appropriately done by civilians. I'm wondering how many sworn you have that could be deployed doing more traditional sworn work. And if you don't have that right now, I might ask for a special study on what that looks like.
Yeah, I don't have the number for you today. We can get that to you. But yes, I mean, due to the depletion of our professional staff, there have been sworn officers that had to take on some of those responsibilities, whether they're statutory or whether they're, policy oriented. But no, I do not have that number for you today, but we can get it for you.
All right, I would like that. I don't know if that's a special study or if it's just a budget memo on of the folks on the sworn side who are doing jobs that traditionally have been, or you would hire them now as civilians, how many of those folks, how many sworn are doing civilian jobs? Because you don't have the civilians to do it. Along similar lines, I know my colleague, Councilwoman Hernandez, has raised this. How does LAPD currently deploy drones as an augmentation or alternative to aerial support or other reconnaissance activities?
Thank you. Yeah, that's a good question. Currently, we're just starting out. We've been up about 9 months with drone as a first responder. The feedback has been tremendous that it is a force multiplier for us. It is gets us quicker response than we would get from units on the ground or, in most cases, the air unit. They're not mutually exclusive. We have a need for a tactical flight officer and a pilot in the air to be able to direct ground units from an officer safety perspective during a tactical situation like a pursuit. Tremendous asset and saves lives every week. The drones are a supplement to that, to be able to get an eye in the sky that's quiet, that's there quick, and can do a video download to be able then to provide additional information and evidence collection for the responding units, or to cancel in 10% of the cases currently, to cancel the unit from having to respond so they can go to another call. It's a constant triage situation, but I think that the two, at least in the short term, the next 5 years, 10 years, there will be a need to be able to have both because they do different things, but they can supplement each other very well.
Is there any opportunity down the line to replace, not all, but maybe one or more of the helicopters with a bunch of drones? I mean, we know how expensive helicopters are.
Right.
Deployment is based on some old studies and data, and also just everything you just raised makes complete sense. I understand you're never going to replace all your helicopters with drones, but I would love to see a special study on the legal limitations, necessary infrastructure, or other investments and policy considerations such as privacy protections that would need to be addressed in order to effectively and responsibly use drones on a more widespread basis. The report should identify any savings that may be achieved if drones are able to replace other activities, including some of the helicopters. So I guess one question is, how long do you think a report like that would take for us to see? I think it would be helpful information. I know that it's not one-to-one, that you can't replace, one helicopter with 10 drones or whatever, but do you see down the line there being an ability to reduce our reliance or our fleet of helicopters, which we know are very expensive and but also very important?
Yeah, I'll give it to the expert in a minute. I'd say just from a 30,000-foot perspective, that when you look at where we are today relative to drones, 5 years ago, I couldn't have imagined that we would be able to do what we're doing with drones currently. To be able to speculate where we might be 5, 10 years from now, I think there's tremendous advances going to be made, and we may be surprised with what they're able to do. But in the short term, in the model that we use in police in the city of this size with the resources we have, I think the supplement is the way to go for us. Right?
Right. I think that'd be hard to say at this point. We're so new into the program. I would say it definitely increases our efficiencies. If anything, we work in partnership with Airship. There's times that we're on scene, we'll see suspects loading up into a car. We're able to relay that to air support and literally hand it off to air support. The same thing, we'll have cases where a helicopter's overhead. There's areas that they can't see where the drone can. So the drone will respond. The airship's able to go on to other tasks that they're more appropriate to use. So I'd say right now we increase each other's efficiency and we work well together.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Hernandez, did you have a follow-up to that?
I do on helicopters.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. Yesterday, during the conversation on MICLA, I requested a memo on the purpose of this program, not the drone one, but the helicopter one, because I have not seen one provided yet, even after the lengthy conversation we had last year in the budget. Last year, there was a long conversation around the helicopters. I put in a budget memo, or a special study requesting that LAPD, the CAO, and the CLA work with outside partners to put together a plan and assessment of our helicopter program. And I know that the CLA has been working on that, on an overall report in concert with LAPD and outside experts. And one item that seemed to be missing from this assessment is the rationale for the 17 helicopters. So can you please explain why you need 17 helicopters in the fleet when you only have 2 flying at a given moment?
Yes. Good afternoon, Jay Milanakis with Air Support Division. I'm here with my partner, Lieutenant Tarek Ishmael. Currently, we have 16 helicopters, not 17. That is 15 A-Stars and 1 medium lift helicopter. The way our division is set up is that we have a model where we require 11 helicopters per day in order to function. The way that breaks down is that we have 4 shifts, 2 helicopters per shift. However, we deploy 6 helicopters for our Astro, which is our basic patrol airships. Then we factor in 2 helicopters for our special flights, 2 helicopters for our training, and then an extra helicopter for any type of additional things that may be done, such as flight checks. So, and just to give you an example, for instance, today, when we came into work, there's a board in our watch commander's office that tells us which helicopters or which airships are mission ready. So out of those 15 A-Star helicopters, there was only 10 that are actually mission ready. And out of those 10, only actually 2 of those were below their hours, meaning that they didn't have enough hours in order to perform an entire shift. So in reality, that brings us down to 8 ships out of 11 that we need. So although it may seem like 16 helicopters is a lot of helicopters, on a given day, it's not 16 helicopters that are ready to fly, and that's because of maintenance cycles and so forth.
Understood. And so a day, how many then do you have in the air?
I'm sorry, say again?
So then can you tell me, thank you for that answer. Per day, can you tell me how many are in the air then?
Well, it depends on the day, but generally speaking, each watch, there's going to be 2 in the air at any given time.
24 hours a day?
No, we operate in a 20-hour cycle.
Okay, 20 hours, okay. I would like to make sure that Memo 71 on the memos list circulated from yesterday includes information on the hours and costs for emergency police activity, non-emergency police activity, and non-policing activities that are being done with the helicopter. And then I would like another memo, which is related to non-policing activities. I would also like a memo on the usage of police motorcycles for emergency police activity, non-emergency police activity, and non-policing activities. This information should include hours and costs for these activities, broken down by hourly rate and average cost per activity, whether it's emergency, non-emergency, or non-policing, and the districts. Thank you. I have a lot more questions, but that was just on helicopters, so I'll pass it to you.
Okay, yeah, I have just a few more questions on basic car plan. So what would you need to reevaluate the basic car deployment? My understanding is it's a couple $100,000.
Yeah, it would probably be at least that. The challenge with that is we did the basic car plan in 1968, and we came up that the city was broken down into 122 basic car areas. We maintained that until 1996. We reevaluated the basic car plan, and there was found to be a need to increase the number of basic cars citywide to 168. If we were to break it down again, we can anticipate that we would probably be at least 30 to 50 additional basic car areas. And with the staffing we have, that would be something that would sit on the shelf. We don't have an ability with vehicles, with all of the tools necessary and personnel more than anything to be able to staff any additional basic cars from what we have today. We're going in the wrong direction right now as far as personnel.
So I understand the need for more sworn to fully staff a more accurate and updated basic car plan, including SLOs. Is there any way the department could make internal restructuring or decisions around sworn deployment? Like we were talking earlier about sworn doing jobs that civilians used to do or could do. Is there a way to rejigger that internally so you free up some sworn to start to expand the basic car plan without hiring another 1,000 police officers?
We just did that probably 6 or so months ago. We reorganized the department in an effort to be able to free up additional bodies from administrative type assignments, community-based assignments, to be able to get people back in the patrol cars.
And how did that work out?
It worked out well. We had an increase of, anybody have that number handy? A substantial increase in the number of people. I want to say 575 overall that we're able to get back into, and that includes motor or traffic going from a centralized traffic function back to bureaus and available to the areas. And so we took a good look at trying to be able to free up people who could work the field. That's something we reevaluate on a regular basis because that's where our primary mission is. But we also have to, at the same time, looking at specialized assignments. We're down, that we are as lean as you could imagine. We've combined various specialized divisions and created divisions that handle a variety of different crime types. And we're in a position now where we don't want to say we no longer handle pick a crime. We want to be able to be a full-service police department, but that has been strained with the resources we have available to us.
Okay. And did you add additional basic cars as part of that reorg?
Not at all. Okay. We don't have the ability to be able to add basic cars. To add a basic car each basic car takes roughly 11 officers to do around-the-clock service. And then you have the vehicle needs and all of the other support logistical functions.
But you said you freed up about 575. So you
to go back in. Yeah, we weren't fielding police cars in areas throughout the city. We've tried to do a large number of those were traffic, to be able to give the area captains and the bureau chiefs the ability to be able to focus their traffic resources on their problems in a more localized way. That was helpful. We had the community CRS. Yeah, community engagement, no. Community relations section and public engagement section. Is that it? Yeah. If you could speak to that, Chief.
Yes, good afternoon. So we had a unit within the Office of the Chief of Police. We had a community relations section, and we had a public engagement section under the homelessness liaison unit. And those two entities were reorganized and sent back out into patrol. With those officers, we were able to fill some senior lead officer vacancies and also add officers to divisions that were short in their patrol deployment. The traffic divisions went back to the bureaus so that the captains and each individual bureau could have strategic engagement and enforcement for traffic. So the reorg of the community relations section, public engagement section, and then sending the traffic divisions back into operations. Also, the Community Safety Partnership Bureau was brought under the Office of Operations, and they are engaging and coordinating with each of the divisions that we have the CSP sites in as well.
Okay. This is a pretty parochial reason for bringing all this up, but, for example, in my district, we have one basic car for the West LA division, which is meant to cover more than 25 square miles, which is half the size of San Francisco. It means that response times are unacceptably slow. And, I guess I'd just like to ask I'd like to request a memo on resources necessary. I understand that if we update the basic car plan, it's going to show that we need a lot more basic cars, but at least then we have a starting point for starting to have the conversation. So a memo on resources necessary to update the LAPD's basic car plan to better fit the proportionate needs of divisions. And you mentioned traffic. When we give citations, most of that money goes back to the state. So, if there are other recommendations that you all have for potential state law changes that will allow us to, for example, we know we need more traffic officers, but when they write a ticket, we don't receive that revenue. So if you have recommendations as well on how we can seek some changes to state law that would allow us to get some cost recovery on things like giving moving vehicle citations, that helps inform how we think about a legislative platform for Sacramento. Okay, I'm done. Colleagues, more questions? Councilwoman Hernandez.
Okay.
Followed by Councilmember Blumenfield.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. This is for the CAO. Departmental receipts are down by $3 million for fiscal year 27. Even though there has been a change to update fees for different permits, as well as a continuation of our major contracts such as MTA. Can you please tell us what accounts for the $3 million decline in departmental receipts?
Are those departmental receipts related to
For
LAPD?
LAPD? Yes.
We may need to report back on that.
Okay.
Yeah, we can report back on it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next is another one for the CAO. There is significant increases in funding coming from the Supplemental Law Enforcement Services Fund. How much money is currently in the Supplemental Law Enforcement Services Fund? Can you share that, please?
Yeah, we don't have that information in front of us right now, Councilmember. There we go.
So y'all can report back then? I'm gonna request a budget memo. You can include it there too if you need to. Okay, so I'd like a memo providing information on what generates the revenue for this fund, how decisions on the use of these funds are made, and outlining types of expenses and transfers within the current proposed police department and other departmental budgets that can be covered by this account. Okay. Next, I have a question for the dispatch consoles. I understand that LAPD requested that this be funded by MICLA. Why was it decided that this be covered by the general fund instead? Maybe a mayor's office answer the question. I got a team of experts and
Thank you.
We can report back on that. I believe that it may not be eligible for MICLA. We'll report back on that.
Okay, and I just want to name out loud we're talking about buying vehicles, black and whites, and going against our policy there. But these consoles, they've already been existing for like 2 decades, right? The ones we have, they're really old.
Really old.
So they last a long time, so I don't believe that they're not eligible. So I would like a memo moving the funds. I'd like a memo moving the funding of these dispatch consoles and any approved components of it to MICLA. Unless someone can tell me that it does not qualify for MICLA.
We'll be happy to report back on
Okay.
that, and we can report on the eligibility at the same time.
Okay, great, thank you. I have a few more questions. Is that okay, Chair? Yep. Thank you. 2025 has seen a reported 19% drop in homicide rates citywide, including a reduction in gang-related homicides. In the Olympic division alone, in the Olympic division that is covered by that CD1 is covered by, we have at least 7 different gangs. When I did a ride-along with them, they showed me a lot of that information, and it was very jarring. And so my question is, can you please describe how community investments such as the GRID program contribute to LAPD's efforts to reduce gang violence and retaliation?
So we have a working relationship with the Mayor's Office of Gang Reduction and Youth Development, and there are grid providers throughout each bureau, as you know. There is a protocol in place where if there is a gang-related incident or a shooting or a feud or an identified gang neighborhood day, there is a coordination between the gang unit, patrol, CSP, and the regional program directors. So they have their lane, we have ours. The expectation is that if there is an incident that occurs that we become aware of, we notify the regional program director. They launch their teams and they go out in the community to try to prevent retaliatory shootings and stop that violence. That gives LAPD enough time to provide high visibility in the area and have strategic enforcement rather than over suppressing the communities. So the GRID model has worked specifically in South Los Angeles. Across the city, we have a reduction in victims shot, and it's been successful. I definitely know that it is a coordinated effort, because with gang crime is also narcotic sales, human trafficking, and on that end, we don't necessarily coordinate with the GRID office to address that side of the house. But for the violent crime, the shootings, there is a coordination between LAPD and the gang intervention. And the really important part of that is also the prevention component. We don't want to be responding to those incidents. So the prevention component of the GRID program, working with the youth, having the community ambassadors has also been successful.
Beautiful, thank you. Can you please describe how community investments such as the graffiti abatement provided through the Office of Community Beautification contribute to LAPD's efforts to reduce gang violence and retaliation?
It's extremely important as it relates to the community concerns in the environment and getting that graffiti painted out immediately. It could be the difference between life or death with having some of that gang graffiti up. Our patrol officers, our senior lead officers are very diligent about utilizing 311 and ensuring that that graffiti gets cleaned up quickly. Not only the graffiti, but there's also a gang nexus to some of our homeless encampments. And ensuring that our gang units are out building those relationships, seeing where the narcotics are being sold, if there's graffiti or trash that can be immediately cleaned up and picked up, that can make the difference between a shooting or someone feeling like they can commit crime in this area because it looks chaotic and no one cares. So lighting is important, graffiti removal is important, clean streets are important, and then the feeling of safety. Our business owners, people walking with no street lights, if I don't feel safe, then it's not safe.
Thank you. Thank you for answering that. And on Thursday, we're going to talk about Public Works and the Public Works Department, including the Office of Beautification. And I do want to uplift that right now in the proposed budget, there's been an additional $900,000 reduction in the graffiti abatement programs. And I just think it's something to consider, as it does help LAPD do their job, but also prevents more violence. And we are talking about life and death, so thank you. Now, a question around the firearms and ammunition line item. What is the firearms and ammunition line item being used for?
Is it strictly ammunition? Please, well, I mean, for the firearms, I don't have the exact specifics on the actual line item, but we purchase firearms, obviously, for all of our recruits coming into the academy. That's a set cost of what our purchase is, as well as ammunition. We qualify 3 times per year, as well as all the ammunition that's used in the academy in training. So that's the overall total cost of ammunition and firearms purchases. And built into there is probably also some of our less lethal weapon systems. That's built into that cost as well. I don't have a complete breakdown of each line item, though.
Wonderful, thank you, sir. And I bring this up because the firearms and ammunition line item nearly doubled from last year. It went from $2 million last budget cycle to $4 million this budget cycle. And so I would like to request a memo for you all to provide us a list of the budget expenses and categories for the firearms and ammunition line item, please.
We'll do that. Just for background, the price of ammunition in recent years went skyrocketed.
Thank you.
Just to, hello, the reason for the increase is last year, hello? Last year, the department was not, this year, the department received funding for recruits of 510. Last year, as you recall, we received funding for recruits of 240. That is primarily the reason for the increase.
Understood. Are there any, I'd still like a breakdown and a memo of that, please, for that information. And again, a list of the expenditures, please. Now I have 2 more sections, a PSR and contractual services. I know we talked about PSRs, but I missed my chance there, sorry. When I came into office, the dispatching center for LAPD across the street was one of the first places I went to. And when I went, PSRs were understaffed. I think the starting rate was like $54,000, but they were also on mandatory overtime. This was burning people out, but they were on mandatory overtime for us to meet the basic demands of the city. And so I know that I put in a motion about almost 3 years ago now, trying to create the incentives that Councilmember Yaroslavsky was asking about, trying to create a more expedited hiring process. And I guess I just don't have no questions on that. So I'm going to ask for a budget memo, and that's to instruct the CAO in coordination with the police department to report on current PSR staffing levels, including vacancies, overtime usage, and workload capacity, and identify the number of additional PSRs and associated funding required to achieve sustainable staffing levels. But I do have a question that I actually just want to make sure I heard correctly. Are you saying that are they back on mandatory overtime right now?
No. So our PSRs are not on mandatory overtime as of this point. We are paying overtime a lot because of shortage for supervisors, but it's not mandatory. It's voluntary at this point.
Okay, so it's much better than
Yes.
Okay, but we still need to make it better. So that's why I'm putting this budget memo forward.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Now I'm going to contractual services, so thank you. Sorry, I'm almost done. This is my last section. Contractual services. I want to talk about the body-worn camera line item. Can you please tell me what is included in the body-worn camera line item in contractual services? Are there new features that we didn't have before? What do those features include? Is this higher than the base model? Are there tiers to the contract or the models? And does it include any enhancements around AI? Lots of questions, but and I can repeat them, but just, want all that info, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Dean Gialamas, the Chief Information Officer and Commanding Officer for the Information and Technology Bureau at LAPD. I'll try to get as many of them as I can, so if I forget one, I'm sure you'll remind me. The contract itself is for existing services of our body-worn cameras, our digital in-car video systems, and our taser units, the less lethal units that our officers carry. It includes an upgrade, so new equipment that is coming out that we have to replace. There are equipment refreshes that are also included during the lifetime and term of the contract. There are additional features that are going into this contract with the proposed vendor that include some of the AI features that you mentioned. So things like auto tagging, the ability to have AI record some of the interactions for police reports so that it takes time away from the officers, allowing them to have a better and easier ability to write reports without taking as much time. You heard an example earlier about the Prepared 911, the AI-based system that's essentially listening to the 911 calls to be able to help our dispatchers deal with the calls in a much more timely fashion. It includes some of our ALPRs, the automated license plate readers that exist. I don't know if I tackled all of them for you.
Yes, no, I mean, that's good to know. Can you tell me why the cost has gone up so dramatically from the first round of the contract to this next round?
Yeah, the costs in themselves are due to equipment replacement. The cost of the contract, as was submitted, is a sorry, I want to refer to my notes here. I think there was a question around the $8 million. Sorry, yeah.
So the last contract that we negotiated was in 2020. Since 2020 to 2026, the nation has seen a 26.1 cost of living increase. So obviously when you negotiate a contract in 2026 compared to 2020, there's going to be the natural cost of goods have gone up. But to your point, council member, there's been a lot of new things entered into it. So one of the things, this Prepared 911 actually translates into 30 languages. So one of the things you're talking about, the lack of PSRs, Korean speaker calls, person answering 911 doesn't speak Korean. This actually translates into Korean in real time. And other 29 other languages, that's one thing. One of the things that we're doing is sworn reduction of workforce, AI to actually write the first draft of a police report so that when they get back to the station, the first draft is already written, they review it, make some adjustments. That's going to reduce the administrative time, gets them back out into your community for your constituents. All of these things, connectivity for the body-worn cameras, which we don't have right now, which we will have, which will bring us the foundation for the AI moving into the future, such as when we get to the Olympics, when we have people from all over the world come in that don't speak English, I can actually talk to you in real time using my body-worn camera to translate back and forth. So all of these things are baked in, plus the original contract in 2020 was only for body-worn taser. Now we're taking the other contracts because I like the bundle because every tax dollar does count. So we bundling things that we're paying all separately all over the place into one contract, such as the digital car video, such as some of these other things into one contract. So that's why you see all those reasons is why you see an increase in price.
Councilwoman Hutt for follow-up.
I have a budget memo. Good.
I just want to ask a question that goes along with your AI question. How do we verify that the AI translation is accurate since we don't speak Estonian?
Yep, so with any AI usage in the city of Los Angeles, obviously when you look at the vision of what the city's trying to go to, we're not replacing human beings with AI. there's always going to have to be that human oversight to actually read it, approve it, and send it forward to a supervisor who then
I
reads
get
it
that
and
for the
approves it.
writing, but you said there'll be communication in
Yeah,
real
so the
time.
communication part is the body-worn camera that they wear right in front will be able to listen to you speaking in your native language, compute it, then tell you in English what they're saying, and then me responding in English, compute it, and now put it back into their native language. It's pretty amazing stuff.
So I'm just wondering about verifying that it is accurate. Like that, I get what you say the systems are.
Yeah, no, they've done, obviously, this is a large company that's done this, publicly traded. They've done numerous testings, and it is 100% accurate.
And then where else are they using this?
In the United States?
Mhm.
I can't give you an exact number, but they're using it in most major cities in the United States.
Thank you. Thank you. Did we extend the contract, or did this go out for a competitive RFP?
So this will be a contract amendment, so we can keep the current terms and conditions in place and make the process a little bit easier. I will say, though, to the term of the contract, it will be a 10-year contract, because what we're looking at is we're trying to save dollars. And when you get into a longer-term contract, what that means for the city of Los Angeles is we've locked in our prices. So if inflation goes up 2 years from now, 9%, 10%, that's not the city's problem, that's the vendor's problem. So we're really looking at trying to negotiate contracts, and just as an example for this contract, the MSRP price on it was over $350 million for that 10-year period. We were able to negotiate it through 5 months of negotiation down to $220 million. So that's over $130 million of savings that through negotiations, through bundling, and through this process that we've been able to save in tax dollars.
So it'll cost us about $22 million every year?
First year, because of the situation, looking at where we are fiscally, I asked the mayor's office, there was 2 options presented. The vendor was willing to go to next fiscal year at a much reduced lower, and then amortize that out the 10 years, and hopefully that the fiscal situation will rebound fiscal year to fiscal year. So actually next year, the contract price is $13.1 million.
Thank you. And why didn't we go out to RFP? Wouldn't that get us perhaps a better rate because there's competition?
So I love competition. Unfortunately, with the taser, there's only one company in the business of taser. They've got the monopoly on that. And then with regards to the body-worn video, digital car video, we have tens of millions of dollars of infrastructure that's already deployed in the city across 40 locations. You know, the docks that we put the body-worn cameras on, the back end of having 20 petabytes of data up in the cloud in Evans.com. There's so much infrastructure and so much investment of tax dollars into these things that it just wouldn't make sense to go anywhere else.
Understood. Thank you. And you mentioned that this money is used for the in-car cameras, but the vehicles already come equipped with communications equipment. So how is this requested equipment different?
So these are digital car cameras. They're actually mounted at the front and to the rear seat. These cameras are activated anytime any type of enforcement action is done by police officers. This will capture the traffic stop or the pursuit or any of these officer-involved activities. Obviously, capturing pursuits and driving and whatnot actually protect the city against civil liability. In case there is some serious injuries or death in some type of pursuit, we have video evidence to show exactly what the officers were and were not doing. So those, when a vehicle comes from the vendor, Ford, it does not have those type of technologies in it, and it has to be equipped with those technologies.
Understood. Thank you. I have 2 more questions. Thank you so much. You mentioned the license plate readers. It's my understanding that we had some issues with those license plate reader programs that we already have, especially in data sharing, especially during the federal immigration raids. What kind of protections exist with this contract with these license plate reader cameras, and why are we still using them when we haven't had a practice of protecting the data that we have?
No, that's a good question. So one thing we have done since last summer regarding the protests that we saw in Los Angeles, under my guidance, our folks are doing monthly inspections to make sure that the data that's being generated from any LAPD-owned camera, we're doing audits to ensure that data is not being shared with any outside entity, whether that's local, municipal, county, state, or federal agency that we don't have a mutual agreement with. And obviously under state law, as you know, council member, we cannot share data with out-of-state agencies, nor can we share that data with federal agencies. But we were wanting to make sure that we're doing inspections to make sure that that's the case. For this contract, to answer your question, I sit on the Major City Chiefs Association Technology Committee. This has been a topic of discussion across the country with regards to data ownership, data protection, data sharing. Moving forward, we are going to have, in conjunction with the City Attorney's Office, very rock-solid, legally binding language that no data will be used from LAPD for any reasons without LAPD's written permission. And if they are found to do something in breach of that contract, there will be liabilities and penalties that they could suffer in that type of situation.
Thank you. And you said mutual agreements. Who do we have? Can you give me some examples of mutual agreements and what kind of data access they would have?
So right now we have 16 local state of California mutual agreements with that we share the LPR data with. Any of those agencies has to go up to the chief of police for approval, and he actually signs off on it. I probably have that, actually, if you want me to go over the 16 agencies, probably somewhere in here, but they're all in state. Most of them are neighboring cities like Beverly Hills, Glendale, Torrance, those type of cities that obviously we'd want to have some collaboration with, because we know criminals don't necessarily adhere to any city boundary. They cross over boundaries, and more we can get information, better we are to identify them, bring them to justice.
Understood. Thank you for that. I'd like to request a memo. So now I'm going to go into my action steps. I'd like to request a memo that includes the scope of work for this contract and any additional features that are in this proposed extension that goes into effect August 1st. The cost analysis for each feature from the current contract to the proposed changes, and options for renegotiating this contract to be more cost effective. This memo should also include comparable costs from other companies. And I know that you've negotiated and you've looked into things, but if there's any other thing that we might have missed, I would love to hear about that. And I'd also like to request a memo with all contracts managed by LAPD to account for the $67.5 million proposed funding and contractual services. This memo must include scope of work for the contract, details on who the provider is, what the services contracted for entail, and what goods are being delivered. They're not tied together. And this is my last piece, is the special study. I would like to instruct the CLA, in consultation with the CAO, LAPD, and LADOT, to report back with an analysis of whether the towing and processing of impounded vehicles can be more effectively managed by another department or in partnership with another department such as LADOT. The report should include the current program, financial model utilized by the city for towing, storage, dismantling, and recycling vehicles, and any recommendations to reduce costs. It should also include an analysis of costs of other comparable cities and provide recommendations to improve operational efficiency and accountability measures for LAPD and any contractors involved in the towing and processing of the vehicles. Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hutt.
Madam Chair and Councilmember Hernandez, can we add the data sharing piece in your request?
Yes.
So the AI data sharing or any data sharing from body worn or vehicle scanners?
Yes, that's great.
Thank you.
And also, to add to that as well, the procedure for which you will verify the reports that come in that are AI generated. And if anybody needs that language, I got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Councilwoman McCosker, did you have one more question?
Yes, I have a CSP question, but Chief Tingarides, I think you can stay right there because this is going to be easy. And in the interest of time, on the premise, this is a budget memo back, but I think the budget memo will become a special study. On the premise that our housing developments, HACLA has a responsibility for providing police services, security services within their facilities, and they do not, and we have CSP in so many of our facilities, and there is an amount that they pay to LAPD for those services. I just want a brief memo back on what HACLA pays to reimburse LAPD for the excellent service of CSP, and what roughly is the actual full cost of those services. And I think it'll be followed pretty quickly with a special study to negotiate a much higher rate back from HACLA to LAPD.
Thank you. That.
Okay, colleagues, questions? We done?
Madam Chair, could I have one point of clarification? You had asked earlier about the number of people in our reorg return to operations. The actual number is 633.
633. Okay, thank you.
I
Councilwoman
have
Hood.
an addition to the memo that Councilwoman Hernandez has. We know that AI is using extra energy, increased energy. Does your budget in using these systems include what the energy costs will be for using AI? The increased energy costs?
That's a very technical question. Let me ask if Mr. Gialamas, our CIO, could address that maybe. Or, okay.
If not, then I'll ask ITA later if we don't.
Okay, thank you.
We're not managing the data center, so we're not necessarily going to have any increased costs for storage.
Yeah, Commander, the question was, when we're using AI as we move forward here, is the cost of the data centers and the expense associated with the use of AI-type technologies, is that included at all in our budget request?
Yeah, so all the data, the AI powering behind that data is going to be in a criminal justice information system, secure government cloud environment, and all the power that is required to power that is included in the contract price. Hence why some of these are a little bit more expensive, because the data centers and the amount of computage power that is needed to use it is expensive.
So it's in the
included.
contract price?
Yes.
For the 10 years?
Yes,
we get that.
absolutely.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair? Just one
Yes.
item. Just one item of clarification for Councilwoman Hernandez. Just the question that you asked about the 911 console, just to clarify, it was paid for with a special fund, a supplemental law enforcement services fund, and we did determine, CAO did determine that it would be ineligible for MICLA. So would you still like a report on that?
Yeah, I'd like to know why.
Okay.
Because we're talking about the cop cars and we don't normally buy those because they're ineligible.
Right.
So I just kind of want to know the reason why.
Okay, yeah, well, we did recommend against that.
Yeah, no, that's
Yes.
why.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
I
very
just want
good.
more understanding. No,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief and team. Appreciate your time and attention and thoughtfulness. We're going to take a 30-second break, and then we're going to move on to LA Fire Department.
Thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. please. Mr. Spindler, this is your last warning. Please sit down. Can we please ask him to leave? All right. You are disturbing the meeting. You've been given a warning. Please leave the room. Can we have him escorted out, please? You're subject to removal per Council Rule 7 and 12. Before we jump into LAFD, I want to return to our memo list. Colleagues, have you had an opportunity to review the draft list? Do we have any changes before we vote on said memo list?
Yes, from yesterday, right?
All right,
I do,
Councilwoman
I
Hutt.
do.
Yeah, we'll just go around the horn.
Okay.
If you want to go first, Councilwoman Hutt.
1 second.
Sure. Sure. Take your time.
Madam Chair, I'm ready.
Wonderful. Go ahead, please.
I would like to clarify Budget Impact Memo 145, that it should state that moving the funds would be for a position identified by the Controller's Office as a FMS 4 position and not for contractual services.
Okay. Any others?
That's
Councilwoman? Okay. Councilmember Blumenfield? No? Okay. Councilmember Kosker?
Mine are fine, thanks.
Okay. Councilwoman Hernandez? Okay. So just that one change. I think we need to vote on the memos. Do we need to vote on them?
Yes, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Clerk? Okay. So I move adoption of this list. Do we have to vote on it, or can we just?
You can list the memos that you would like to vote on, and can take your final vote.
Well, we just need to get them developed, so we're approving this list of memos. So if we've all confirmed it, I don't know that we need to vote on it. So, yeah, without objection, that's the list as of this morning. Thank you, Chief. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for being here. Please introduce yourself and your team.
Thank you, Chief Moore, Fire Chief, Los Angeles City Fire Department.
Kyrie Brown, Chief of Staff.
Emilio Rodriguez, Fire Administrator.
Sam Hinojosa, Chief Information Officer.
Okay. We've all read your letter. Is there anything you'd like to highlight? Otherwise, we'll jump right in. And I want to remind my colleagues in the committee we are fairly behind schedule, so I'll try and speed it up a little bit. I'm not looking at anyone in particular. All right, Chief.
I understand we're behind schedule, but thank you. Just bear with me as I read my opening comments and highlight some of the things that were in the letter. Thank you, Chair Yaroslavsky and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak on the Mayor's fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget for the Los Angeles Fire Department. This is not an ordinary budget year for this department. The Palisades and Lockman fires of January 2025 were defining moments for the LAFD. They exposed real limitations in our system, including staffing availability, resource placement, command coordination, and our ability to respond to the speed that extreme conditions demand. These issues were not the result of the men and women on the line. They were the result of legacy systems and structural constraints that had built up over time. I have taken ownership of the occurrences during that time, and I am committed to fixing them. Since October, we've been doing the work. Approximately 86% of the Palisades After Action Report recommendations have been implemented. We have strengthened command coordination, improved interagency alignment, upgraded communications, and revised decision-making protocols that previously allowed financial considerations to override operational judgment. Those changes are in place today. The budget before you is part of that same effort. The requests we've submitted are not wish list items. They are corrective actions tied directly to what the after-action process identified. We recognize the city's fiscal challenges and appreciate the complexity of balancing competing priorities. Public safety remains a foundational responsibility. Maintaining current service levels is not static. It's the baseline required to prevent further degradation in response times, increased workforce strain, and elevated risks to both the public and our firefighters. This budget includes important investments. These include increased medical supplies funding, expanded and reimbursed resources at LAX, continued support for rescue ambulance operations during the Vincent Thomas Bridge renovation, additional inspection resources to support wildfire mitigation and rebuilding, investments in firefighter health and safety, which include extractor installations, and continued replacement of aging helicopter assets. These are meaningful and reflect the demand placed on us by the system. At the same time, this budget does not resolve the structural pressures facing this department. The Mayor's proposed budget recognizes many of our priority needs within Exhibit H. However, these are critical operational requirements that exist today and cannot be deferred. That is why we submitted 18 high-priority requests totaling $26.4 million, focused on sustaining response capacity, firefighter safety, and system stability. I want to highlight several of the most critical. Emergency incident technicians. They're one example. Last year, 42 EIT positions were eliminated, and I am asking that they be restored permanently. EITs are essential to command and control during complex incidents. They track personnel, manage accountability, and coordinate communications in real time. We have submitted these functions by we have substituted these functions by assigning command personnel, pulling them away from their companies. This forces companies to operate independently or merge crews during incidents, which increases risks and reduces our effectiveness. The after-action report identified command and coordination as a critical challenge. We cannot identify that challenge and eliminate those positions that make the coordination possible. Operational technology, including tablet command, is another. The after-action report called for its implementation to improve situational awareness and decision-making. Tablet command provides incident commanders with real-time visibility, where our units are located, where other agencies are coming from, incident details, and resource status. But a system is only effective if personnel can consistently access tablet command and the information it's providing in the field. Our request for $1.5 million ensures that this capability is fully deployable and will be reliable. Recruit training is also fundamental. The proposed budget funds 2 classes to backfill fire stations and our attrition. We are requesting a 3rd class to begin addressing our staffing shortage. Please understand that every vacancy is a gap in coverage, an added burden on our members, and a risk to the communities we serve. At Fire Station 11 in the Westlake community, demand continues to exceed capacity. This is the busiest fire station in the nation, with over 25,000 calls last year. Units are operating at an unsustainable pace. Permanently staffing Engine 211 and Rescue Ambulance 211 is necessary for members' wellness, responsible community response reliability, and service equity. It's not a sustainable model, and it's not acceptable to do this long term. EMS battalion captain coverage remains inconsistent across the city. 8 battalions have 24-hour coverage, while 6 do not have this. That means the level of medical oversight depends on where and when an emergency occurs. We are requesting additional captains to ensure consistent, citywide clinical leadership, particularly as we look towards implementing a whole blood program in the field to provide additional service and better repercussions at incidents. Excuse me. Cybersecurity, communications, and operational technology are also critical to our ability to function as a modern emergency response organization. The Information Technology Bureau is requesting a consolidated technical package totaling $4.2 million to sustain and advance the department's operational capabilities. This includes $1.9 million in annual reoccurring costs for core technology systems and connectivity, $1.5 million that I mentioned in tablet command, and approximately $725,000 to fund 5 critical positions providing leadership, cybersecurity oversight, communications management, and system support. This is not an expansion of capability. It really is the baseline investment required for the department to operate reliably. By funding this, you're ensuring that we can operate on a regular basis securely and with continuity across all environments. Our 911 system, CAD, and communications infrastructure are mission critical. Without this level of investment and oversight, we assume unnecessary risk to system reliability, operational continuity, and public safety. Looking ahead, the City of Los Angeles will soon be on the world stage as we host the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. This will place an unprecedented demand on public safety, particularly fire and EMS services. The expectations for preparedness, response, and coordination will be high, and rightfully so. The investments we are discussing today are not only about addressing current operational gaps, they are about ensuring this department is ready to meet that moment with confidence, capability, and professionalism. The items we put forward are not enhancements. They are foundational. In many cases, they are the direct corrective actions identified in the after-action report, and they position this department to meet both today's demands and the significant responsibilities that lie ahead. The Los Angeles Fire Department remains committed to responsible stewardship of public resources. We are equally committed to the families who lost loved ones in January of 2025, to the firefighters who operated under extreme conditions, and to every resident who relies on this department to be ready. As this city grows, this department must grow, as well as the budget. And this budget and the resources we are requesting is how we're going to meet those responsibilities that are being laid out before us. I'm now prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember McCosker to lead us off with questions again.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Chief. We have your budget letter, of course, and my sense of reading through the budget letter, which is well thought out, was probably issued before you had a chance to review Exhibit H. And I wanted to ask you very generally about the overlap between Exhibit H and your budget request, and what in Exhibit H is missing from your budget request, from your budget letter, not your initial request.
So as you look at Exhibit H, the items that are of high priority and they're not listed there is Recruit Training Academy, number 1. The Emergency Incident Technicians, number 4. The EMS Captains, Narcotic Inventory Tracking Systems. Most, if not all, the Information Technology. And as you go down the line, it also includes the help desk support and then the accounting of critical staffing. There are items that are in there that are fee supported, but they're not items that are not listed in there that are Fire Prevention Bureau items that are fee supported.
Okay, I would like to ask that we have presented to us a modified Exhibit H that includes the items from the Chief's letter, given the spirit of what Exhibit H is and what it purports to do. And I want to spend a little time talking about the EITs.
Okay.
An important function. I appreciate you, in brevity, you laid out an exceptional case, but if you could describe a little more about the importance of EITs and the safety that they provide to all of our firefighters.
So our emergency incident technicians are trained firefighters who work with the command team and with our battalion commanders, and they respond to the incidents. They track resources, they understand the situation that's happening, and they give real-time information to the chief officers as decisions are being made at the critical time that the incident's being run. They work in partnership. We have a number of radios that are being utilized, at least 4 radios at all times. It's too much for an incident commander to handle. We also have our Mayday channel, which is monitored at all times in the event that a Mayday happens. These are all things that are happening in critical time at the time of an incident. The way we've substituted this is we've been pulling off captains as well as EMS captains, depending on who's responding to the incident, and we're pulling them in to use at the command post. That means our fire companies are operating without a leader, without a safety officer, and sometimes it's causing them to have to join efforts with somebody else, which is affecting our efficiency on the fire ground.
Just so I understand as a non-firefighter, what you just said is that without EIT, when the chief who's rolling to the incident gets there, they might pull the first in captain off of that assignment and then take that captain over to assist with incident command, and that leaves a house without essentially a captain managing the affairs inside the structure.
Exactly, and it's a delayed time because not only is the chief officer driving to this incident, monitoring the radio as best as they can, but they're managing the traffic and all the conditions and trying to get an idea of what they're responding to when they get on scene. Then they have to set up the command post, and then they have to start putting what they can pull from the incident and get from that captain and put it onto paper and then start the process. So it's a much delayed operation. And that's on the emergency incidents. I didn't even start talking about what an EIT does on non-emergency incidents with training, community relations, and helping with the homelessness issue in the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you. My sense, too, in our conversations and in some of your description of this is that you, as the new chief engineer of the department, have also modified what might be added to some of the responsibilities of an EIT?
Yes. So the EIT, we recently responded to a homelessness issue in South Los Angeles, which required a considerable amount of time for a fire company to be on scene, standing by, monitoring the situation, waiting for the additional resources that the city has, it provides to address homelessness. That could have been circumvented with the use of an EIT, because an EIT could work with our homeless coordinator out of Metro Fire Communications and coordinate with our city council offices who have homeless coordinators and actually address these issues, because they're in the community. They can see these things. They can work with the fire stations to monitor homeless issues and then bring those necessary resources to be able to assist, be it LASA, be it sanitation, be it LAPD, whoever it is that needs to address those issues before it becomes a problem where we have to sit there and help wait for all these resources to get there to assist us.
Thank you. Tangentially related, over the course of the past year, with all the stress and strain on assignments, one of the concerns by folks, I think, in the agency and even folks outside the agency was the potential loss or reassignment of what we, in the sexist way, used to call the 10th man. I think it's the inside member.
Yes, the inside. We call them. We all refer to him as the inside member.
Okay, so the inside member that a lot of people remember as 10th man.
Yes, sir.
But I prefer an inside member. So what is the status of that in your deployment plan for the new year?
Well, one of the things that I've been working towards and working with UFLAC on is making sure that every seat gets filled, and that ensures that our inside member is going to be available. The reason why the inside member is such an important role is because when we roll on a structure fire, depending on what is required at that incident, our inside member could go to the roof and assist the roof operations team, which are much safer operations, but they could also assist with the engine company's entry into the structure itself. They're truly a utility player that could go either to the roof or go with the engine company, which could assess a rescue if a rescue needs to be done, but it'll cut down the amount of time it takes for that engine company to get inside and actually be able to assess the situation inside, get a hose line in place, and then coordinate that fire attack with the roof operation that's going to be working to do the ventilation operations on the roof.
Great. So with constant staffing, with these issues of making sure that we put ourselves back in a position to have EITs and to have the inside member, real issue, one of the big issues, especially between now and the time that I'm confident the voters will see the need to supplement and grow this department. But between now and then, where are we going to be in this plan and attrition? Will we be able to hire to attrition? With this,
so the reality is right now we have a staffing crisis in the Los Angeles Fire Department, and I have to commend our firefighters who are out there working, and they're working their days and they're picking up the overtime. But unfortunately, we're seeing recall happening, and that's causing us to have to. What's the situation? What's happened is it's caused us to have to reduce the amount of CTO that's available to our members. So right now, I currently have 121 vacant positions in the Los Angeles Fire Department. I also have about 270 people who are off with injured on duty. So that's close to 400 vacancies a day that we're working with. By restricting CTO, we've been able to manage the number of firefighters for the most part that are available to work SOD, and then be able to fill the vacancies that are still left over. staffing is really where we fall short. And I asked for one additional class on top of the 2 that we'd already been given in the budget, because my fear was really taking too many people out of the field to do the training and to manage our classes. In my conversations with UFLAC, they actually support everything I've asked for, and they added a second class. After reading their letter, I spoke with our drill masters. I spoke with my chief in charge of training and support bureau, and he said we could actually, if given the authorities, increase our class sizes from 60, which is normally what we would put in, 60, to 100, which would then allow us to do multiple classes. So if there is the funding to do more than just one class, I would agree we could do more than one class. In reality, to fix the staffing problem, we need at least five classes to be able to really fix what we're dealing with here in the Los Angeles Fire Department.
So is what you just said that with 2 classes, we are hiring below attrition?
We're hiring below attrition. I can give you the attrition rates for fiscal year 23. It was 131, which is 4%. Fiscal year 24 was 201, which was 6%. Fiscal year 25 was 74, which is 2%. And we're currently at year to date in fiscal year 26, 74, which is at 2% currently right now where we're at.
So going to the CAO, with constant staffing needs and requirements, by adding a class, would we be in the long run saving, or even in the short run saving money, because the force hires cost us more than a day's wage?
I don't think necessarily, but
That'd
should
be a
we
study.
report on
I'd
that,
like
or do
to
you
see
want
the study on the cost.
Yeah.
With 2 classes over the course of the year, with 2 classes and constant staffing, I know we don't call it force hire anymore. What do we call it? Recall?
We call it recall.
Sounds so much nicer. Recall. And with recall, can we compare that cost with, over the course of the year with the cost of having a 3rd class later in the year?
We could run that model, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Blumenfeld has follow-up.
Yes.
No, great. And on the 3rd class, we'll know by November whether or not the ballot measure passes. So presumably we can put in Measure H that we'll have this 3rd class or even another class after that. We just need to run the classes as fast as we can right now. But isn't this a decision that can be made post-November? Like we could theoretically add as many classes as we need at that point, right?
Theoretically, we could. However, I have to keep in mind that if the ballot measure doesn't pass, I have to be prepared for what we can do. And I'd like on the record for everybody to understand that I do have a staffing issue. I mean, it's a serious challenge.
Right.
And for me to just roll the dice and depend on just the ballot measure to pass would be a bit reckless on my part.
Great. No, I get that. And in fact, toward that end, I wanted to add in Exhibit H language instructing LAFD and CAO to come up with a plan to meet the essential needs, not only if it passes, but also if it doesn't pass. None of us want to think about that, and we don't want that to happen. We all are supporting this. But let's have language in Exhibit H that does come up with a contingency plan if it doesn't pass. And I don't think that doing that will trigger the supplantation issues that we're all worried about, because it'll be a theoretical plan. And then toward that end also, I wanted to get a report back on options for potentially adding $20 million to the reserve for mid-year adjustments to provide a cushion for the potential failure of the fire ballot measure. You never want to plan for failure, you always want to plan for success, but I think it makes sense for us to, if we can, put money into, we need to put money into the mid-year adjustment anyway, because it is woefully short. But if we put it in there with this idea that this is our cushion, if this doesn't happen, if hopefully all goes to plan and it does happen, then actually we have a mid-year reserve that more resembles what it needs to be. So I wanted to get a report about those options, because I think that would make financially sense to increase the mid-year reserve, period, but to do so in this way so that we are prepared, because as you say, we have to be responsible hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
Councilmember, I appreciate your support.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. I understand that the department, this is fast response vehicles. I understand the department has the fast response vehicles necessary for service. However, you lack the personnel to staff them. Is that correct?
Yes, the request was for 4 fast response vehicles and 12 personnel. We have the vehicles coming through our foundation and the generous donations of people in our community. We just do not have the personnel and the staffing.
So we know MICLA can't pay for this aspect of the vehicles, but does the department have any recommendations or offsets on how to staff up these FRVs?
We're dependent on that ballot measure unless the funding is found to be able to staff those 12 positions, ma'am.
Okay, I'd like a memo on potential funding to meet the staffing need. Colleagues, any questions? Councilwoman Hernandez, and then Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you. I have a few questions. On contractual services, under the contractual services, there are 2 line items that seem to repeatedly cost us money at the end of the year. This is the radio system infrastructure upgrade and the intergovernmental transfer program participation expense. Why is it that those are not part of the department's baseline budget for an annually? Sorry.
Good afternoon, Emilio Rodriguez. With regard to the radio infrastructure upgrade, that was actually one-time funding that was awarded some years back, but it's been spent over multiple years, down to 24, 25, and then there's expenditures expected in the current year. That's why it's showing expenditures in the actual and estimates column, but at the moment, we're not committing additional funding to it. So short answer, it's a one-time funding. It'll not appear in the 3040 schedule at some point. So it's not an ongoing cost for that account. On the IGT, this is the intergovernmental transfer program. That amount is simply a pass-through of funding that's committed to the State Department of DHCS to participate in the IGT program. We commit about maybe 6 or 7 million in payments annually, and we get that money back from the state with matching funds from the at the federal level. Matching funds for this year have come in at an amount of 8.5 million. So again, it's a pass-through. It's only because we can only pay the state from the 3040 account. So we borrow the money from our sworn salaries account, transfer it to 3040, make the payment, and then sworn salaries is reimbursed when the state funds are received. So that as well is not really a true ongoing contractual services expense.
Understood. Is that correct, LAFD? That we don't, it's not for ongoing like radio use, right?
No, that's correct. It's generally driven by milestones in the overall contract, so that's why you're seeing some different billing over a period of time. They might hit, milestone 1, 2, 3, 4, which would trigger the payment.
Understood. Thank you. Wonderful. Now I have a question around the arson and counterterrorism program. That looks to have been significantly reduced in this budget. What impact will that have on the fire department and for Angelinos broadly? Are there other areas in your programs where you are maintaining these services?
Go ahead.
I'll have Emilio speak to it. That was actually a clerical error, so.
Right. Arson program is budgeted 6-7 million annually. The 22 million that's appearing in the budget was basically an allocation of constant staffing funds that were spread across budget programs that amount should have probably been allocated to fire suppression, but in practical terms, it has no impact on budgeting or our payments to members, since it all comes out of one salary account anyway.
Understood. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that it's just a clerical error.
And I can assure you there's no decrease in services.
Okay, wonderful. Just checking in. Thank you. Now this is on staffing and hiring. I know my council member colleague, Councilmember Blumenfield, brought it up, but what preparations are you making to ensure that you can hire up in the case that the November ballot measure passes? I just wanted more clarity on that.
So I'd like to bring up Deputy Chief Justin Moore in charge of Training and Support Bureau. He could speak to the classes and what we're doing at the drill tower, especially having been a former drill master himself.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Justin Moore. I serve as the Deputy Chief of the Training and Support Bureau. So to answer your question about preparation if the ballot measure goes through, so what we've done to prepare in anticipation is we changed our our drill tower model. So we have what's called a modular program. The first 2 weeks is an orientation with PPE and an introduction to the fire department and SCBA. And then weeks 3 through 8 is a hose lay module. And then from weeks 9 through 14, it goes through truck company and ladder operations. And then after that, we do practical applications, which is bringing it all together. And then week 19 and 20 is state fire training and then a closeout. So the plan for that was to change the model so that we would be able to facilitate bringing through 100 recruits. So if we can do that with a class of 50, now that we only have one academy location, we can flip-flop as they go through. So if you can imagine 100 recruits start, they do the same thing for the first 2 weeks. For weeks 3 through 8, they swap, and they swap again from 9 through 14, and then they come back together for the practical application of it, and then the exam and graduation. So that was the module change with how we deliver the training. And then after that, we made some logistical changes to the academy. We're prepared to have a modular classroom and an area for the recruits to be able to have their changing and a locker room, and then also provision for the facilities to take care of having larger folks there. And then the staffing model, which typically is 20 people, we've changed that staffing model from 20 to 37 to be able to accommodate the split so that we'll have enough people meeting the state fire training ratio of 1 to 5 for out on the, what we would call the training ground, and then 1 to 50 in the classroom. So we're fully prepared to be able to go from 60 to 100 per class, which would be an additional 40 recruits. We could do that over the course of the rest of this fiscal year and next, which means we would have two classes of 100, which would be 200 recruits, rather than what we're doing right now, which would be 120 with 2 classes of 60. So that's the preparation we've made to be able to accommodate that.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Councilwoman Hernandez, I'd like to further emphasize that if we were asked to put this into place immediately, we'd be with the number of recruits. Obviously, we don't have that list yet, but if the number of recruits were there, we'd be able to implement it immediately. Mm-hmm. It'd be like a light switch. We'd be able to get into the process.
Are you able to start proactively building a list?
We're currently we're in the process of building a list right now. We're processing that list. For class 26-1, it's going to be 60 candidates. Class 26-2, another 60 candidates. And then the new one that is allocated in the budget would be another class of 60. That's why I asked for an additional 60, so it's 120 so far that we have. That would put us at 180 if I did that. If we could do 2 more classes, obviously that's another 120, which would really start helping us, as Councilmember McOsker highlighted, with the attrition and the vacancies that we're having, which would free up our firefighters from having to be recalled and forced to work on a continuous basis.
Wonderful, thank you. I know I put a motion in around helping prepare for that. So I look forward to seeing the results of that as well, building off what we all are doing. But is it possible that I could get a budget memo giving us the various pathways that y'all are going to use to build up your pool of candidates, and how that pool can be expanded based off changes made at the state level? Because I know there's been some legislative changes that perhaps will allow us to have more people that would qualify to be in that pool. So,
yes, ma'am, we could do that. I know one of the questions that LAPD was asked was, what's the timeline from when they start the process to when they get hired? From the moment they take their interview, it's usually around 6 months, give or take, till they get in. So obviously it would be something that we'd have to expedite to be able to meet the demand.
And I'm sure that we would be willing to explore what we've done for LAPD in expediting that process. Or we can help. We would love to help support that process. But
yes, ma'am.
I just have 2 more questions, and can I pass it? But go ahead.
Follow up to that.
Yes, go ahead.
Just a follow up to that, and maybe it's not a question you can answer, but I know personnel is in the room. And so when we get there, I just want to ask what resources personnel would need to be able to hire up that quickly and that many people for this or future budget years. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have 2 more questions. Is that okay, Councilwoman? Okay, thank you. Is it possible that I can have Chief Fields come to the table, please? This is
Yes,
around
ma'am. Absolutely.
Fire Station 11. Thank you so much.
Chief Fields is the Deputy Chief in charge of Operations Central Bureau, which, as Councilwoman Hernandez mentioned, is the home of Fire Station 11, the busiest fire station in the United States.
Which went up because I remember the first time we uplifted them as the busiest fire station, it was just over 22,000 calls. To know that it's over 25,000 calls now is pretty jarring. So that's,
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Fields. Now, we've heard that Fire Station 11 is the busiest fire station in the country and in the city, which means that the station frequently has to pull resources from surrounding fire stations to meet the demand. Staff, and I saw that firsthand when I went out on a ride-along with Fire Station 11, how we would respond to the MacArthur Park Westlake area, but we would see other fire trucks with other numbers driving past us to go to other parts of the neighborhood. So I saw it firsthand, and staffing that particular fire station has been a priority of ours to beef up, our public safety ecosystem. But can you please describe and share about what makes Fire Station 11 in need of additional resources?
I'd be happy to. First of all, thank you, and good afternoon to all of the honorable council members on this commission.
Chief Fields, a little closer, please, to the mic.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So, Fire Station 11 is unique, and if we try to model Fire Station 11 after Fire Station 9, which is in the eastern part of downtown Los Angeles. And Fire Station 9 sits kind of on an island when it comes to surrounding fire stations. And so while it's very busy and has been historically, Fire Station 11 is unique in that, first of all, they're 1.6 square miles. That district that it serves has the highest call volume per capita anywhere in the city. There are more people there that demand our services than anywhere else in the city in that small area. And the LAFD, particularly Fire Station 11, as we're speaking about, serves as a primary health care for thousands of people in that area. They have no other resource to rely on other than calling 911 and the fire trucks and ambulances that subsequently respond to that area. Just as an example, last month in a single shift, a single 24-hour period, Engine 11 responded to 43 calls for service in that one 24-hour period. 10 of those calls happened between midnight and 6 o'clock in the morning. The impact on our firefighters running at that pace is absolutely unsustainable, not only from a resource perspective, but from a health and mental health perspective as well. In January, and just to again put into context the impact of this, Fire Station 11 is surrounded by several fire stations that are also very busy. Fire stations in Council District 8, 9, 10, 13, and 14. And so in January, 63% of the calls that happen in a given time pulled Fire Station 11 resources out of that district, because when our dispatch system, the way that it's set up, Fire Station 11 just does not respond to that 1.6 square mile district. They may be pulled into other districts for response because they happen to be the closest resource. That causes drawdown from all of those resources in other council districts. And so 63% of the calls were responded to by other resources. That increases response time, that increases our ability to service, that increases the potential of mortality of those patients who need those critical services. With the growing societal changes there in that district, which is not trending down, which continues to trend up, as you mentioned, Councilwoman, when we first reported on this, an average of 22,000 calls a year is now up to 25. And with the growth in that area, with the impact of residential growth, the population density, as well as other services such as the St. Vincent campus that is proposed to open in January, in 2027, that exponential growth of the potential patient count is not going to change. And so Fire Station 11 is overtasked as it sits today, but that's going to continue to grow, and that's why we felt it was prudent to ask for additional resources in that area.
Thank you, and I just want to make sure that I heard this correctly, that because Fire Station 11 is so busy, that oftentimes calls from 911 that LAFD needs to respond to in the general area have to be answered by fire stations from outside of that area, from other districts, and you name them 8, 9, 10, 14, 13?
Yes, ma'am.
Which means that those communities have to wait even longer for emergency response from the fire department? Is that correct?
That's correct. And several of those stations that would respond into Fire Station 11's district have only a single paramedic resource. Fire Station 13, Fire Station 29, Fire Station 26, and now they're drawn down, and now that neighborhood that the council person would expect to have a full range of fire department services does not. And because of extended wait times or extended travel times, that can be hours of resources now being drawn from different areas to respond to those council districts who are now vacant.
Understood, thank you. I'd like a memo outlining how Fire Station 11 staffing levels impact surrounding fire stations and other council districts. This memo should include factors contributing to the need for staffing, which other surrounding stations are impacted, and the ripple effect lowered staffing at Fire Station 11 can have on the whole system, but especially those particular neighborhoods. And then my last, thank you, Chief Fields, thank you. And my last question is around brush clearance. Last week, the California Board of Forestry and Fire Protection Zone 0 Regulations Advisory Committee met and will be forwarding their final recommendations for adoption. I have a handful of high fire severity zones in hillside neighborhoods in my district, and I know a handful of us on this committee do as well. There will be these policies will be for existing structures, and it will have a 3-year phase-in for new vegetation rules and 5-year phase-in for new home hardening rules. And the city will have to act quickly to revise our ordinances to start educating property owners in very high fire severity zones. Is your current staffing levels in the brush clearance unit prepared to take on increased work this fiscal year to revise ordinances and provide citywide ongoing public education, including property inspection assistance?
First, good afternoon, council members. I am Fire Deputy Chief David Perez. I am the commander of the Bureau of Fire Prevention and Public Safety, and I serve as your fire marshal. Councilmember Hernandez, to answer your question, the short answer is no. We are not. We do recognize that there is going to be a significant amount of public education work that's going to have to go on now once Zone 0 becomes effective. Currently, the way we are staffed in brush clearance, we have enough staffing to complete the basic inspections, the secondary inspections on properties that didn't pass the first time, and then to achieve brush clearance, if we have to use contract clearance crews, to get to about 40 to 50% of all the remaining non-compliant parcels. So we're still leaving about 50 to 60% parcels untouched in that case. And it's about 1,000 to 2,000 total parcels that we're talking about untouched. There are 3 bottlenecks that combine to create the reason why we can't get to 100%. So on one of those bottlenecks is department staffing. So in order to be able to get to a goal of clearing 100% of the non-compliant parcels and also do this other now public education work, which is going to be a big issue for us, we would need an additional 8 personnel, 4 civilian and 4 sworn. We would be requesting a Captain 1, a management analyst, 2 senior administrative clerks, an accounting clerk, and 3 inspector 1s. They would not be working necessarily a unit, they're just absorbing the additional workload from the other inspectors, and they would all have their own districts. It's just that now they would have smaller districts so that they can engage in those public education campaigns. As we're seeing now, this year, normally by the end of April, we should be finished with all of the government parcel inspections, and clearance work is already beginning on those. But we've had so many requests from homeowners association groups and community councils and neighborhood councils and that kind of thing that the inspectors are being pulled away from their regular job duties to already start handling that. So having the additional 3 inspectors would certainly assist us in that. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. I would just like a memo requesting us to see if there are any state funding that could help provide us with resources for these positions or other funding streams. Is that possible?
Yes, ma'am. We could look into that and also grant funding as well.
And also too, ma'am, on the funding streams, in the Fire Prevention Bureau, all of our positions are fee supported. It takes approximately 18 months from the time a position is allocated to the fire department before it shows up in the cost of special services and therefore becomes a fee generating position. But the way we fund the Fire Prevention Bureau is we take the entire cost of the Bureau, both direct and indirect costs, and then divide that by the number of inspectors in the Bureau, and then that helps us create the inspector hourly rate, and that in turn reimburses the department. Currently, the department, because not all of the positions are, while all the positions are funded through that method, not all of them do the kind of work that generate either permits or fines or fees. The Fire Prevention Bureau currently returns approximately 63% of its budget back to the general fund through the various fees and permits that we charge. So a funding stream already exists. It's just a matter of getting the positions and then slowly adding them into the cost of special services.
Understood.
Thank you.
And when was the last time those were updated?
They're updated annually.
Okay, great.
But the process and the cycles is just, it's what takes it to 15 to 18 months from the time a position's allocated before we actually publish the cost of special services with those positions on board.
Understood. Thank you. It's going to take too much time, but at some point I want to know why it takes that long and if there's any changes we could make to reduce that timeline.
I would love to find out.
Okay.
I'll work on that for you, I promise.
Yeah, thank you. That would be great. A report back on that would be great. Thank you. Now, this is a last piece is in September of 2025, LAFD was notified by FEMA that the request for a $6.4 million grant as part of the fiscal year 2024 staffing for adequate fire emergency response was approved. This grant would enable a new resource at Fire Station 100 in Lake Balboa. I would like to add an instruction here, instructing LAFD and the CAO to prepare a budget memo on steps necessary to accept the 2024 SAFER grant for new resources and staffing at Fire Station 100 in Lake Balboa. I'm passing it back to you. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and just to follow up on this, can we just, I know I got a text from you like the day before we had to act on it, Chief, but, you know, to add to the memo, why didn't we get the grant in a timely way and what can be done in the future to support this need? I think this speaks to the work my colleague, Councilwoman Hutt, is doing on how the city approaches grants and their management. You know, I just want to support the department, ensure we're using grant funds efficiently and have lead time so that we know when we need to get things scheduled for committees so that we're not trying to figure out how to do it last minute.
Yes, ma'am, and we discussed that, and I actually have an update for you. FEMA was actually shut down with the government shutdown, and they were not in their offices, and we asked for an extension of that FEMA grant. I just found out today that they have come back to their offices, and they've extended us the ability to fulfill that grant. So we're working with Councilmember Imelda Padilla's office to try to be able to find some funding, to be able to front load that grant, to be able to accept that grant so we can get Engine 200 out into the valley into her district.
Excellent. Okay.
So we're working on that actively, ma'am.
Wonderful. Councilwoman Hutt, did you have a?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And then Councilmember Bloomfield.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilmember.
Historically, how many firefighters do we hire on a yearly basis?
So we hire usually two classes of 60, which is 120 firefighters on an annual basis.
So that's almost the full amount of candidates get hired.
The problem is we have a 22% attrition rate, So as much as we'd like to say 60 people go in, 60 people go out,
Mhm.
the reality isn't, that's not true. Because of the 22% attrition rate, failure rate in the drill tower, we're getting much less, which doesn't meet the attrition that's happening on an annual basis. So that's how we're slowly slipping away and not being able to meet our staffing needs.
And so then, how many firefighters do we anticipate to hire in the proposed budget?
Well, in the proposed budget, which was identified in the letter that I submitted to Councilmember Yarsovsky and the committee, you'll see under Section B that we list 59, which are currently in Class 25-2. That's what's in the drill tower currently. Class 26-1 would be 60. Class 26-2 would be 60. And what we're requesting is a third class of 60, which would be Class 26-3.
Thank you. So, in terms of the budget letter, can you please provide more detail on the request for core technology, accounting, EMS compliance, and grants management?
Yes, ma'am. Our Chief Information Officer, Sam Hinojosa, is eager to explain all those items to you.
You want me to repeat them?
Thank you, Chief. Just in terms of the core technology request, I've provided some documentation that breaks it up into 5 different areas, but it's annual recurring costs that's basically for software renewals and services, whether contractual, whether they be cellular or vendor-based. So when you look at that, you're looking at the types of services that include our web hosting environment, our CAD database backend, so our ability to dispatch, access, our basic Windows security, things along those lines, patches. A big part of that would be our cellular services, our vehicle analytics systems, satellite communications, and then much into smaller parts, you're looking at some of the dispatch messaging, emergency notification, things along those lines. This is not hardware based. This is not to purchase computers or servers. This is really to keep our software paid for online and give us the ability to patch against cybersecurity intrusion, things along those lines. And these are annual recurring. They usually only adjust 3 to 5% for inflation, things along those lines. And we may add items, but these are that quote unquote keep the lights on type of costs that we incur every year.
Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me on the sneezing. Okay, I'd like to add to Mr. McCosker's budget memo request. So he asked for 3 classes, and then I would like a secondary piece that said an option to increase the training classes to 4 classes with an additional 120 recruits for a total of 240.
Thank you,
And so
Councilmember.
that is in addition to his memo. I'd also like to request a budget memo to have the CAO report back with the assistance of LAFD with funding options for the core technology request, the accounting request, restoration of the management analysis for EMS compliance, and the grants management positions. I also have a couple more questions. Could you explain the effectiveness, and I think we heard a little bit about it earlier, of the fast response vehicles that we known as FRVs in response to the calls for service that don't require a fire engine?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to invite up Deputy Chief Tim Warfel, who's in charge of our EMS Bureau. He can highlight our FRVs.
And then when you're doing that, let us know how many the department currently has.
Did you hear that question?
Yes. So good afternoon, everybody. Tim Warfel, Deputy Chief of the EMS Bureau. So first part of your question, or let me answer the second part. Currently, we have 8 fast response vehicles. 4 of them house our tactical EMS.
You don't have to look at me because then they can't hear you on the mic.
Yes, ma'am. 4 of them carry our tactical emergency medical support, paramedics, and they support, the LAPD SWAT operations. So they're on a 4-10 schedule. And then the other 4 that we have are, they're what we call variable staffed. So they're not staffed full-time, and they are located at 9s, 11s, 64s, and Fire Station 27. And the first part of your question, could you repeat, ma'am?
What is the effectiveness of using those for service calls that don't require fire engines?
Great. So if you don't know, I'll explain, but there's 1 firefighter and 1 paramedic that staff a fast response vehicle. Except for our tactical EMS, there's 2 paramedics. But the thing is, they're on a much smaller vehicle. They're on a pickup truck that has a water tank and a pump. And they are very effective in responding ahead of our other resources because they can do assessment for medical calls. Currently in the city of Los Angeles, our most common incident type is a rubbish fire. It's approximately 33,000 calls a year. And we're able to dispatch a fast response vehicle on that instead of sending a fire department heavy apparatus like an engine or a fire truck.
That makes good sense. I have another question. What's the total cost to purchase a FRV?
That would be an Emilio question.
While Emilio thinks that up and pulls up the number for the individual costs of an FRV, I can tell you we do currently have FRVs on order through our foundation. As Councilmember Yaroslavsky mentioned, the request for funding is actually for 24 firefighter 3 positions, which would be a firefighter and a paramedic, and 4 FRVs. That would staff 4 FRVs. That would actually put 1 on every single shift and 1 in each bureau. And if Emilio doesn't have that number, I'm sure Chief Shao, who runs our supply and maintenance division, will be able to talk about what the cost of a FRV is in comparison to the cost of a fire engine or fire truck.
I had some preliminary stats too I just wanted to share. So 80% of the time that FRVs are on scene as the first ALS unit, or 80% of the time they're the first resource on scene. 25% of the time the FRVs cancel a heavy fire truck or engine, and 36% of the time the FRV handles their incidents alone, which means we're saving ambulances instead of sending them to the hospital. So go ahead, Chief Chow.
Good evening, council members. Assistant Chief Peter Shao, assigned to supply and maintenance. The current cost of an FRV is about $150,000. That includes the radio package and the light package with the vehicle. Relative to the cost of, for instance, a fire engine, which is about $1.9 million with a 4-year build time, and a fire truck, which is $3.1 million.
Thank you for that. I would like, Madam Chair, to add to your memo request regarding the FRVs that we add the cost to purchase a FRV that would serve the valley as well. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay. Councilmember Blumenfield?
Great, thank you. And big fan of the FRVs. We rolled those out with the Innovation Fund a number of years ago, and it's one of those things. The fire department has been great about using the Innovation Fund to start new programs that end up saving a lot of money, and this is a great example of that. When we were talking about brush clearance, I just wanted to add on something. Every year, I've been talking about this for years, and usually we get chuckles. I talk about the goats, but the goats have actually been working. This year we had the first actual demonstration projects with them. We did it in Sepulveda Basin with a nonprofit, and then the first time that the city actually paid for goats to do brush clearance, I paid for out of my discretionary dollars, and they ate up Corbin Canyon and did a tremendous job of brush clearance. And it's old, it's high tech, old school, so to speak. So anyway, I wanted to do a budget memo to identify $200,000, small potatoes, but to add to the brush clearance unit abatement fund to continue weed abatement with goats. We did it as a pilot with discretionary dollars, but I think a little bit of money, we can actually roll this out more citywide, and ultimately it's going to saves dollars. Proof of concept is there. So I'll just leave it at that. I know everybody always chuckles when I talk about the goats, and I've been talking about it for years, but we made it happen this year, and it was really effective. So I'll leave it at that. Yeah, it's a good thing. Totally different topic. We're increasing funding for UMCR, and while there's a lot of discussion about how it can reduce LAPD calls, which we've talked about it, there's been less focus on how it could actually help LAFD, and I think it actually can help LAFD in some ways even more. Do you see the potential here? How can we or should we adjust UMCR and other programs that, specifically to reduce LAFD calls? How have you been working with them, and how can we bolster that in the future?
Councilmember, we have been working with them, and we found them to be an incredible asset and an ally to addressing some of the issues in the field. I'll let Chief Warfel highlight how effective they were. His bureau recently highlighted them across the department, their use, as well as in a recent all chiefs meeting.
Thank you, Chief. We partnered with the UMCR in September of 2025. We found out that LAPD had partnered with them and were trying to defer calls on the front end for specific incident types, mostly people having mental health crisis, third-party person down type of calls, where there was really no description of a patient. So we started looking at those types of calls that we were still getting transferred to the LAFD and realized there was some reluctancy on behalf of the PSRs who don't have any medical training whatsoever, or the person that was calling asked specifically for an ambulance before there was ever any conversation about what was going on. So we found out that we were taking calls and dispatching fire department resources that qualified for this specific resource. In September, we rolled out a small pilot program where we identified specific dispatchers to transfer those calls manually to the UMCR. And then we began to integrate into our CAD, our computer-aided dispatch, some prompts for our dispatchers. So our call takers, who are sworn firefighters and paramedics, would process a call utilizing our tiered dispatch system software. They would get to a point where they would pick a code based on what they were being told, and a prompt would come up on the computer that said, "Consider UMCR." So based on their experience as sworn firefighters and paramedics, they would then transfer the call to the UMCR, who have their own dispatch center, and they have 2 dispatchers that are on duty 24 hours a day. We rolled it out slowly, and we're very careful about it, and it has proven to be very effective. In the month of March, we have transferred or deferred 144 calls. This month already, that's up to 162. And the way the UMCR is configured is that they have resources assigned to LAPD divisions. So they're currently operating in 6 LAPD divisions, and we are transferring them calls in 5 of those. On May 19th, they're hoping to expand, and we're hoping to expand with them. We'll both be dispatching in 9 of the 21 LAPD divisions. We've also begun, and it's my understanding that the city attorney is currently working on executing a hardware and data sharing agreement between Exodus and the city so that we can streamline the process between, a sworn Metro Fire Communications dispatcher and the UMCR dispatcher by utilizing an iPad to receive dispatch information. Today's process relies solely on a phone call to their dispatch center, and it takes a lot more time, so we're trying to streamline that process. So it's proving very effective, and we look forward to expanding the program.
Great. I mean, is there anything that you think we should be doing differently or budgeting differently to help make that happen? I mean, to me, I want to do everything I can to facilitate it.
I mean, I think that supporting the UMCR also, I don't know exactly how they get their funding. I know it's a CAO.
Yeah, it's currently housed in the CAO's office. I think the recommendation would be to expand the program, get it into more police divisions, which would then get it into more of our battalions and our bureaus.
We'd like to get it in every police division across the whole city, but we have to expand as they expand.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay. Colleagues, any more questions for fire? Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of Koopa questions. So I don't know who's...
I'll invite up our Fire Marshal, Deputy Chief David Perez.
So it looks like we're making a transition on reporting on the data platform, right? To
Yes,
Next
sir.
Gen?
The California Next Gen program for SIRS. Yes, sir.
So how are we on track for compliance with that data platform?
Right now, sir, we're a little bit behind in that we had to go through contracting issues to get the software vendor that we're going to be using. We've cleared all of those hurdles now. We have the contract in place. Where we're going to continue to run into issues is just with the technical support, the programming and database architecture that we need. In the past, we've used a systems analyst and a senior systems analyst and a programmer analyst that we borrow from ITB, taking them away from our Information Technology Bureau, taking them away from their regular duties to assist us. The senior systems analyst is gone now, and so we're really struggling on that part. We have requested a database architect, which is a very specific classification that would help us particularly in this developing the software and making the database changes between our current database and getting it configured and making all of the data fit the conventions that we need in order for it to properly communicate with the state's SIRS program.
So let me just back up and for clarity, you know how much I rely, I think we all do. We all have Koopa issues, and I rely on it heavily in the harbor area, particularly around Rancho tanks and some of the other challenges we have. So compliance and being able to be mobile and responsive with Koopa is really, really important to us. This architect position, is this something for just setting up the transfer, or is this something that it would be required ongoing to make sure that we're keeping up on all of our circumstances, all of the responses, all of the needs as they change?
Yes, sir. There's plenty of work for the database architect to continue with maintenance and system tweaks and updates as the state requires different changes to the way we communicate with their program.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a budget memo then for the CIO to work with LAFD to identify funding for a database architect position to support the CERS Next Gen transition as a permanent position.
Excuse me, Councilmember, I think that position is fee supported as well. Am I correct?
It is in the way that we fund the Koopa. Similar to how we fund the Fire Prevention Bureau, the Koopa is funded by taking the entire cost of the Koopa, including direct and indirect costs, and then dividing those by the number of businesses that are regulated and averaging in the time and motion effort it takes to do the various types of permits that Koopa issues. Unlike in the Fire Prevention Bureau, where we only recover approximately 63% of all of our costs back to the general fund, that's because those inspectors don't always do fee generating or permit generating work. In the Koopa, everything they do is fee generating or permit generating. Therefore, our current reimbursement rate to the general fund is about 96%. So when we get new positions, other than the 15 to 18-month lag time to get them into the cost of special services, the positions are fully funded through normal Koopa fees.
Okay, sounds like you're helping the CIO to identify the funds. So a fee supported, 100% would be great. but a fee-supported position for the architect.
Yes, sir. And I think if we get to where Councilmember Hernandez was asking for us to somehow reduce that 15 to 18-month lag between a position's allocation and actually it's showing up in the fee schedule, we could get a lot closer to 100%.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. So that is what I'm asking for, a budget memo for the position, source of funds. Then going back to the...
There's a follow-up here.
Oh.
Are you moving on topics?
Yes, I have two more quick topics.
Okay.
This is on brush clearance, to build off what you said, can I get
Totally different subject, but go ahead.
No, go ahead, sorry. Go ahead, keep going. Yeah, no, I thought you were still on brush clearance.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
we'll come back
Yes,
to you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Just real quick, before we finish up, I heard you talk about the 800, the 840 on Terminal Island.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Did you
840
say that was funded or not funded?
That is funded through the Department of Transportation.
Okay, so that is the resource at 40s on Terminal Island, and DOT is paying for it because of the bridge replacement?
Because the Vincent Thomas Bridge is being replaced or renovated.
Yeah.
And so they're funding the cost of that ambulance for 18 months.
Okay, so you're all set on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. We're getting a lot, because of the redecking, we're getting some street work, we're getting some DOT, and we got you, just basically it's a relocation of the
No, it was a variably staff-funded resource, so this will actually give it constant staffing with the funding that's going to be brought in for the Department of Transportation to pay for the personnel to be able to staff it 24 hours a day.
Excellent, yeah. Caltrans didn't do that really willingly. They wanted permits from us to be able to redeck the bridge. Last question. A couple days or a day ago, or it feels like a month ago, we talked about maybe it was 24 hours ago, talked about the county pulling out of our JPA to do the lifeguard services at Venice Beach and at Cabrillo Beach. And I asked for a memo recently in these processes for an analysis of what it would cost for Rec and Parks to assume that responsibility. I'm going to amend that memo to also add sort of a comparison, a compare and contrast. What would it cost for LAFD to provide the lifeguard services at Cabrillo and at Venice? Not to the exclusion of Rec and Parks. I just want to see them side by side.
We'd like to bid on it, sir.
It'd be a bid, yeah. It's going to be a low bid, by the way. The winner's going to be the low bidder. But thank you.
We understand. We think we could possibly bring it into our Marine Operations Division and include, we've got many lifeguards who serve as firefighters and firefighter paramedics on this department, sir. I'd be happy to be able to entertain
We just want the best
the
possible
bid.
service at the best price.
You got it.
Okay, Councilwoman Hernandez with the follow-up on brush clearance.
Yes, give me the language.
And then anyone else? Are we good?
Thank you. And the reason why I had connected it, because it was about fees. So fees, we were there with fees and fee-supported positions. I would like a budget memo that will provide information on permit costs covering 2 brush clearance inspectors and how much front funding we would need to make that happen.
We'll be able to provide that for you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think we're good.
Thank you all very much for your time. I
All
know
right,
it's
thank you
late.
so much.
Appreciate your attention to our needs. Have a wonderful day. Be safe.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to move on to EMD, and then we're going to take a brief, 3-minute break after EMD. Does that sound okay? We have EMD personnel, ITA, Rec and Parks, and Animal Services.
You can heat up the masticholi. Heat up the pasta.
Just text me next time.
I know, it was happening very quickly.
Thank you. welcome. EMD and team. We have all read the letter. You want to go ahead and introduce yourself and your team?
Good afternoon. Carol Parks, General Manager for the City of Los Angeles Emergency Management Department.
Good afternoon. John Brown, Assistant General Manager with the city's Emergency Management Department.
Good afternoon. Mike Davis, Operations and Training Chief for Emergency Management Department.
Excellent, thank you. We all have read your memo. Do you want to? Is there anything you want to highlight, or otherwise we'll just go right into questions?
All right, I do have an overview.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes. So, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. What's next for Los Angeles? As we all await in anticipation for the World Cup in about 46 days, about 809 days until the start of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and hundreds of other smaller events in between, many are asking, are we ready? As General Stanley McChrystal has quoted, too often individuals and organizations fail to mitigate risk because they focus on the probability of something happening instead of what they can do about it. The role of the Emergency Management Department is not to only think about the risk, but to do something about it before it happens. Similar to buying insurance policies for the unforeseen, the Emergency Management Department is the whole of government insurance policy for city government and the people of Los Angeles. Last July 1, EMD reached a milestone of 25 years of being in existence as a city department. However, it has been and continues to be with minimal staffing. As the general manager, it is my duty to acknowledge the work of my 33, and I repeat, 33 full-time employees and 4 as-needed employees. They show up whenever duty calls, no matter the hour of the day, including holidays, to ensure city leadership, employees, and the people of Los Angeles are informed and that services are provided when needed. Investment sooner rather than later is an improvement in the way in which our city is run and in the level that the city is ready for the next eventuality, whether it's celebratory or devastation. Madam Chair, as you mentioned on yesterday, every dollar allocated in this budget has to translate into services for the people of Los Angeles and services that they can see. Today, along with Team EMD, our request is that we reimagine our thinking of readiness to include emergency management at the equivalent level of importance as police and fire, and not to be that forgotten pillar of public safety. Much gratitude to Mayor Bass and her Office of Public Safety and the budget team for their initial efforts to bring additional resources to EMD. Today, we present our requested enhancements.
Okay.
Emergency management in the City of Los Angeles now operates in a sustained and increasingly complex environment. Prolonged, multifaceted activations for overlapping incidents and multiple ongoing extended recovery efforts require continuous staffing, leadership planning, and 24/7 coordination. These demands exceed our ability with current capacity, staffing, and budget structure. As we can see on the slide, in 2025, we had many eventualities to address. The city's Emergency Operations Center has experienced a steady increase in activations requiring 24-hour staffing and multi-day coordination. We were activated 16 times across 63 days, which included 4 holidays, of which 34 were overnight shifts. Concurrent with the ongoing Palisades fire response and recovery, the EOC was activated to deal with 4 distinct multi-day winter storm events, which brought inherent threats of debris removal affecting new burn scar areas. During the summer months of 2025, there were 11 additional days and nights of activation for citywide protests related to the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement raids, and a week-long water outage in the valley. Throughout the fall of the year, there were 3 additional severe weather events, which spanned a total of 10 days and nights. Most activations occurred with little or no time to reset staffing or complete after-action improvements before the next incident began. Over the course of last calendar year, EMD supported a total of 107 Notify LA and or wireless emergency alert messages. To date, EMD has supported a total of 25 alerts. This is just a snapshot of the level of work that our department is responsible for. So that brings us to a summary of the mayor's FY 26-27 budget for Emergency Management Department. One item was approved, and we are most grateful to have that second assistant general manager. It's very much needed and will be very beneficial in the years moving ahead. However, I am concerned about the need for dedicated staffing for recovery. Those 2 positions that were requested in EMC 2 and in EMC 1 were denied based on funding. And additionally, we were only partially approved for 2 positions for our climate resiliency division. And now I will turn it over to John Brown to talk to you about our staffing and budgeting trends.
Thank you and good evening. Since fiscal year 2019-2020, EMD has operated in an increasingly demanding emergency environment shaped by public health emergencies, climate-related disasters, humanitarian operations, and large-scale wildfire response. During this period, EMD has supported frequent multi-month EOC activations, including multiple fiscal years in which the city maintained an activation posture for more than half of the year. Despite this sustained demand, EMD's staffing levels have remained largely static and have not scaled with the duration, frequency, or complexity of incidents the city continues to face. Recent increases in total positions that you see on the chart above include those reflected in 25-26 are due to the absorption of the Climate Emergency Mobilization Office staff through council action and do not represent new emergency management capacity. As a result, EMD's core emergency management functions continue to be supported by a staffing model established prior to the city's current risk environment. As Carol mentioned, the current proposed budget eliminates 4 positions with the adoption of 1 for a net loss of 3 positions. As she mentioned, we currently have 33 full-time employees, 21 emergency management coordinators, which are dedicated to the core functions of the department, 2 executives, including Carol and myself, 5 administration and finance personnel, 2 climate resilience staff, and 3 technical specialists, including a public information officer, a GIS specialist, and a public health liaison. Comparison with peer jurisdictions demonstrates that LA is significantly under-resourced in emergency management staffing relative to our city's scale, complexity, and risk exposure. The department we do maintain those 21 filled full-time emergency management coordinator positions, serving over approximately 3.9 million people, 500 square miles of the most at-risk geography according to FEMA's National Risk Index. So that's 1 emergency management coordinator per 186,000 residents. In comparison, for our 33 full-time staff, New York City has 242 full-time staff. Washington, D.C., 146 full-time staff. Philadelphia, 49 full-time staff. Carol and I have been underscoring the importance of our staffing gap for years. However, I want to point out a few of the independent investigations that are also stating these same facts. Following the Palisades fire, the mayor's office commissioned an independent contractor to do an assessment of our department. One of the key findings in that assessment was chronic staffing shortages within the EMD limit the department's ability to focus on preparedness, training, grants management, and continuous improvement. Operational success is heavily dependent on a small number of highly experienced individuals, creating single point of failure risks. The recommendations to remedy that were to reset emergency management staffing to reflect Los Angeles' hazard profile, operational tempo, and recovery complexity. Staffing shall be treated as a baseline critical infrastructure capacity and not surge improvisation. Create a permanent recovery and reconstruction division. Establish dedicated recovery personnel with defined authorities, grant management expertise, reconstruction, transition protocols, and federal documentation competency. I'd like to underscore conversely right now, it's been reported that despite a 7% decrease in the county's proposed budget, they're investing $10 million in their Office of Emergency Management to include the addition of 44 staff. Additional assessments that are forthcoming that will underscore the same gaps that these other reports have are the governor's commissioned report by the Fire Safety Research Institute, which we've already gotten preliminary indications that staffing will be included in that report, the California State Auditor's Office audit of our response, as well as our own City of LA's commissioned after action report. So if the city is going to invest in the emergency management function, what better time than after the most devastating disaster our city's seen in 30 plus years. So with that, I'd like to move back to Carol to describe some of the requests that we're asking to be reconsidered.
And if we can do that quickly, that would be helpful. We have many more departments to get through, and we're about 2 hours behind schedule. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
So in closing, we're asking for reconsideration for our number one request, and that's the establishment of our recovery division that will include 1 emergency management coordinator 2 and 1 emergency coordinator 1. Priority number 2 is a $50,000 increase in our overtime budget. We've spent about $150,000 per year, and we feel that an additional amount would allow us to be able to have the funds needed in order to be present in the EOC for many of the events that are on the horizon. Switching over to our Emergency Operations Fund, that's the fund that provides the budget that we need to maintain the city's Emergency Operations Center. As we've requested previously in prior budget years, we do need our security camera system funded. It still has not been funded, and it's required to modernize our facility. The system is the original system that was in place when the building opened, but due to obsolescence, other technological failures, we see the need to move away from the original analog system to a digital cloud-based technology. Other smaller budget requests are for funding for an EOC generator seismic retrofit. This request is for construction and design drawings in support of the study in order to properly scope capital construction and retrofitting costs. Also, we're asking for funding for infrastructure repairs and backup communications in the event that we have no notice technology failures or other repairs that are needed. We need funding for those eventualities. So in closing, if the value of emergency management were ever in question, the January 2025 fires resolved that debate. Emergency management is no longer about reacting to one crisis at a time. It is about managing and navigating the progression of technology, climate change, staffing shortages, and public expectation. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hutt is going to lead us off in these questions to get us started.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My first question is, how much do we use outside contracting for EMD services? I just heard you mention an outside contractor that did an assessment, but other than that.
Yes, ma'am. Specifically for the short and intermediate phase recovery, EMD utilized Haggerty Consulting to be able to provide that subject matter expertise and surge capacity so that we could carry that initial recovery effort forward while simultaneously responding to those multitude of EOC activations that Carol mentioned. That contract resulted in a $3.5 million of the not to exceed $10 million expenditures, and a portion of that is being put through the public assistance process with FEMA for reimbursement. But we highly believe that if the city invested in a recovery division within the emergency management department, that we would have leadership and the foundation to do many of the recovery functions in-house. I will say that with 2 positions, that is not enough. It's a start, but we were looking at a phased approach to be able to grow that. Our initial request was for 26 positions. You know, in the fiscal environment we are at, we scaled it down to 11 and down now even further to just 2 to have the leadership to start that division.
So, how many other times do you use outside contractors?
We use outside contractors for other like planning efforts and so forth, but those are fully funded through Department of Homeland Security grants, such as the Urban Area Security Initiatives, Emergency Management Performance Grants, and so forth. So there's no impact to the general fund for those contractors that we're using for those activities.
Thank you. And so let me get the numbers right. You said you had 33 staff all total in your department?
Yes, ma'am. Full-time employees, 33.
And then what's the biggest challenge for the department to meet its responsibilities?
So I'll start and then I'll pass to Cal. Right now, it's the constant pivoting, to be honest. We have a number of what we call blue sky mandates, right? The pre-planning for disasters and special events, the training and exercises of the Emergency Operations Center responders across the city, the community preparedness efforts. All of that is ongoing on a day-to-day basis, coupled with recovery efforts post-disaster. As we continuously have these more frequent EOC activations, we have to stop our efforts there to be able to respond and meet the needs of the city. And so, quite frankly, there are just gaps in being able to have the continuity to maintain those programs during normal times or in times of disaster, when we all 33 of us is all hands on deck to respond to whatever the eventuality of the day is, ma'am.
Thank you. I'd like to request a budget memo for the CAO to report back with assistance from EMD to provide funding options for the personnel, overtime, and emergency operations infrastructure requests in the EMD's budget letter. And then I'd also like to request a special study from the EMD with the assistance of the CAO to report back on a 3-year phase in building out personnel and resources for the department based on the independent assessments and the 2025 budget memo that have been provided in the last couple of years.
Thank you, ma'am.
We appreciate that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all for me.
Okay, I have a few questions. I'm going to hand it over to Councilmember Bloomfield. I see your letter notes that overtime funding has remained constant despite recent prolonged activations and increased incident volume. Overtime funding for 25-26 was exhausted, which resulted in staff accruing and using compensatory time off. The department requests increased overtime funding in this coming fiscal year 26-27. However, the department's top priority in your letter is to request the addition of 2 positions to establish a recovery division. If the department is granted the 2 additional positions for the recovery division, would overtime still be needed, and if so, how much?
Yes. The reality is next fiscal year, it's going to start. We will be in the middle of the World Cup. Also, we have the Super Bowl. Those are 2 big events that we already know about. We typically activate for the LA Marathon as well, and then any other no-notice event. So we cannot determine or predetermine the length of some of these activations. For weather events, a lot of times the EOC is activated on a short-term basis, but some of the activations require multi-day activations. So we are thinking, based on prior years, 50,000, having a total of 150,000 would be sufficient for overtime.
Thank you.
And-
How does,
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I just wanted to add that we worked with our CAO partners, and the 3-year historical average for our overtime is 151,000 per year. So we really did try to right-size the request to meet what that historical average is.
do you think the last 3 years is representative of what's traditionally been the trajectory of emergency management needs?
I think 2025 is definitely an outlier, but I think if we even go back 5 years to COVID, that we would see a similar projection. So 150,000, I think, is the minimum. Do I think that disasters and special events are going to increase that number? Absolutely, but we wanted to be realistic and data-driven in our request.
Do you think that if you add 2 more positions, that would then just increase the overtime needs? Because you hire new people, they're working overtime too. I mean, do you think that will stay fairly stable, even with the 2 additional positions?
One of them is a salary position, so it wouldn't generate overtime, but the additional one, it would be minimal.
Okay.
Yes.
And I think what it would do also is allow some of our other 21 emergency management coordinators to not be as burnt out. We could rotate a little bit more even with a single more person.
Okay. How does the department balance maintaining readiness with controlling overtime costs, and what internal controls are in place to ensure activation decisions are cost effective?
So we look at the level of risk and the need. A lot of times our activations require us to send out crisis messaging in the form of alerts via Notify LA. So we look at basically the various scenarios, and we activate based on the scale of risk or potential risks that could happen. So many of our activations are very conservative in staffing because most of them are level 3, which is EMD only. Should there be a sustained adverse weather event, then I will coordinate with police and fire, and we will elevate that to level 2, and that brings in more of our city family, incurring overtime not only for EMD, but for other city departments. So we do evaluate the need, and we try to be as conservative as possible. But I cannot close the EOC because I don't have overtime cost.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Colleagues, questions? Councilmember Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the work that you all do, and I wanted to focus for a moment on CMO. And I understand that there were some very recent changes in the office, and I wanted to see how you see that evolving and how you keep helping the city gain resources on this.
So I'll start, and then John can add to it. So certainly last year, as a part of the current budget, we were asked to allow CMO staff to be integrated into emergency management department because there are some similarities of duty when it comes to extreme heat. Their staff did transition in, and we're continuing to support the ordinance that currently exists. We're also working with the mayor's office. The mayor has just issued a new climate action plan in which we are supporting through the creation of a heat action resilience plan. So staffing we came over, I believe last year, there were a total of 4 staff to transition out to other departments. And we have had a staff change very recently, and we're currently in process of backfilling that position. But we still wholeheartedly support the ordinance. There may be some changes that need to come about as we reevaluate the current priorities of the mayor and city council, but we are still moving forward with the development of the heat action resilience plan.
That's good. I want to see that happen. I'm just concerned because the leadership change and to see if we're going to be able to fill that quickly, or what the plan is for
Yes.
for making that happen?
So in the mayor's climate action plan, I believe the projection date for completion of that plan is in 2027, and we are taking steps to ensure that we meet that goal.
The council voted to accept the Extreme Heat and Community Resilience Program, Round 1, the large planning grant from the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation. The program to support the development of the city's first heat action and resiliency plan, but as I understand it, as we were just talking about it, of the $750,000 grant, $364,000 was to be used for salaries and expenses at SEMO. In this budget, there are 3 vacant positions in the Climate Resilience Division that are not going to be continued under the proposal. Is it possible for EMD to use any or all of this grant money, the $364,000 that's allowed to be used for salaries? Can that be used to continue funding for those positions?
We need to reevaluate that and get back to you on that. If we could report back, please.
Yeah, no, if I definitely could get a report back on whether that's possible and what that money is being used for, in terms of SEMO, and also on the action plan for the new leadership of SEMO.
Most definitely.
Thank you.
Colleagues, questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Let's take a 5-minute recess to stretch our legs.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we're going to come back and hear from personnel, ITA, Rec and Parks, and then Animal Services.
Councilmember Yoslavsky.
Here.
Councilmember Bloomfield.
Present.
Councilmember Heck.
Present.
Councilmember McCosker. Here. Councilmember Hernandez. Present. 5 members present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the Personnel Department. Welcome, General Manager Billups. Would you please introduce yourself and your team?
Hello, my name is Malika Billups, General Manager of the Personnel Department. I am here with my Chief Administrative, Chief Management Analyst, I'm sorry. She's over Administrative Services Division, and I conflated the two. Jenny Yao, and my Chief of the Police Hiring Division, Vince Cordero. I have a brief statement.
Brief is appreciated.
I promise.
Thank you.
Or at least
it's
brief to me. It's brief to me. But I also have my assistant general managers here and a number of folks here who will be able to assist if there are specific questions related to their work. So thank you for your consideration of the budget. I definitely want to thank the mayor's office for the proposed budget. Last year, the personnel department was hit with 116 position eliminations, the second highest in the city behind LAPD. And the diminished resources certainly have impacted the city in a variety of ways, and I am pleased and grateful that some of those positions have been restored in order to provide a little bit more stability for the personnel department. Our most pressing need that we want to address is the significant public safety hiring mandate under the proposed budget, and coupled with Executive Directive 14, the Personnel Department would be expected to hire 510 police officers this fiscal year and ensure each candidate's process takes no longer than 6 months. This expedited timeline requires more than our existing capacity and the proposed budget's new investment. We are in a position where right now we would have to literally rob, as I say, Steve to pay Vince in order to make that happen. And we can't hire everyone at once, even when they are priority positions. And when I say everyone, I mean not just public safety, but also the civilian positions that are high priority. So the top priority in my request today is securing 7 essential resolution authority positions for the police hiring division. It's crucial to bridge the gap, but to effectively manage the hiring process and meet the city's specific goals. To complement the staffing, we're also asking for increased salaries as needed staffing for public safety background investigations, restoring the funding level previously held. This sufficient funding is vital to meet the increased LAFD and LAPD hiring demands presently before us, and to provide coverage for full-time employee absences, including costly onboarding delays. Beyond public safety, our proposals include key requests to mitigate liability and streamline operations. We seek to restore 1 senior industrial hygienist position, to revive the industrial hygiene program, which is essential to proactively identifying and mitigating potential exposure risks and reducing workers' compensation claims. We're also requesting restoration of the $47,500 for executive management training to support senior management and executive staff across city departments. Finally, we're requesting a structural change to better align client services staffing with the consolidation of the new Community Investment Department, which is projected to result in a net general fund savings of just over $80,000. We also need to reestablish our occupational health leadership in order to handle the new state mandates regarding workplace violence prevention. So we respectfully request your favorable consideration of the Personnel Department's proposals, and we are here to answer your questions.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to our Personnel Chair to kick us off with questions.
Thank you very much. So going to your first priority, your ability to hire the 510 officers. Mid-year, we did go through the exercise of hiring an AGM for this very function. What was that exercise, and why wasn't that sufficient then, or why wasn't that the time to build up this function?
So the request, the mid-year or the interim budget request, we requested...
The interim budget request for the AGM for the Personnel Police Hiring Division.
Right, so we requested 9 positions in the interim budget request, and we had also requested those 9 positions according to the budget. 4 of those 9 positions were awarded, including an assistant general manager. Last year was the first year in over a dozen years where the personnel department had lost an assistant general manager position over the public safety division or the public safety group of divisions within the personnel department, which was a significant loss for us. Coordinating fire department resources, hiring issues, promotional issues, along with LAPD and the other departments that we use, requires sort of a broader cross-functional viewpoint, where right now we were only staffed with the assistant general manager, who has done a great job, who oversees both civilian hiring and public safety hiring, which was split out years ago for a very specific and clear reason. So we have gotten that AGM position back. We are in the hiring process for the AGM position.
Yep.
We don't have it on board yet, but that is just to help oversee the big picture of how we do public safety hiring, not to actually do the legwork of background investigations and sending notices and reviewing documents. That's a leadership position that the office really needs.
But I don't want to punish you for doing a great job, but this past year you were able to support the 240 hires through 6 months?
Yes.
And then the 210 that followed that?
Yes.
With the personnel that you have, like, how did that happen?
So we were able to do that largely through, so while we were hiring these folks, we were also in the process of creating a restructure. One of the key aspects to getting to actually moving to get to the 240 in the first 6 months was reestablishing our relationship and partnership with LAPD, which required the restructure of our department and of the office as it was. So we created that restructure, and then we pushed all of the resources we could, which means pulling resources from other parts of the personnel department to do this work. Right now, we have a deficit in our civilian hiring selection division, and that is what helped us to put ourselves in a position to be able to get to that 240. But that's not sustainable. We have a backlog of exams. We have almost every department across the city that's looking for exams that the personnel department has to catch up with, and the resources that are moving from our selection division are going to police hiring right now because we are still robbing one side of the department to pay for the other. And that's essentially how we got to the 240. There were some other processes that are necessary that we had to slow down within the police hiring process itself in order to expedite moving forward to getting the positions to the 240. And that also is not sustainable because it's creating backlogs that we need to catch up with, which we do not have the resources to catch up with.
So with that what I call temporary burst or a surge of effort on the hiring this past year, were you able to process those in the 6-month time according to the executive directive?
No.
No.
No. We won't be able to process police candidates in the 6-month time frame until we are able to develop and implement, well, I wouldn't say develop because we've been working for the last several months to develop, but to implement the new police hiring bulletin, which restructures how we do police hiring. We are looking forward to creating new innovations for the city that are not necessarily new to the police hiring practice, such as one-day hiring events. And those specific types of innovations are the things we specifically need staff to be able to manage and navigate.
Will that include the modifications to the background process or to the poly or to the way that we arrange for and get medical clearance?
It can. I would like Vince to speak to some of the innovations that we're anticipating with the new hiring bulletin. You don't have to press it.
Good evening. This is Vince Cordell, the Chief HR Specialist. over the police hiring division. So some of the innovations we're working on is, in addition to the one-day hiring event, is transitioning from our PFQ, which is the physical fitness qualifier, to the physical abilities test. That's going to be pass or fail. That will assist with alleviating the pipeline in terms of the number of candidates that will make it to the background process.
I see. So you'll basically, let's go quickly here. I appreciate that. Yeah. But you're talking about ways of weeding it out so you don't have as many folks to focus on and sort of more quickly get to the cohort that can be made offers.
That is correct.
So what is your request for how many personnel you need?
7 additional, including a chief human resources specialist. The chief would be over the police hiring division. Right now, we have a borrowed chief from classification, our classification division.
And they would all report up to the AGM for personnel and police hiring?
And they would report to the AGM. The AGM provides oversight and coordination between all of the public safety hiring, and the chief is the manager of the day-to-day relationship with LAPD, which has been absolutely instrumental to us achieving the numbers that we have. We need somebody who is solely dedicated to that.
Okay, so I know we were calling it police hiring, but what are we going to do about fire hiring when that happens at the end of the year?
Well, we do have a number of, we have 2 separate divisions that work on fire hiring. So we are in the process of hiring for the June drill tower, and we are also reviewing for the November drill tower. Now, if there's an increase in resources or an increase in drill towers for next fiscal year, that is certainly going to require us to look back at the resources that we have to evaluate whether or not we can keep up with the demand.
And what I was getting to is that this, I'll ask for a budget memo on the 7 positions, but are you telling us that those, if we were able to build that up and those 7 positions all reporting up to the new AGM, which you'll have filled soon, that those will be exclusive to police and we won't be able to use, that won't assist us with increased hiring and fire should the half-cent sales tax pass?
Correct.
Will not?
It will not. That would be dedicated to LAPD hiring exclusively, not hiring for any other public safety agencies.
Okay, I still want the budget memo, but that's kind of worrisome.
Yeah.
Well, more than a little worrisome. Can we talk about the detention centers and the care provided? Any of that reimbursed by LAPD budget or by county budget, or is that all on us?
It is not reimbursed. It's all on general fund. Is that correct? Yeah.
And do you have an ask there in this budget cycle that wasn't?
We do not. We got the as-needed budget that we requested. The trouble has been hiring permanent staff. Yeah. Historically, the positions for the advanced practice providers were swept last year, in part because of longstanding vacancies. I've been working with the Medical Services Division to establish a hiring plan that will put us in a position to be able to ensure that if we are ever to get positions, permanent positions that are advanced practice providers, that we will be able to find, obtain, and hire them. Some of that will include recommendations for salary adjustments, things like that. But we have a hard time being competitive with other jurisdictions to get these doctors and physician assistants to come on board to be permanent with the city. So as needed funding will.
So you'll be fine in this budget year with the edge, not that you'll be fine, but that model of as needed budget funding is what you'll follow, whether you have enough or not.
I think that is the most appropriate approach right now, while we're not sure how we're going to get physician assistants to get hired by the city. We don't have a strategy for that, so I don't want to ask for a position if it's going to sit vacant for a while.
Okay, for now I have one more substantive question, then I'm going to have one more specific question to you, and then a more general question, then I'll turn it over, Madam Chair. Walk me through the consolidation of the Community Investment Department and what that does to your budget. My sense was that the consolidation should make it easier for personnel to support a consolidated department, but it didn't sound like you were saying that.
Well, it's not that doesn't make it easier. It can. It's and I may have to have Jenny sort of explain how we're doing some of this, but the way our funding works for personnel, we have client services departments, so that's our HR support folks, who are split across different departments, and they're funded by different special funds, just kind of depending on where they are. So what we're trying to do is rearrange the funding, because the housing department was able to identify funding and give us positions. What we're trying to do is basically consolidate, create one position that's funded. I feel like I'm not explaining this as clearly as we can. I'm going to actually turn it over to Jenny, who has a better sense of how the numbers work.
Yeah, so currently we had 12. Can you hear me? Okay, currently we have 12 positions that supported LHD, CIFD, and YDD. And essentially, the 12 positions were split in terms of funding source based on the percent of time they spent on each department. This second priority proposal is to make the 12 positions full-time LAHD, which would be 100% special funded, and the 12, the part of the 12 positions that were initially providing sort of 2 to 10% support for YDD, which was general fund. We would be transitioning that to special fund for LAHD support. And then that general fund portion would essentially be returned back to the general fund, since housing would be special funding those positions.
Okay, so the efficiencies, the arguable efficiencies created by the consolidation also creates efficiencies for you.
Right. So basically, instead
or savings for us.
Right. Instead of having the work done by piecemeal by 12 people.
Right.
We would request that it's one senior personnel analyst doing that work.
And that hopefully is a story writ over and over again as to why consolidation makes sense for a whole bunch of service sides. So the very general question, I'm not going to ask for the same budget memo for the 6th time, but you've been following this whole discussion about whether or not the civilian positions at LAPD are funded or not funded. And we will have a memo on that. But my understanding is that when we read the note on Exhibit H that says basically no layoffs, and we'll figure it out. I mean, that's essentially what H does, what that note does with in-lieu and with transfers and the transfer portal. Are you prepared to keep the transfer portal from this year open into next year and to work with those folks who are sitting on sub-authorities now, and then also keep it open for folks next year?
Absolutely. We can keep the transfer portal open as long as it's available, and we will continue to work with, as long as a need for it exists, and we will continue to work with departments and with candidates to ensure that they have opportunities to transfer within the city, whether it's to save their jobs or to ensure that the ongoing economic stability of the city. Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have just a couple questions about CAD and LAHD efficiencies. In your letter, you provided a proposal to support the consolidation of the new Community Investment Department by realigning client service staffing and funding currently shared across several departments. Your letter states that this would alleviate the general fund by just over $80,000, as the general fund salaries cost for the portion of staff salaries previously supporting YDD and the additional cost of the upgraded director position are offset by the LAHD funding realignment. Mm-hmm. Can you walk us through realignments and how they'd be helpful now?
Okay, I'll have to ask Letty Ortiz to walk us through the...
Thank you.
Hello, Letty Ortiz, AGM over Client Services. So the realignment, what the realignment will do is it will augment the current 4 positions that are allocated currently to EWDD. It will allow for the upgrade of 1 existing personnel director and then 1 dedicated senior personnel analyst to provide support for CID. It's important to note that that personnel director also oversees 4 other departments And so the total number of employees that position will be overseeing is over 1,200.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to effectuate the three-part restructuring as noted on page 5 under requested structural changes, priority number 1, client services and personnel's letter dated April 21st, 2026. Can you walk us through your second request in your letter under requested structural changes related to occupational health?
Yes, essentially it's, we have an occupational psychologist 3 and several occupational psychologists 2. What we're looking to do is to delete, so we'd be deleting 1 occupational psychologist 2 and replacing it with a chief occupational psychologist. And this is so that we can create a structure related to managing the substantially increased workplace violence prevention demands. This year, the laws were upgraded and changed with respect to city and employer requirements with respect to providing and managing workplace violence prevention policies. And so the chief chief occupational psychologist will take on that responsibility of not just being responsive to concerns related to workplace violence, which is the structure that they manage right now. People call in with complaints, the citywide threat assessment team assesses, they go in and provide support, to what is now required to be a proactive approach to navigating departments through their workplace violence prevention plans and providing training to those departments. So essentially, we're creating a different structure to allow that person to lead that work and to have folks, the occupational psychologists, to support them in those outreach efforts.
Thank you. I have an instruction. I'd like to instruct that we delete 1 occupational psychologist 2 and add 1 chief occupational psychologist. Colleagues, questions? Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. The proposed budget includes hundreds of positions slated for hiring, including traffic control officers, Bureau of Street Services crews, and Bureau of Street Lighting staff. How will your office work with departments to expedite recruitment and onboarding for these critical positions? And do you currently have the staffing, systems, and resources necessary to deliver timely hiring? Are there established lists for these positions, or will they require a new application process?
I'm going to ask Steve Rivera, the chief over our selection division, to provide a little bit of context, but big picture. We won't have to have new applications, but the concern that you're bringing up is the specific concern for why I'm asking for the positions for LAPD hiring. It is because in order to meet the needs, we always will share positions if we need to move people around, so to the extent that Councilmember McCosker asked me earlier, would those 7 resources be dedicated to LAPD? They would be until there's an emergency and we need to dedicate some of them to the fire department hiring process. And until there's an emergency and we have to dedicate some of those resources to hiring civilians. But essentially, what we do is we have to move people around to identify where are the priorities popping up. But the problem is with hiring, it's not just a quick process where I can move someone and say, okay, you're going to work here for 3 weeks. These hiring processes are long. Exam development takes quite a bit of time. And there's a workload and there's a caseload that needs to be managed. And so how will we ultimately manage it? We manage it by trying to figure out where the absolute necessary priorities are, and we'll plug those individuals in to perform the duties they can. So do we have the resources? All in all, yes, we have resources somewhere in the personnel department that will have to stop work somewhere else in order to allocate that time to that sort of work. But I'll let Steve speak specifically to your questions.
Steve Rivera with the Personnel Department. To answer your question, the Personnel Department does meet with various departments to go over their hiring plans, and we do that on either a monthly or bi-monthly basis. Some of the departments that we meet with, Building and Safety, the various bureaus of Public Works, Planning, we meet with them to discuss their hiring plans, and we'll do so again this fiscal year. To your point, I think you mentioned DOT, definitely reach out to them. To give you some insight though, some of the job classifications we do have eligible lists for. Some of them will expire soon, so we'll have to do another exam for those as well. We've implemented a lot of technology and a lot of efficiencies through process improvement to bring down the selection process. Right now, from the time that a bulletin opens to getting a list established, we were down to about 125 days on average, so it moves fairly quickly once we are able to open it. It's been taking longer as we've lost some staff, unfortunately. So like General Manager Billups mentioned, we've lost some of our staff to go to other divisions to help them out. So to your question, I'm confident that we'll be able to do some of those exams, but I'm confident that some of those are going to sit for a while, because if we don't get these additional positions, the staff that are on loan are not going to come back to me. So that's why at least those 7 positions are extremely critical right now. And we have implemented, to give you an example, online testing. We're using some stats to help us in terms of developing our tests a lot quicker. So our efficiencies have been there for the last 3 years. And although we continually look for efficiencies, we're kind of tapping out, where it's like at some point we just need more staff.
Understood. And if we were to expedite the hiring for the Public Works bureaus and DOT, you would need that staff on the other side to handle the police hiring, right?
Yes, I can tell you, like we go through a list of priorities that they have. This includes LAWA, this includes Building and Safety, Street Services, and some of those lists are critical for the Convention Center project. I think they've identified 24 eligible lists that they needed. We were able to provide them with 23. But that took a lot of effort. And so now we're getting a list from, say, Street Services. They provide us with a list of 10 exams that they need. And so the list of critical vacancies or positions that they have just continues to grow. And although we're managing, it's not sustainable.
Understood. So we're making trade-offs then. Understood. Okay. We hear a lot about, and thank you for that. We hear a lot about the attrition rate at LAPD. But how does that compare to our civilian workforce in other departments?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't think that we have data readily available on the attrition rates across departments. So I'd have to get back to you on that. Yeah.
Great. I'll take that as a report back.
Okay.
Thank you. Or a special study outlining what the attrition levels for civilian positions are in the city across all departments. How has that turnover in departments impacted service delivery? And if there are adequate resources within personnel to address attrition citywide, while also prioritizing departments, fill new position authorities to meet department hiring needs. So special study report back is fine. Thank you. Pass it back to you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Councilmember Blumenfield?
Sure.
Followed by Councilwoman Hutt.
Okay. Thank you. Most of my questions have been very well covered by my colleagues, but just a couple other quick things. Regarding workers' comp, could you discuss the need for the senior industrial hygienist? And is it something where we could actually expect the position to pay for itself in terms of reduced workers' comp and or medical costs and reduced employee time off? It seems like one of those positions that ideally would pay for itself.
Good afternoon. Paula Days, Assistant General Manager. The answer to your question, Councilmember, is yes. With a single senior industrial hygienist would be able to take proactive approaches in handling issues such as establishing mitigating factors or advice for departments to mitigate the risks associated with CalOSHA-regulated carcinogens like lead or silica or asbestos. In addition to that, that position could perform ongoing testing for conducting mold assessments, noise dosimetry, which is the cumulative amount of time of exposure of an employee to noise, and other areas like that. So if a single position can prevent numerous employees from having to file a workers' comp claim because they're preventing the energy, then that's the single position would pay for itself by that return, if that makes sense.
And I can give you a little bit of information on that. Because keep in mind, the industrial hygienists look at like chemical compounds, whereas the workplace safety folks often are looking at, trip and fall hazards, things like that. But we have had an industrial hygienist in the personnel department for a number of years. This past budget year was the first time we didn't have one. But since 2021, over time, the industrial hygienists have supported the department in reducing the number of industrial hygienists claims against the city, starting from 3,800 claims in 2021 down to 2,000 claims in 2024, 2025. In the 25-26 budget, that's when we lost the industrial hygienist, so we don't have data on where we are with respect to industrial hygiene claims. But certainly departments have consistently asked us for support, even especially with respect to the fires, and ensuring that a safe workplace could be provided for those folks, whether they're in street services or wherever, when they're going out and they're dealing with their workplace that's outdoors that may have carcinogens and things as a result of the fires. So it's been a big loss for the personnel department and for the city as a whole.
Got it. Yeah, no, it's just, I would love to, it's hard to quantify what you prevented, but it's nice to see quantification. I guess similarly, last year, we included a budget instruction that personnel conducted dependent eligibility audit. Mm-hmm. And I'm assuming this was conducted, but what were the results? And did it yield the funding that we expected it to yield? Or the savings, I should say.
Long story short, it has not yet been conducted. We've just retained a vendor to conduct it. The audit is slated to start this month, and we expect that it'll be completed by July.
July. The vendor's working on the data right now. And so July is the target date for the completion of the audit.
Okay. And what do we expect it to
yield in savings?
Yeah.
The conservative number is about 6.3 million. So that depends on what we find, who we end up removing.
Got it. Although those savings are not baked into this budget.
They are.
Oh, they're already baked?
They're already in there.
So we've already accounted for the savings that we're going to potentially get. Okay. Well, I hope we get them. And I'd be curious to get the follow-up. Because a lot of times we do these things in budget, and we never hear the results, which, in terms of the savings. So I won't be here for the next year's budget, but I'm hoping you all will ask this question next year on whether we got the 6.3 million in savings, or hopefully we'll find out that we got more. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What does the department feel are some of the barriers currently preventing us from hiring more housing and building inspectors?
I would say to the extent that when there aren't eligible lists, and I believe right now there is not an eligible list for housing inspector, or actually Steve may have the updated information on this, or building inspector. It ties back to the concerns that we spoke about earlier. It's having enough resources to meet the needs of writing the exams and administering the selection process for those folks. We work closely with departments to ensure that the priorities are met and that we can allocate resources toward hiring those folks. But I think that Steve can probably provide you on some details on those exams.
Steve Barrow, Personnel Department. To answer your specific question, for housing inspector, we currently have about 90 candidates on the eligible list for that. That exam is intermittent continuous, so we administer it about once a year. So we're constantly refreshing the list, and we have an ongoing exam right now, so hopefully that'll yield quite a few more candidates that we can put on the list. But to give you an example for a building inspector, that most recent list expired in the summer of 2024, and we just got an exam request about 5 months ago, so about a year after the list expired. And so with our staffing levels right now, here's a perfect example of what this creates or what we can do. Right now, we have a list of other critical exams requested by departments. So as that one comes in, we're trying to weigh that with everything else. So it's been requested, it was requested about 5 months ago. I don't have the staff to open that on top of all the other all the other exams that have been requested. So although we're hoping to get that exam open very soon, this is where the staffing compacts the issue. So for housing inspector, we have eligible lists for that, and we'll work with the department to see if they're having any issues with the quality of the candidates. And for building inspector, we hope to open up that exam fairly soon. Those additional positions would be very helpful in opening up that exam.
And how many staff do you need to be able to open up an exam?
Well, one analyst can handle roughly 6 to 8 exams at one time.
And how many candidates are in the examination?
The candidates doesn't so much matter as much. It's the exam in general. Now, some are more complex than others. But to give you maybe a broader sense, we right now get somewhere between 220, 230 exam requests. And we put out about 200 exams. So even though the workload that we put out, I'm very proud of, and we do a lot of the work, you can see that what's coming in is more than what's going out. So even though we're putting out 200 eligible lists, maybe even more, we're getting 220, 230 requests a year. And so that demand is hard for us to keep up with.
Thank you, I understand. Another question is, what type of training or support does the department provide to help employees impacted by domestic violence?
Great question. We have a number of broad trainings, but not necessarily trainings that specifically only go to domestic violence. We provide training with respect to harassment, discrimination, and the impacts of that on the potential for workplace violence. I'm sorry, not workplace violence, domestic violence. And we also have our citywide threat assessment team that addresses matters of domestic violence when they come up across the city, when issues, when either domestic violence spills over into the workplace. But we do not have any single dedicated training with respect to how to address domestic violence that really targets that particular issue broadly, so and indirectly, but not directly.
Thank you. My next question is, how much of our current training for employees is in person versus computer modules?
So the city uses Cornerstone as its, which is a computer module, an online training based company that provides probably the majority of the mandated trainings across the city. The personnel department provides, just recently I spoke at the Women's Management Academy, where 35 graduates matriculated through our basically a management training course. We also have our core supervisory training, personnel department, but that has transitioned from being in person to being a Zoom-based, web-based training so that we could have a broader reach. So most of the training that the city provides is not in person, it is web-based. However, many departments provide specific training related to their own subject matters or internal trainings for whatever it is that they choose to. Because of the volume of employees that we have, especially larger departments will tend toward online-based training as opposed to in-person. But there's still some in-person that is available.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay. Colleagues, any more questions for personnel? Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, Councilmember Bloomfield.
Not a question, but I do want to, I wasn't sure if the priority 3 and 4 on your memo were asked for report backs, and I did think they were worthy of that. So if we could add those 2 priorities report backs on those priorities.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to move on, colleagues, to Information Technology Agency, ITA. We have ITA, Rec and Parks, Animal Services.
Won't be long now.
Pardon?
So it won't be long now.
All right, welcome. Would you please go ahead and introduce yourself and your team?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable council members. I'm joined by Eduardo Magos, who's our Assistant General Manager over Applications, Maria Ramos, Assistant General Manager over Budget and Finance, Mariam Abbasi, who's over our Customer Engagement Bureau, Daniel Clark-Lee, who's our Chief Information Security Officer, and Bhavin Patel, who's our AGM over Infrastructure.
Welcome. So we've all read your letter. Is there anything you want to very briefly highlight?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
I'd like to highlight a very specific item that's not included in the letter.
Okay.
Thank you so much again for the opportunity to address this committee. I must mention, and I think it's important to note, that we are absolutely at a crossroads, I would say a critical crossroads for technology in Los Angeles. Think of it this way, we have demand for digital services that's surging because of FIFA World Cup, Super Bowl, LA 28, etc. Yet on the other side, after 2 very difficult budget years, ITA's budget has lost 29% of our workforce, as well as 16% of our expense budget. On one hand, we know that city departments are going to have constraints around hiring for the next several years, and yet on the other hand, we see technologies, new technologies like artificial intelligence and others, that are providing powerful opportunities to improve the tools that employees have and services to the residents. Needless to say, I would say at these crossroads, I believe technology investments will be critical over the next several years. I'm very proud of what ITA has been able to accomplish in the last 2 years during these times of financial challenges. We successfully, just think about this for a second. We successfully replaced a 25-year-old legacy payroll system with Workday. We have deployed responsibly Google Gemini across 27,500 employees. And we've modernized MyLA 311, which drove a 20% increase in service requests over the last year. In fact, more 311 requests, I just got this information last week, more 311 requests now come through the app than through the call center, which means we went from 37% of 311 requests coming through the app before the new system to 54% since the launch of the new system. As outlined in our budget letter, the proposed budget has critical resources, and we sincerely appreciate the support. To address immediate risks and service gaps, we did list 6 items. We prioritized them. There's always a lot when it's needed for technology, but we prioritized 6 key items: the $2.9 million for the HRP contractor support, the continued funding for 6 communication electricians, the $450,000 for on-call after-hour support, specifically for public safety, the reinstatement of 1 programmer analyst for MyLA 311, funding of $823,000 for the rising costs in data center hardware and software renewals, and lastly, the restoration of 3 help desk positions. For over a decade, IT has worked very hard to build a reputation for results, for efficiency, and for excellence. We believe investing in ITA is a good investment for the future of Los Angeles. Thank you, as always, for your support and for your technology leadership. We're open for any questions.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start this round of questions and pass it around. How is ITA strengthening cybersecurity, especially ahead of upcoming major events? And does the proposed budget provide sufficient resources to address current threat risks?
That's right. It's an excellent question. When it comes to cybersecurity, we've actually been quite aggressive over the last 8 or 9 years. The previous mayoral administration made it a priority. This mayoral administration makes it a priority. So we have installed a whole variety of cybersecurity tools and appliances. This is classic cybersecurity: firewalls, intrusion detection, intrusion prevention, security information event management, endpoint detection, response, you name it. Cybersecurity has been a huge issue for 10 plus years. We've made a lot of investments in those areas. You've seen things like phishing exercises where we try to get you and your team to click on something as if it's a malicious piece of malware, and then we send people to training if they mess up. We have secure remote access. We've got mandatory employee training annually, and we do, very few cities do it, we do weekly vulnerability scanning. So while we do a lot, there's still areas of improvement. We appreciate the mayor's office and the recommendations for the CAO to include some key investments around cybersecurity in the proposed budget. We partner very closely with the Department of Homeland Security and CISA. We're a part of the FIFA World Cup meetings, so we're participating very closely. We bring in our partners like LAPD and sanitation and others. You know, cybersecurity is one of those areas where you're only as strong as the weakest link, so we try to tighten every link up. So I would say there are areas where we could invest more. There are items that we would certainly like, but I do believe the city has made some core investments around cybersecurity, and I think it's been evidenced over the last 10 years. We see a lot of folks in the news, and we work very hard to try to keep Los Angeles out of the news.
Thank you. It's a goal we all share. Your letter states that $500,000 was eliminated for on-call support. This potentially means that critical radio, microwave, and fire station alerting systems will no longer have 24/7 technical coverage. Is there a contingency plan if a system failure occurs after business hours?
Oh yeah, that's that's an important one. You know, if you have a new car, you don't need a mechanic. For those of us who've been fortunate to buy a new car, if you have an old car, you need mechanics. You need people to keep the car running. The city of Los Angeles has a lot of old technology. We have a lot of 20, 25, 30-year-old communication systems, network equipment, voice systems, you name it, like many governments that exist. Our communications electricians, they do the job as these critical mechanics. So the on-call support is, we believe, a minimal investment to ensure that when something happens with 911 dispatch, something happens with the city's network, something that happens with voice communications for, let's say, LAPD headquarters, there's a long list of technology and footprints in which issues happen. We need it so that on a Friday afternoon or a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning, staff immediately get to the job and resolve it. Most city employees are assumed to be office workers where they work a 9 to 5. There's so many operations in LA that go way beyond 9 to 5, the 24-hour. Certainly LAPD and fire, but even beyond that with sanitation and parks. I mean, there's a long list in transportation and others. If we do not have on-call standby support, we are forced to say, we will get to you at the next business day.
Okay.
That is not a conversation
let me
we
stop
want
you
to
here.
say.
Can we get a budget memo on how we
Yes,
can
ma'am.
find the money for this?
Absolutely.
It seems like an important thing to fund.
Yes, ma'am.
One more, and then I'll pass it over to Councilwoman. Follow up?
Just a follow-up on
Yes,
what you
follow-ups.
said. On that budget memo, can it also talk about what that support looks like 24/7 operations instead of, you know, a 9 to 5?
Sure, provide
Whatever
both numbers, please, with Mr. Szabo potential funding for it. Yeah, Councilwoman Hernandez. Is that what you were going to ask or different?
Adding to your budget memo, if it's okay?
Yep.
The language that says, because we're going to be looking for more funding, including eligible public safety grants, any available or reallocated resources within police and/or fire department budgets, or projected revenue to be funded with special tax proceeds authorized by the Los Angeles Fire and Emergency Preparedness and Response Ordinance, if the measure is passed by voters.
Okay.
To look into.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Any follow-ups? I got one more question. Okay. Contractual services decreased by about $706,500. Is ITA shifting work in-house, and are there risks to service delivery associated with that change?
Maria Ramos with ITA. We're able to absorb that one-time reduction. We've been able to basically move around and defer certain things. Nothing important. If if something where we have a contractual services where we can purchase it the following year, we push it out.
Okay.
So we kind of manage it within the department.
Okay. Thank you so much. Colleagues, questions? Councilwoman Hutt, and then Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thank you. I'll
And
move
Councilwoman
as
Hernandez.
swiftly as possible. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
With a 20% increase in my LA 311 requests and a surge of international visitors that you brushed upon for this year, Is our current infrastructure, specifically the data center and network operations, scaled to handle the large spike in digital traffic?
So, I think the short answer is not entirely. When we think about these events, we think about fire, police, transportation, emergency management, clearly the core services for it, but they're running off of digital services. The Department of Transportation, we encountered an unfortunate event where 2 individuals broke into Radio Hill to steal copper between Christmas and New Year's Eve. This wasn't something wildly circulated around. They cut copper. Fortunately, within about 8 minutes, police officers arrived because we were waiting for them with alarms and the police were ready to go. But they cut it. It took several days to restore that. And during that time frame, DOT actually wasn't able to deploy field officers. These services run off of our technologies. And so in the area of the data network, we have about 60%, 60, of our network devices are end of life and end of support, which means they need to be replaced. On the LAPD and LAFD radio microwave system, 55 sites are impacted, and we have continuously requesting $2 million to upgrade and to repair those in time for things like LA28. We provide command post assistance, and we also do the data center side. We have estimated costs that were included in this budget. There are core IT infrastructure needs to be able to support all of those services which are up front and center when it comes to these world events.
Thank you. Can you provide a little more detail on the communication electrician staffing request in the letter?
Yes, absolutely. I love our communications electricians. Often when you think of ITA, you may assume the good folks who work here in council chambers or people who support desktops, but 40% of ITA 40, they work in the field. They work out of Piper Tech, they climb towers, they pull cable, right? They are very talented blue-collar workers, and the communication electricians fit that category. These communication electricians, also known as CEs, they're the frontline technicians. They work on radio microwave systems for LAPD and fire. They do the data network. If you have something where you need to move offices, they're the ones pulling the cable, changing phones, doing all that good work. They ensure the reliability of 911 dispatch, fire station alerting. I mean, there's a long list of things they do, and they respond to all those outages. We need them. To give a little bit, just one quick perspective so you can see the picture. 20 years ago, there were 188 communication electricians at ITA. 3 years ago, there were 96. Today, there's 66. We have had such a mass decrease in the number of staffing to support these critical systems. And I'm saying this sarcastically, good thing no one needs technology today, right? In the last 20 years, there's only been a tremendous increase in demand. We work hard to do more with less. We work really hard to be smarter and not work harder. But the reality is ITA has core staffing needs, and the communication electricians are top of our list. Every time we ask for something, we have to offset, and we can't. We are requesting the continuation of 6 of those positions.
Thank you. And to go back to lost positions, what's ITA's vision for the 311 call center given the loss of positions in the 25-26?
Yes, that was a very difficult one. Over that last fiscal year, we actually lost 37% of our call takers, which was absolutely huge. Now, what is our vision for it? Well, I think when you work for the city, you become a PhD in making lemonade out of lemons to some extent. Everyone has to do it. And so there's a strength to, I think, omnichannel service delivery. I'm reminded of the fact that when tablets came out, everyone says, well, there's not going to be a need for computers. Or when smartphones came out, everyone says, well, there's no need for computers. But most people have often a computer and a tablet and a smartphone. The same could be said about 311. It's really important to have an app, to have a website, and we do see value in having a call center. So what we've been doing is we've been becoming a digital-first call center, right? A digital-first 311 system. So we've been using self-service as much as possible, and people have been embracing it. That's what I explained before, how we've seen a massive increase in the use of the app over calling the call center. By doing that, we were able to offload some of the workload so that when you call the call center, you actually have a shorter hold time today than you did necessarily 6 months ago. So we utilize the call center for high touch, complicated, someone needs someone to talk to, even someone to gripe at. That's where the call center can come in strong. But if all you've got is a pothole or some graffiti, we go ahead and welcome people using the app. They can get it done there. They can include a photo. They can put the location in. They can get it done. So we see it as just multiple tools in a toolbox. And so that's our approach right now when it comes to the call
I
center.
just want to take a second to remind you that we have plenty of well-intended constituents that don't have computers.
Absolutely.
And so they really
That's
need
where the call
to have
center
that
comes
call
in.
center
That's right. It's a
service.
lifeline. They
Right,
just got to press a
exactly
3, a
right.
1, and a 1.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that.
Absolutely.
Now, I have a couple more questions, Madam Chair, real fast. Has ITA been asked to review the AI tools used by LAPD and other departments to ensure that they fit within the adopted city code of AI ethics?
Yes, absolutely we have. In fact, it's a number that I remember because I got it recently. We've actually reviewed 19 submissions over this last year from various departments. We receive it, we turn it around quickly, we ask for follow-up information. We've rejected items. There's quite a few items where we said that's an unacceptable ask, and that introduces too much risk. There's items where we say amend it and we can work with you to accomplish it, or we send it to people like Daniel here to do a cybersecurity review to say, we agree with the approach, but we're going to need to tighten it up. I can't speak to LAPD's request specifically. I didn't check the look at the 19. I do know they have recently hired a chief information officer, and so we'll be working with him, of course, to make sure LAPD is going through that conversation.
And my last question, Madam Chair. Has there been an assessment of the increased energy costs associated with AI usage across all of our departments?
That's a great question. I think, first of all, up until this point where the city has been using AI, we've been doing it in secure cloud-hosted environments. So I think much like what we heard earlier with LAPD, if AI is being utilized, it's being run out of someone else's data center, and it has a secure connection there, so it's their electricity. So I think first and foremost, there's no direct electricity costs associated with AI at the City of Los Angeles because none of us are running it out of a data center ourselves. There's a large number of reasons why we do not want to run our own AI tools in our own data center. So the direct answer is no, there's not been an assessment, but there's not been any use of AI that has landed inside of a city facility or a city server.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councilmember Bloomfield, followed by Councilmember Hernandez.
Okay. Ted, thank you for recently organizing the citywide Google AI trainings.
Absolutely.
And really, thank you and your department. I always, during budget, want to sort of reflect and uplift the fact that you guys are the glue for our city on so many things. And when we talk about...
We try to punch above our weight, as they say.
And talk about trying to do more with less, which is, something we have to do in the budget world. I mean, that's where technology most can be leveraged, and you guys do a great job of
Thank you
that.
for your leadership.
So I appreciate that. A couple of questions. We talked about you have a 41% increase in self-service use last year with the new Salesforce system, which saves us on the call center. But why is a single programmer analyst 4 at $127,000 a make or break factor for clearing the hundreds of enhancement requests from our constituents and city departments?
Sure. That's a really great question. So today we have a backlog around 311. So we implement a big system. To some extent, the city underinvested when it came to the project, right? We had many bids, we went with lowest bid, and so there's certain items that weren't included as a part of the initiative and the training and the rollout, which often means it just ends up becoming some more work on the back end. Departments will say, well, I agreed and I liked it when I saw it roll out, but now that I see it, there's enhancements or changes that I'd like to have. So what ends up happening is they come in with a whole series of requests. A whole series of requests to add enhancements and to make improvements, et cetera. And so on the 311 system, what we have found is that we had to make significant changes when it comes to, let's say we've had 161 enhancements that we've done in the last 12 months. We have 364 open tickets today, which means that's 364 requests that we haven't been able to get to. We had 4 people supporting the old system. Because of timing, because of vacancy, because of fear of layoff, we ended up with 2 developers currently supporting it and with our position swept. This is the biggest system across the entire city of Los Angeles. We handle 3 million requests a year in this system, and I only have 2 people supporting it. So our request is to get that 3rd FTE, so maybe one of them could take a vacation that they've earned, They're critical for process improvements for graffiti contractors that are being requested, new service request types, changes to email notifications, which we'd love to do, but we don't have the staffing to do it, adjustments for duplicate detection, et cetera.
Okay, so I'd like to request a memo to help with that, with a backlog, to see if we can fund that, the project team elimination and that position.
I appreciate that. One person, that's all we ask. I think it's the almond commercial, just one can a week.
We get, I mean, part of it is always, and this is, you know, we always have this issue with departments, not so much this person in this department, but where every new task seems to require a new person, and from, you know, a more 10,000 foot perspective, we're like, well, we should just be moving people around, because I'm sure there were plenty of tasks in the past where we hired a new person, that task is no longer there and that person is still on staff. This is a broader issue with our whole budgeting system, where we
true. Well, we went from 850 positions at ITA to 328. We are not that department.
We've
definitely
get that,
been
and
moving folks around.
You've repurposed it. It's just that's sort of the frustration of budgeting, is that it's always about a new person, a new task, as opposed to how do we deal with the resources that we have. That being said, I get it, and
I appreciate
especially your department. You have been drained of many folks, and I know you're moving people around to make things happen that way.
Thank you.
Wanted to specifically, not so much about people, but you've got a 5.4% proposed increase. How does that compare to the actual rising costs of software licenses, servers, and storage? And are we treading water? Are we actually increasing our investments in technology?
Correct. Yeah, that's been, I think, one of the difficult items, is that the 5.4% budget increase has primarily gone to salaries. It's gone to people, which, by the way, we're very thankful for. We had a whole series of people who would be on layoff lists coming up to this new fiscal year, and that 5.4% increase resolves that and the MOU increases, which we sincerely appreciate. However, we have annual increases in software licenses, hardware licenses, software licenses. One of the difficulties of IT is a lot of it is behind the scenes and it seems invisible. You click something on your computer and you just kind of assume it's all done in the background, and there you go. We run a data center, and in that data center, we have got 1,300 different systems and servers and assets and storage. We have to move things off-site to be able to have data storage and backup in case there's a cyber attack. I mean, there's hundreds of things we do that no one in this room should have to know about. And unfortunately, because of previous budget reductions, as well as the increase of costs every year, which get built in to these software licenses, we're $823,000 in the hole when it comes to our data center. If we do not get funded for this item, we will have to start turning items off, which means we literally don't host applications, we turn off cybersecurity appliances, et cetera. Clearly not the world we want to be in. But unfortunately, because these things are operating in a basement that most of you aren't familiar with, it's hard to get the visibility to it. So operating system licenses, server virtualization, data backup tools, performance load balancing, these are essential to running IT in an enterprise our size. And unfortunately, this is the cost of doing business, and we do not have it included in this year's budget, and that gives us serious concerns.
No, it gives me a lot of concerns as well. I mean, it seems like it should be a pretty high priority, even more so than other things that are in this. You might want to move things around to fund this. But that being said, I'll ask for a budget memo to fund the $823,000 for software licensing costs that are not in this budget, and we can look at other sources of funds, but we can also look at moving around other funds even within the department, because it seems to me that's not a nice to have, that's a have to have kind of thing. And lastly, ask for a budget memo on the cost to upgrade to Google Enterprise for select city staff. I know that's something we've talked about, and that may be a limited cost, but that might make a difference for, well, I'll ask you, how would that make a difference across the city, being able to do that?
Sure. I think for some staff, it gives them additional capabilities out of the Google Suite, so more than happy to report back on it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez, followed by Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you, and this builds off the cybersecurity piece. What did the recent breach reveal about gaps in how departments interface with ITA systems?
That's a really good question. So I think, as most of you know, in regards to the event that you described. On March 20th, this last March 20th, a threat actor known as World Leaks Ransomware Group announced that they breached a third-party digital system that was being used by the LA City Attorney's Office to share legal documents. I remember that Friday morning. I was notified very quickly by my good friend here, and within about a half hour, we notified Mayor's Office, LAPD, and City Attorney. The compromised system functions as kind of a storage system, and it contains City Attorney data, including LAPD discovery documents. And we never had access to the system, so we weren't exactly familiar with what was in it. And if I were to say lessons learned related to it, I think the lessons learned is the city should invest in what's called data loss prevention, which is the staffing and the tools to ensure that a city department is a part of our cybersecurity defense system. That third-party software was not a part of what we scan every week. We scan over 7,000 assets. We do penetration testing. We use Homeland Security to go ahead and do risk and vulnerability assessments. We do a lot. But if a department were to take data, you name the department, if they were to take city data and move into an external system, we wouldn't necessarily know or be able to defend it.
Is there a way, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Ted. Is there a way right now where, let's say there could be a department that could come to you if they need support with the third-party
Yes, absolutely.
platform for security and data and stuff
We
like that?
frequently answer departments' questions. Advice is always free. We frequently work with departments and we advise them on the right way to secure and to deploy tools.
Great. I would like a memo, a report on citywide cybersecurity governance, including roles, responsibilities, and how standards are enforced across departments and third-party systems. And please include any information you're able to on compliance with cybersecurity training citywide. And please include also how that could prevent liabilities in the future.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you so much. Ted, we talked so much about the layoff avoidance plan, right?
Yep.
I just want to go back to the most recent data that I have. You probably have more recent data. So ITA this past year had, unfortunately, this is part of your PhD in making lemonade.
That's right.
By the way.
Which, by the way, I'm proud to do. I've been a city employee for many years, and I understand it's not easy, but that's what brings us to work.
Yeah, thank you. So you had 34 slated for layoff. As of 4/9/26, it was whittled down to 9 folks using the transfer portal without any layoffs. Where are you today, and do you see this number getting to 0 by the end of the fiscal year?
I'll ask Maria Ramos to answer this question.
So we are down to 3 potential layoffs within the department, which is one of the items that we included in our priority list.
Right.
We aggressively throughout the year try to place people into vacant positions as much as we can.
Yeah.
And we were able to get down to the 3.
Okay. And do you have prospects for those 3, or because you put it, I guess you've answered my question, because you put it in your priority list because you're concerned that you might not get to 0 on those 3?
Correct.
Correct. So if there is an opportunity for us to place them in a vacant position, we will. But these 3 particular positions are on our radar at this point.
So it's such a small number. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but what are the classifications? What types of jobs are they?
So it's 3 positions: 1 systems analyst, 1 information services specialist, and 1 senior computer operator in the citywide help desk section.
Okay, so at least 2 of those are pretty common classifications, right?
1 is common.
I would
1
say
is
that.
Specialist?
moderately, and 1 of them is pretty rare.
Okay.
The systems analyst is a common position.
Okay. Did we already ask for a budget memo on those 3? Did someone ask for that?
I don't believe so.
Let's just get a budget memo on those 3 with no promises, but just to make sure we can look in every possible place. That's it for me. Thank you for your hard work over the course of the year. I do also want to commend you and your team, all of the work on the issues that come in front of personnel for our payroll systems through all of our employee base. So thank you.
Pleasure.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, huge
pleasure.
gratitude. Okay. Any more questions, memos? Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And colleagues, we're going to move on now to Rec and Parks. We have Rec and Parks and then Animal Services, and then we will go into recess. And Councilwoman Hutt, you're going to lead us after we... Welcome. You want to go ahead and introduce your team?
Good evening, Chair Oslowski and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Jim McKim, General Manager of the Department of Recreation and Parks. I am joined by members of our executive team. To my right is Executive Officer Matthew Rudnick. To my left, Chief Financial Officer Noel Williams and Assistant General Managers Brenda Aguirre, Kathy Santo Domingo, and Chenery Stoneham. I want to... Should I just go right into?
Yeah,
yes?
short.
Okay, great.
Shorter is better.
Of course.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. We fully recognize the financial constraints the city continues to face. To that end, we appreciate the mayor's proposed budget, which maintains base level funding for the department. You have my letter, which identifies a few areas of risks heading into the next fiscal year. And with that, my team and I are available for questions.
Awesome. Councilwoman Hutt to lead us off with questions.
All righty. That was quick. Good evening. How are you? My first question is, what do you propose the reduction in brush clearance means for the department in terms of providing the clearance we need to help prevent wildfires?
Good evening, Kathy Santo Domingo, Assistant General Manager, Planning, Maintenance, and Construction. First of all, we thank the mayor's budget with regards to the current 3.1 allocation. In prior years, for example, in 24-25, we spent 4.2 million. So there is definitely a gap. So given that gap, it is a risk to the department if we are not funded along those lines. We can, in the current budget, find within the current budget sources of funding and reallocate to this particular item. It will short whatever that program or service that is funded, but we can certainly report back and provide details as it pertains to that.
Thank you. And then please explain what the part-time staff for RAP does and how that budget has fluctuated over time.
Thank you, Councilmember Hutt. Jim McKim, General Manager. So Recreation Parks relies heavily on part-time staff, more than any other city department in the city. At any given time, we employ between 5,000 and 6,000 part-time workers. They're quite frankly the backbone of our daily operations. They are the frontline workers that help run our programs, keep our buildings open, and provide maintenance and janitorial services across the city. Those staff also assist with aquatic programs, events, and provide staffing flexibility. So the cost of living has steadily increased over time, which naturally drives up the cost. And those specific funds that we use to pay our part-time staff have failed to keep up with pace with these rising costs. In addition to that, we've also have reduction in our part-time funding. So the department has had to balance service levels with allocated budgets to be able to provide services.
Thank you. I'd like to request a budget memo from the CAO with the assistance of Rec and Parks to identify the positions needed and funding options to hire a full-time maintenance staff for the Michelle and Barack Obama Sports Complex in CD10. And then I'd also like to request a second budget memo from the CAO to report back with funding options to fully fund RAP's brush clearance and emergency response and shelter activation support. These are important activities to provide opportunities for the public to get off the streets during bad weather and protect our facilities from wildfires. And we need to provide these services citywide. I'd like to ask the CAO to also report back on the requested position changes in the memo. And that's all from me, Madam Chair.
Great. I have a couple questions, and I can see, do you have a follow-up? No. Oh, okay. So I'll just ask a question or two. So during last year's budget process, I asked for a special study to report on changes to current policy that are needed to facilitate the acceptance of private donations related to signage. Never got that. This is particularly important for many organizations that would like to partner with the city and RAP to upgrade facilities and enhance our parks. For example, organizations like Tommy's Field, who have organized, fundraised, and built soccer fields at many parks across the city, have multiple partners willing to donate large sums of money to upgrade our infrastructure for our communities. In a challenging fiscal climate, these partnerships are crucial and worth continuing. Can you please tell us where the department is on updating the process or changes that are necessary to facilitate the acceptance of private donations related to signage?
Thank you for the question, Chair Yaroslavsky. I'm happy to announce that we will be coming to the council with a report back related to accepting donations. We are very much in support of that request. We are working closely with the city attorney to make sure that we didn't have to go through major legislative hurdles, but we will be coming back with the full report to this body.
When's that?
I want to say within the next month we'll have it at this board.
Okay, great. And that will include whatever changes are necessary to effectuate it?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Any follow-ups on that, or I'm going to move on to county beaches? No? Okay. The county's indicated it will withdraw from providing lifeguard and beach services at both Cabrillo and Venice Beach, which we've already talked about today. An estimated cost of up to $6 million annually. What's the timeline for a final agreement, and what is the department's preferred path forward? A county agreement or in-house operations? What's the preference?
Yeah. Good evening, Matthew Rudnick, Executive Officer. So our plan, we're kind of on dual tracks. We've been negotiating with the county on potential successor agreements to the JPA they terminated. We would need to have one in place by mid-September, but our plan is to basically put a decision options in front of our board and then to council roughly in the June-July period, so we have some time in advance of September. So that's the timeline we're working under. We're going to be working with the CEO and a report back we understand Councilman McCosker asked for on the topic.
Okay, and are you agnostic as to which one we go with, or will it depend on how the negotiations with the county and the JPA go?
Yeah, it will depend on, I think, how the negotiations go. We've asked for different cost-sharing arrangements, potential phase-in of costs to the city, just to be to a little bit more detail. We're talking about lifeguarding services, but also beach maintenance and the operation of the parking lots. That function is provided by Beaches and Harbors, and then the fire department, county fire department, provides lifeguarding. So we're assessing kind of both of those operations simultaneously. The revenue from the parking operations and concessions offsets the beach maintenance currently for the most part, but so the risk really is the cost to provide lifeguarding, mostly at Venice.
Okay, and how did this agreement come about in the first place? Were we paying the county to provide these services?
So 50 years ago, the city transferred these functions to the county under the Joint Powers Agreement, and over time, according to the county, basically the cost to provide these services outpaced the revenue they were collecting. About 18 months ago, they came to the department asking for some cost share. After back and forth, they did issue the 365-day notice of termination, which is that September date that I just mentioned.
Okay. If the city were to bring lifeguard and beach maintenance services in-house, what would be the startup cost, staffing requirements, and timeline for implementation? Or is this all what's going to be addressed in the memo that Mr. McCosker asked for?
Yeah, we'll be reporting back on.
Okay, great. And you sort of alluded to this already, but there is parking at both Cabrillo and Venice Beach that could help offset these costs?
Yeah, currently the parking in Cabrillo is already operated by the department, and it's port property. But for Venice, those lots are 3 lots are operated by the county, and that's city property at Venice Beach.
Okay. Is this in RAP's budget?
There hasn't been money allocated for these beach services for 50 years in our budget or in the city budget.
Okay. So we don't contribute to the JPA?
Correct.
Okay. Are there opportunities for cost sharing, user fees, or partnerships to offset the estimated $6 million annual cost?
Yeah, again, we'd be happy to report back on some of the ideas. We're kind of looking at all the revenue streams currently, and then what other activities we could be engaged in to help offset the costs that we see will be inevitable, given that we'll need to take over either how to pay somebody else to provide these services, the fire department, county fire, and also whether or not we provide some of these services in-house. So,
Okay,
yes.
and can we add that to the existing budget memo request? It's just sort of a summary of how you're thinking about ways that we can offset some of these costs. That'd be great. Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just to make sure that part of that is also being creative, concessions, and, you know, beaches actually could be a very lucrative place.
We agree, and we're looking at all those options.
Okay, great. Just a couple more questions and I'll turn it over to colleagues. The department identified a $1.6 million gap in brush clearance funding for a legally mandated service. What are the specific compliance or public safety risks if this gap is not addressed?
We're currently in conversation with the fire department, and my understanding is that there are two components that may be more restrictive in terms of enforcement. In prior years, although it isn't the requirement, there are palm trees that need to be trimmed. We've gotten a little bit of leeway in terms of trimming, knowing that these are extreme fire hazards. Part of our conversation is that they would require for these trimmings to be mandatory, and it may be in the upcoming fiscal year for 2027, that particular fire season, they may require for removal of these particular palm trees. We anticipate that that would be an excessive cost. One other regulatory item is the distance to structures in which brush clearance needs to be performed. My understanding is that it may be increased from 200 feet to 300 feet. So we anticipate that that would be a 30% increase. We're looking at the palm trees and some of the regulatory items as it relates to distance as potential increases in the coming year, but definitely in the following fiscal year, that would be a substantial increase.
Okay. How many of the 500 parks that require brush clearance are anticipated to be serviced with the proposed funding?
We typically release about 250 locations for brush clearance in our annual packages.
So about half?
Correct. It's not necessarily tied to a park because there may be parks such as Griffith Park that would have multiple locations.
Okay. I'm going to go back to the goats. Is there any way to use goats to do the building brush clearance? Have you ever done that?
We did pilot in this past couple of months, 2 locations, one at Sepulveda Basin and one at Corbin Canyon.
Yeah.
Those are pilot programs. They're quite successful. So at this point, we're assessing those locations on whether or not growth or regrowth in those particular areas would come up. We typically perform brush clearance in the later May, June, so that we're compliant by July during the height of the heat. The clearances were performed in February and March. So with the rains that we've had, it's a wait and see, and we'll be evaluating those particular locations and how effective they are.
Do you have sufficient resources this year to finish out the pilot or bring it into next year?
We actually scrambled to make those particular pilots happen. Given some level of funding, we can certainly continue with the pilot so that we could review. One of the disadvantages is that the goats don't necessarily distinguish between natives and non-natives. So that it's a wait and see. We want to evaluate that. The other restriction is that there's height limitations, and fire department has requirements with regards to areas and restrictions on trees above 4 feet. So those are the items that we're evaluating, and we could certainly report
I was
back.
going to say, I talked to the department about giraffes and goats.
By the way, the only resources, the only dollars that were spent were my discretionary dollars. There was no other resources that were put into the goat pilot.
So can we get a budget memo on what you need to continue these goat pilot programs into next year, please? I have more questions, but I'm going to turn over to colleagues. Councilmember Kosker.
Kind of have a late follow-up on the beach thing. there is funding in the budget, 9 months funding for Cabrillo Beach for, I think for Marine Aquarium Program Director, 2 aquarium directors, and 1 park services supervisor to oversee expanded conservation research programs, provide new educational programs. Is that all port paid?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good, very good. And again, just to follow up on that, earlier in the sessions, we also asked the fire department to give us a proposal in that same memo. So we're going to have a compare and contrast. So get creative, because my sense is that going to the chair's 2 lines of questioning, how do you provide these services, and how do you also do advertising and creative promotions? The beach is the best place to do those things. So that was just a follow-up.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. You all proposed a phased approach beginning with $500,000. How would that funding be deployed, and what level of service would be restored? And this is for the brush clearance.
Councilmember Hernandez, so as Kathy mentioned, we have a shortfall projected of something like $1.6 million. We've absorbed that shortfall in the past, and we're concerned, given the tightness of the department's budget, that we simply won't have the resources internally to absorb that. So we had proposed getting towards full funding for brush clearance. That simply will just allow us to not have to essentially hold additional positions vacant or cut somewhere else in our budget to fund brush clearance.
Wonderful. And Council Member Hutt, I know that you put that memo in. I was wondering if I could add this language if it's not included, which is to include the phased approach and associated service levels in that analysis. Is that okay? Yeah. Great. Thank you. Thank you. I do have one more, and this is around our shelter and cooling center activations. We know that the city is experiencing more frequent and severe extreme heat and cold weather events, and RAP is on the front lines providing shelter with actual costs reaching $2.5 million compared to just the $210,000 that's budgeted. We know extreme heat and cold are becoming more frequent, right? And that our constituents, especially our unhoused folks and seniors, these aren't just weather events for them, these are life-threatening. Can you talk about what this funding gap actually means on the ground for you all? And what would it take realistically to make sure that these centers are consistently available whenever these conditions hit without having to scramble each time?
I think the reality is that, the overages that you've indicated, the $2.1 million, is really absorbed by the department, and that really affects the service levels that we have. So it's almost like, pay Paul to pay Peter, right? So we adjust to be able to provide those services. The request for funding that we asked for is to put it into the GCP so that as we incur these expenditures, we're able to leverage that funding to be able to provide, so that we're not taking from other programs. Because the reality is, anything that we're not funded and things that we have to do, such as brush clearance, such as emergency operations, we certainly have to look at other places and balance so that we could provide the services because they're important, because they're required, or because of the emergency nature of the request. But that also means, reduction of, maintenance hours or, pool hours, those types of things. So ideally, having a full funding for it would be appropriate, but we also know that we got to be fiscally responsible. Again, emergency operations vary. Some years it could go up, some years it could go down, and so we're asking that funding be placed in the GCP so that we could use that as to invoice that to recover our expenditures.
Thank you. And was last year the first year that y'all went over that 210?
We go over 210 regularly. This department has never been funded in terms of emergency operations. We've always leveraged our salary savings, vacant positions to balance and provide the services. But over the past couple of years, because of the cuts in budgets and cut in some of our vacant positions, we're just kind of doing a balance act.
Understood. Has there ever been, thank you, has there ever been an analysis of additional funding streams that could help provide resources, especially for the shelters when it rains?
I think we're looking at, to Chair Yaroslavsky's report back, not only via donations, but also we're looking at different opportunities to bring in revenue. We're being creative in bringing in revenues to help support some of our operational needs.
Wonderful. Can I just ask for a memo? Instruct RAP with the assistance of the CAO to report on tiered funding options for shelter and cooling center activations that reflect different service levels, including the minimum funding required to maintain basic activation capacity, a mid-level option that expands reliability and coverage, and the full funding needed based on recent actual expenditures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I go to a new topic?
Yes.
Gate closures at parks. You open them in the morning, which is great. They're all open. And LAPD has a responsibility through its contractual services to close them at night. I don't have the rough percentage, but I'd say it's probably 40% of them at least don't get closed at night. Many of us have discretionary funds where we have them closed by other services. That's not sustainable, of course. And in this year, in this upcoming budget year, the contractual services for security by LAPD's account is going to be cut by $1 million. So I would assume that we're going to strain those gate closures even further. What are your thoughts on RAP taking back the gate closure and doing that through park rangers, through other as-needed forces, your own forces? What are your thoughts?
Quite frankly, I think we've talked about this in past budget cycles. It would take a lot of resources for us to ramp up to take on a gate closure program. But to your earlier point about thinking creatively, not only in how we bring in extra funds, but also, and maybe it might be to the chagrin of some of my staff here, we're also looking at what it would look like if we put in those spike models where we could close the gate but leave it a section open so people can exit. So we're looking at different ways to alleviate the gate closure program, because I think it's not just your council district, but across the city we have issues related to closing the gates. And I think for us, for staff closing the gate, because many years ago when I used to be a lifeguard in the field, I used to actually close our gates, and so that would be very challenging because sometimes the patrons in there would get upset at me, threaten me. But if we had an ability to just simply put the spikes on and say, hey, the gate is closed, and sometime during the evening, whether it be LAPD do their regular patrols or to go in and have them exit the gate or the parking lot, those are kind of some of the solutions that we're thinking of. But in terms of just operationally trying to operate a gate closure program, we'll be happy to come back with the report back.
Well, thank you. I think it's probably a longer term thing. Maybe this is a special study. It makes sense for us to take a look at all alternatives, whether it's revisiting LAPD and their contractual services, which doesn't seem likely, these environmental or physical changes to the park facilities, which would be a larger undertaking financially, but probably worthwhile, or some other alternative, some creative alternative for getting gates closed. We have found, in our office, and I'm sure other council offices have found, that quality of life problems go down dramatically when we use our discretionary funds or use friends of groups to help us close gates. Yep. And so I think it's really important that we have the parks secured at night.
Thank you.
So it's a special study.
And a memo on finding the money to put back in that $1 million at a minimum.
Okay,
if that's okay with you.
Yeah, and that'd be great. And separately, a memo for the short term for getting that $1 million returned back to the contractual services, which we have to be clear, that won't cover it. 'Cause
No,
we're
it's
only
still
doing
not enough.
about-
We're still using our discretionary dollars, even with the current funding level.
Okay, thank you.
Follow-up? Councilmember
Follow up
Bloomfield.
on that. Just on the gates, I mean, we have technology, as you know, alternatives for a lot. I've paid for 2 in my district, 2 parks that are automatically closed, the fire station park and the Greenway. It's working great. All those issues, the door locks at a certain hour. You still can get out, but you can't get back in. And we have cameras so that we can see if there's an issue, and if there is, then the police can come. But it's been working great. So the technology is there, and it's not that expensive. I know because I've paid for it out of discretionary. So and that obviously there's some gates are much harder than others. The ones I have got are the small door gates, but even an automatic closing gate. This is not high tech. Like this exists.
I want to know what you did, because I have a couple places where I need to do that. So we'll talk.
Yeah.
Budget memo. Just kidding. Okay.
Getting silly, but
Yeah.
we had a bathroom where we did one of those automatic closings, and the custodial guy put a trash can in there to make sure he could get back in the morning. And so we had to sort that all out and make sure that people were following the rules.
Colleagues, Councilmember Bloomfield.
That was followed, but I do have some other questions. Although all the big picture issues have been covered, I have some more narrow issues, and so appreciate the great work that you all do. I understand that Rec and Parks has been working on an RFP in response to my motion about banning and or regulating artificial grass in the city. And although we don't know what the costs are going to be, I know we will soon. So I'd like to get a budget memo for the Rec and Parks RFP on artificial grass as described in Council File 0602. Another very narrow thing, and on behalf of Councilwoman Rodriguez, I'd like to request a budget memo for the Department of Recreation and Parks on the remaining funding needed and funding source for the Sunland Dog Park project. I guess there's a gap there, and want to get a memo on what it would take to fill that gap. And then another sort of smaller issue, but important, is we're hosting, as everyone knows, a lot of different World Cup viewing parties, and many of them are Rec and Park facilities throughout the area. In my district, that includes Lanark Park, where there will be 7 joint Rec and Parks Council District 3 World Cup viewing parties. And we have a little unique situation where Rec and Parks is currently doing work on the restrooms at Lanark Park. The work was supposed to actually have been completed in December of 2026, which slipped to March and has now slipped to summer. So what I'm looking for is, and it's important that those bathrooms be completed before June 15th. Otherwise, we're going to have to spend money on porta potties, and we need to figure that out soon to spend the money on the porta potties, which will cost a certain amount. And so I'd like to get some assurance that this work is going to be completed in time, and specifically get a budget memo on what it would take to complete this work, because I'd hate to be in the situation of spending more money on a temporary solution. I'd rather give you the money to just, if it needs a little extra, to just get it done than spend the money on temporary porta potties that's just going to go away and we'll never have anything else. So it's a tiny little amount, I know, but if it just takes a little extra kick of money, let us know in this budget, and either we do it in the budget or I'll do it in discretionary dollars. I just want to get it done before the World Cup parties. Thank you. And it's probably true, it's probably not just, this is the one I know about in my district, but I bet you there's things like this in a lot of other districts.
Councilwoman, oh, no? Okay. Any more questions, memos? Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time and thoughtful answers today.
Thank you. Have a good
Colleagues,
evening.
Thank you. We're going to move on to Animal Services. Last department of the evening. Welcome. Thanks for being here. If you could just introduce yourself and your team.
Yes, good evening. I'm Annette Ramirez, Interim General Manager for the Department of Animal Services, and with me are Curtis Watts, Assistant General Manager over Administration, and Sharon Lee, Senior Management Analyst too.
Thank you so much. So we read the letter. I know we have lots of questions. Is there anything you want to briefly highlight, or do we just jump right in?
Yes, please. I do have opening remarks.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, and thank you, Chairwoman and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, for your time and the opportunity to speak with you today. We are grateful for your continued consideration for the department's needs and for the work this committee does on behalf of the city. While we appreciate several items that were included in the mayor's proposed budget, there are 4 critical areas where we still are asking for the committee's support. I want to walk through each of them clearly because these are not abstract line items. They have direct consequences for animal welfare, public safety, and the city's financial exposure. The first is to restore the 3 eliminated positions. The proposed budget eliminates an animal care technician supervisor, an animal care technician, and an animal control officer. We are asking that these positions be restored. These are not back office roles. They are people on the ground providing care, managing animal behavior, helping the community, and keeping our facilities safe. We have already been stretched thin for years. Losing 3 more operational positions compounds an existing staffing crisis and directly diminishes our ability to serve the community and the animals in our care. Second is to restore animal medical supplies and the food budget. We are asking that the $339,623 cut out of the animal medical supplies account be restored, and that our food budget, which was deleted entirely, be reinstated. What the proposed budget leaves us with is $48,968 to provide medical care for approximately 50,000 animals. That is less than $1 per animal. The food budget is gone altogether. The Westside Current reported just this week on the department's warning to this very committee, describing cuts that would leave animals hungry and sick and force the shelter system to rely on donations for basic necessities. This is not a sustainable model, and it is not what donors signed up for. Donors give to enrich the lives of animals, toys, bedding, socialization. They should not be the city's fallback for food and medicine. That responsibility belongs to the city, and we're asking the committee to affirm that. Third is to provide $534,063 for year 3 of the Dogs Playing for Life contract. We are asking that funding for the 3rd year of the Dogs Playing for Life contract be provided. DPFL provides out-of-kennel enrichment that is essential to the behavioral health of dogs in our care. Without it, dogs deteriorate. They become stressed, reactive, and dangerous, and that has consequences far beyond the kennel. The news record on this is sobering, and I want to direct the committee about what it says. In May 2023, a Los Angeles jury found the department guilty of gross negligence and awarded $6.8 million to a former shelter volunteer who was mauled inside a city shelter by a German Shepherd. The Los Angeles City Council in June of 2024 approved $7.5 million settlement resulting from a pit bull attack on a 74-year-old Van Nuys woman. And as recently as February 2026, a jury awarded $5.4 million to a woman bitten by a dog at the East Valley Animal Shelter, bringing the known total payout by the city to over $31 million across 4 cases in as many years. The City Controller's 2023 Transparency Report found that the overcrowding and staffing shortages were already making it difficult to provide enrichment, with some dogs going weeks and in some cases months without walks. These are precisely the conditions that lead to the behavioral deterioration we have seen result in attacks and lawsuits. The cost of DPFL contract is a fraction of a single lawsuit payout. Investing in enrichment is not just the right thing to do for the animals, it is the fiscally responsible thing to do for the city. And fourth, we are asking that the spay and neuter program be funded at the requested level of $6,516,196 to sterilize approximately 58,275 animals. The proposed budget provides $5,502,335, which is an increase of $752,794 from the 25-26 adopted budget. $5,502,234 can fund approximately 51,000 sterilizations. As you know, the value of the free vouchers was increased without increasing the overall funding. The practical effect is the same dollars now by fewer procedures, and the department has been forced to cap the number of vouchers available to the community. That is exactly the wrong direction. Spay and neuter is the most effective upstream intervention we have. Every animal not born in the community is one fewer animal that eventually enters our shelters. As Jennifer Nataki of the Michelson Center for Public Policy noted in recent coverage of this budget, maintaining the status quo is not cost neutral, and Los Angeles is already paying for the failure in dollars and animals' lives. Capping vouchers when shelter intake is already at crisis levels will compound the problem for years to come. Our request of $6,516,196 was modest. We are asking the committee to fund it fully so that vouchers remain available to the community members who need them. Chairperson and members of the committee, we are not asking for anything extraordinary. We are asking the city to fund the basic building blocks of a functioning, safe, and humane municipal shelter system: staff, food, medicine, behavioral care, and the prevention programs that keep animals out of shelters in the first place. The animals in our care have no voice in this room. We are theirs, and we are grateful to this committee for this meeting to be heard.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Blumenfield to kick off questions.
Great, thank you. Thank you for all that you're doing and your very powerful statement. When you talk about the Dogs Play for Life, it's insane to not do that. I mean, we need to find the money for that. This was a guarantee. As you said, it's not only penny wise and pound foolish, but it's going to cost us a lot more than a few pounds, as we've already seen. So I definitely would like to get a memo on that. It's also highly leveraged dollars in that we have philanthropic folks who end up paying for part of it. And if we don't pay for any of it, they're not going to, they already said they're not going to kick in additional money. So it's highly leveraged. It saves money. It makes sense. So I'd like to look at memos of how we can figure that out, even if it means moving money around. It needs to be done. Now, I recently introduced a motion alongside some of my colleagues who are here and, about right-sizing the department. As the budget shows, we just don't have enough money to allocate to help all the animals in our care. And we also have, uniquely, we have a lot of nonprofits who do a lot of the work that we do. Not all of it. We have some of the work is mandated for our city, but they do a lot of the adoption work that, and they do it very well. We've seen Pause for Life, and anyway, you know about the proposal, which is to see if we can't partner, public-private partnership. So I'd like to, make sure that we move forward on that and what it might take. Ultimately, that's going to save us some money. But, get your thoughts on that in terms of if there's something we need to do in the budget, or if that can just proceed as we're moving forward.
I believe with that motion, we're ready to proceed with doing the request for information as requested. So we internally will be working on that project.
Okay, so we don't need to. We don't need a memo on what it's going to take for the request for information. You've got the resources to do that.
Yeah, we'll be able to do that.
Great. Okay. Question: do we still have the Animal Cruelty Task Force?
We do not. It was disbanded quite a few years ago.
So what are we doing on that front?
Yes, so our animal control officers still respond to calls within the community 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. and they handle the animal cruelty as those cases come up, but they're also handled along with dangerous animal cases, permitting, licensing. So there's no unit that is just specified for animal cruelty. They enforce animal cruelty along with all the other hats that an animal control officer wears.
Yeah, I mean, and do we have at least, are we funded at least enough to continue that work?
The current work of an animal control officer,
Yeah.
we are definitely struggling with our animal control staff. I believe we have a total of 49 allocated positions for the entire city, 365 days a year. So I think quite a few years ago we had about double of that. And we've had a lot of positions swept. So, and that's another reason why I'm asking that we do not have our current ACO position that's being swept.
I mean, I'd like to get us back at some point to getting the Animal Cruelty Task Force, but at the very least, not to sweep these positions. And you made a very compelling case about the medical food costs. We can't continue to rely on the Animal Welfare Trust Fund for food and medical supplies. As you mentioned, the fund is a donation-based, and it's, folks are not going to make the donations if they think that we are basically supplanting our city funds and we're not doing the supplemental funds that they're asking for. So I think we can't break faith with that with our community. So I'd like to ask for a memo to identify funding to restore the medical and food costs to the fiscal year 25-26 levels without using our Animal Welfare Trust Fund. And then the other piece that you mentioned is, the spay and neuter. I mean, I talk about this every year, and you've mentioned it. It's one of those, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and it just so pays for itself. So, I'd like to get a memo on that restoration, and maybe toward that end, could you explain how the spay and neuter vouchers are currently capped on a weekly and monthly basis, and how rationing a core prevention service instead of front-loading it will end up costing us?
Yes, so currently, what we had initially done was capped the vouchers on a monthly basis. And what we found was that the vouchers were actually being all issued within the first 5 days of the month, leaving no vouchers for anyone throughout the rest of the month. So what we've now done is capped the vouchers at $750 per week so that they can be accessed every week of the month. But we did have to cap them because we obviously have to stay on budget with the funding that we receive for the voucher program, and we need to ensure that the veterinarians that are performing the procedures are paid in a timely manner so that they don't withdraw from the program.
Okay, well, so that's why I want to get that memo. Last thing, and we kind of talked about it already, but just wanted to is it fair to say that we have enough staff to fully staff 4 of our 6 shelters if we were to be able to do a partnership on 2?
I have been saying that for years, and I stick to that. I really do believe we only have the staff to staff 4 of our 6 shelters, and we are spreading our staff thin, and at times not providing the best of care for the animals in our facilities because we don't have the resources to do so.
Great. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. In this proposed budget, we're investing less than $1 per animal served in our shelters for medical care. You shared that with us today. About 88 cents is what we would be investing for vaccines, antibiotics, IV fluids, and the basics. And at the same time, the food account is 0, meaning animals will be eating based on whether donations come in or not. Last year, programs like enrichment were only able to continue because outside partners stepped in to cover what the budget couldn't. And we know that without support, dogs go without exercise, socialization, and stimulation, which impacts their health and adoptability. And by that I mean, I've seen case after case where a dog being in the kennel and the cage, because sometimes it's a cage and sometimes it's a kennel, because we don't have enough space for the animals, that they become more aggressive, which leads to them becoming unadoptable and being euthanized. And we see it. We see it, and so this stimulation, the socialization, is without a doubt something that is necessary to make sure that these animals can remain adoptable. You can't get well in a cell, you know. And I think we have to be honest about what this means. When the care of animals depends on when a donor feels generous, we're moving away from a public service and into something that looks more like a city-sanctioned charity, and that's a real shift. And so my question is around the vouchers. Are there opportunities to adjust how those vouchers are deployed, such as timing or availability, to better align with periods of higher intake and support the department's prevention efforts?
I think the way that we're deploying the vouchers currently is the best opportunity for the community to have access to those vouchers. You know, like I previously stated, we had originally issued or made all of the vouchers available at the first of the month, and we were running out within a few days of the month. So that is the reason that we made the decision to make them or provide an allotment every week. And we are still willing to modify how they're being issued if the need arises.
Understood, thank you. And Councilmember Blumenfield, I know that you put a memo, but can I put some language to be a little more clear on that memo with the vouchers? So I have language that says, instruct the CAO to identify funding options to expand spay and neuter vouchers beyond the proposed budget allocation, including tiered service levels that correspond to increased voucher availability and estimated annual surgeries. Because we know that there's kitty season and all these things that we can prepare for. And then my last question is, can you please clarify what the council should expect to see as a result? Actually, I have an additional instruction, a separate budget memo. Instruct the CAO in coordination with Animal Services to evaluate the Exhibit H grant partnership with ASPCA and Best Friends Animal Society, including the current level of funding, utilization, and identify opportunities to leverage these funds to support and expand spay and neuter vouchers and other services. That'll be it, Chairwoman. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you. Hi, how are you? I just want to make sure that a couple of things that between Councilmember Bloomingfield and Councilmember Hernandez, that we also, that animal food account and medical supplies were included in that report back? In that memo?
What was the last thing you said, Councilwoman?
Food.
Food.
Food and medical supplies were included, right?
I think it was all in there.
Okay, so I'm not going to ask for that. Then I am going to ask for a special study for the Department of Animal Services with assistance of the CAO and GSD to report back with recommendations and options to utilize non-shelter city properties for off-site intake of shelter animals. And I think we answered all my other questions. That's all for me.
Okay, Councilmember McCosker?
Thanks very much. I have a very provincial request and then one that's a little broader. So on the animal care technician supervisor, that's at Harbor Shelter, right?
Correct.
Like a memo back on the cost and the identification of funds for that supervisor position at Harbor Shelter. A broader question, I remember years ago we had a program where we canvassed door to door for licensing, and it was an education first program, just letting people know what the what the responsibilities were, what the opportunities were to license their animal, and that effort was not only helpful for education and obviously helpful for the animals, because we were able to also let folks know about the services that were available and the needs of their animals, but we also generated revenue that far exceeded the cost of the door-to-door. That was, my memory was 25 years ago. I don't know if we've done it since, and I don't know if we've considered such a program in the last quarter century. Have we?
We have actually. We had an animal license canvassing program as recently as I believe until 2021. 2024. And we had a very large problem with keeping animal license canvassers because it was not a very high-paying position, and there was a lot of resistance from the community when they would see the animal license canvassers walking through their neighborhoods. So there was a lot of negative interactions that our canvassers would have with the community, and it would make them oftentimes leave for other positions within the city. They primarily issued administrative citations, which are fines if the violation is not corrected. But at the same time, they were also providing information on how to license your pet online or at the shelter. They were providing information on vaccine clinics as well as microchipping. So they were providing all of the information and resources, but they were also issuing administrative citations.
Do you recall the earlier efforts?
I do.
Would you have, if we thought about a pilot program for coming back, especially to areas that, maybe piloting certain areas where we might not experience some of those interactions, would you have recommendations for, again, an information first, less heavy on any kind of administrative citation, but just an opportunity to encourage folks to license? Would you have a recommendation for what that pilot could look like?
We could definitely provide a report back.
Okay, I'll just ask for that. I'll just ask for a report back on piloting a program for door-to-door canvassing. And
Okay.
if we need to follow up with anything on the council floor, we can do that as well.
Perfect.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. I would also like a report back, please, on what resources you all need as a department to handle the various issues that come with people experiencing homelessness and animals, as well as a report back of what resources you would need to build up that animal cruelty task force again.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to underscore that as well, that animal cruelty task force, especially where we see animals being bred, animals being pitted against one another. I mean, we really need to address this issue across the city. So I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
I actually served on the Animal Cruelty Task Force from 2005 to 2015 so that's something that's very near and dear to my heart.
Thank you. And if I could just add very quickly on the people experiencing homelessness crisis and animals. In the end, if there's an animal in an encampment, dogs, pets, many departments can respond to that situation. But what is the department in charge of removing that animal?
It would be the Department of Animal Services. Yeah.
So it would be you all, right? And
Correct.
only you all could
Yeah.
do this work. And what I have found is in moments of crises where we have needed that removal, we have had to wait hours for AC animal control officer to respond. And obviously that is because we don't have enough.
Yeah.
And so that's why I would love to know what those resources are, because we have sensitive zones in the city where we do see that there does need to be animal removal, but you probably all don't have the capacity to address that crisis. No matter how many departments are involved, you all are the only ones that can remove them. So that's why I asked for that. And also, if we can get a budget memo on what it would look like to restore that animal control technician that was cut, that you all had proposed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any more questions, memos? Okay, you asked all of my questions and asked for all the budget memos I also wanted. So you know, I share a lot of concerns about the cuts, Dogs Playing for Life, food reduction, medicine budget reduction, insufficient funds for spay neuter. It's just, we got to find the money for technicians, et cetera. So thank you. Really appreciate you being here and all the work that you and your team do with not nearly the resources that you need. That was our last department presentation for the day, colleagues. Tomorrow, Thursday, April 30th, is an all-day affair. We're going to start at 9 a.m. and we're going to hear from the Community Investment Department, Transportation, General Services, Building and Safety, Planning, Cannabis, the Public Works Board, Public Works Sanitation, Public Works Engineering, Public Works Street Services, Public Works Street Lighting, and Public Works Contract Administration. This meeting